and immortals and everyone in between. Good frickin' morning here at EPL Masters as Dandelions and Aeon right back at it and early. Not gonna lie, Dandelions had a little bit of a nice little comment in the lobby side, of course, for poor old Team Ion, who I do believe finished around half past midnight or somewhere around that. Of course, they had a marathon of a series against Level Up, and sadly, Moe and crew just could not cut it. Sorry if we have a bit of background noise. That should take care of that stupid window still being open on professional casting. What can you do? But yeah, at the very same time, Team Ion had about an 8 hours of rest. Of course, we went deep into the night here at European Pro League Masters, our first iteration of the tournament, of course, where Ilbers and Nemiga still wanted to play out the very last series with a pretty long 4-hour delay. But at the very end there, it does seem like Team Ion, they were up here bright and early. There was one player that was like 2 minutes late, but overall, shout out to the boys for actually making it back here. And at the very same time, sure, it's an online tournament, so all you got to do is just get out of bed, wash your face, do the little bit of Jin queuing, and then you are back at it overall. But at the very same time, I'm not gonna lie, like I was also one of the other people who went long into the night with Nemiga and Ilbers. And of course, that is a tough ask, although, as a caster, I do get to sleep before the match I cast, and then I get to sleep after the match I cast. Some of these guys choose to power through and not even go through sleep, and then basically play their last match and then basically get back on that high horse. That is some inhumane shit. So definitely don't do that. And your doctor will tell you that you're stupid anyway if you're pushing it this hard. But yeah, for some, it just works out better in terms of competition and mental game. But we shall see. Son of Shore standing in for Team Ion, or actually stepping in to the shoes of Retsu to fill. So far, so good, of course, as Ion have yet to pick up their first series win. But it must be said, I think he does seem like the better fit for the lineup than Retsu, as Krinjik, and of course, Exodus Vampire are going to do their best to actually put this team back on the momentum side of things. I think Fishman missing out on all his matches so far does feel a little bit weird. Maybe he's otherwise obliged or he's working with another team, but Krinjik has been stepping up pretty hard and trying to fill up the shoes that Fishman has left behind for him to fill. Now, I'm not gonna lie. I think yesterday he looked pretty okay with Son of Shore. We'll be curious to see though if this time around I'm going for the lifestealer route, if it's going to be working out in any shape or form. As Son of Shore, more of the range type of person when it comes to my personal preferences. When I see him play heroes. Overall, when back in the day, Rewind, of course, when you can see Immortal drafts or Immortal pub games in general. Now you can't even see those if you're friends with high level Immortals. I'm not gonna lie, that is not a good way for analysts to actually try and predict a meta flow in general, and TI might just be exciting due to that. But let's see if some of that excitement will trickle down into our tiny little competition here at EPL Masters. Of course, not so tiny. Total of 100,000 price pool is on the way, and the axe is going to be picked up against Nande. As overall, one thing that is a little bit interesting about this little play is that we do have Stormy standing in for Codex. Although his official name is Codex, his gamer tag is Chodex, and there's just several other weirdness details that will be kept on the play. So we'll have an admin confirmation in just a second for all here. But no matter. Going in with the mid lane Snapfire is definitely going to be one of the more weird approaches in the Dandelion side of things. Although this main / Marana interaction is definitely not something you'd want to underestimate. Night times are kind of a death scene for the Dandelions lineup. So every 5 minutes or so, you're going to be the kings of the world, and that's when you can make your executive moves if you're Dandelions. But during the daytime or during the nighttime, you can't really do much as soon as it hits night, because the Bane does have the vision advantage, and of course, with the movements coming out from the Moonlight Shadow, you could just indefinitely hide your lineup. And then, of course, with the Taxi coming out from Excess Vampire and good old Palantimos / Yayo, you should have an easy time. But yeah, let's get into this game number 1 between Team Ion and good old Dandelions. So I must disclose, I have had a team scrim against Nande before, and I even scrimmed against Son of Shore, if memory serves. So I do have a little bit of personal experience with these teams, although more of a drafter or analyst rather than actually a player. More so or not, Nande does tend to overextend from time to time, as these very aggressive and very blatant moves are more around the bait side of things rather than actually, Nande genuinely thinking that aggression is the way to go. While on the other hand of things, X and E, in my experience, is a way more down to earth, way more conservative kind of guy. As Moba is asking Baka if he's just Kadaro in disguise. Of course, for those of you that are not in the know, Baka is SSA Spartan, but with a different name overall. But yeah. It has been confirmed. Stormy is Stormy, the real Stormy. Ranked 395th on the board, hailing from Georgia. But I didn't want to go for 100% because to some extent I do know that Baka is SSA Spartan. But, anyone can they make that name change one way or the other. But yeah, the Kadaro in disguise question mark is a legit one. And another hero I do want to tend to see more of in either other tournaments or generally at TI is the Warlock. So Kadaro busting it out yesterday as a stand-in for the Obers side of things in game number 1 against good old Nemiga. Kind of tingled me a little bit. I didn't have to hide my net segment. As down bottom, we do have a massive smoke break. Now they're going in for the jump, and let's see how big of the damage cause can we get over here as Yayo will get massacred for first blood.
The battle begins.
We're going to ask production to just raise the volume on the game a tiny bit. We do got a 2-on-2 on the bounties. But Fleur's blood going to the Dandelion side is definitely going to give them a little bit of momentum to get into this game. Yeah, Palantimo's getting massacred for first blood. Color me unsurprised, although Yayo and good old Excess Vampire was looking for trouble. Although, yeah, VIVOing into the enemy territory once the smoke breaks does take a little bit more courage than is to be warranted, as out comes the hoop stomp up top side. Stormy already proving his worth in gold. As Kernjik and Kisko, a little bit of a back and forth between the supports, but not really leading into a kill. Battle Hunger immediately thrown back into the Bane. Considered to be one of the easier counters overall. As out goes Nande. Of course. The outzonage against the Warlock. I don't know why I said Bane there for a second. Looking at something else. It's just an easy kill. An easy approach. XNE getting a little bit low against Mobe on the mid lane, but there's action. I'm sure the camera will catch it. But speaking of the Bane, Gold Krinjik falling a little bit low, but the salve just saves the day at the end of the day. Back to the mid lane where we do see XNE suffer hard, but as long as he has the boomstick and he can make a good cookie jump onto the Lina, I don't think the red-headed fiery lady is going to be having a fun time. Fatal Bonds thrown out by Spartan. Nande. Maybe the last time, this is a Spartan and Nande did manage to play together, was on the Monaspa lineup. Or maybe even earliest KZ crew? So yeah, those lineups did tend to change. I think they were kind of the early days of what we currently have for Zero Tenacity, right? These Georgian / Greek, these GG lineups eventually do form into the current tier 3, how should we call it, mega stacks that we have in the lower tier of Dota. But yeah, no, I absolutely appreciate Zero Tenacity still continuing with the project, even after all these years. And even though Monaspa or / KZ team never truly found a home, it's just really was a, how should I say, fun thing to see that the Greek lineup, even with such little practice, since of course Desire is on the professional team of Zero Tenacity, still managed to bring back that Adfin and Magic for the Esports Nations Cup. So these are not in the know. I was actually, how should I say, played against the Greek lineup, right? But I don't think, no, our SAC never met the Greek lineup, but I was the analyst / coach for Team Hungary. Although less so to be called a coach, as we have our first pause of the day. I do finally see, or do get to finally witness a few tinfoil hat moments for some people. All right, it is actually the second pause of the game. Never mind. Oh, I do actually got a colleague message. Where is prediction? Okay, interesting question. Overall, the Slark scaling in early game is not something I truly believe in, so I am leaning a little bit towards Team Ion when it comes to the draft. I'm a big believer of the Bane Marana. I don't think I'd hide that in any shape or form, but there are dangers to the Dandelion draft, which can get massively out of control in the first 20 minutes of the game. So definitely keep an eye on that. I personally am more of a believer in the Ion lineup. Now that it's like, even Steven, it's a 1-1, and we're at only minute 4 of the game. A little bit leaning towards Team Ion personally, but more along the lines of like 52% to 48%. Well, Gaben's prediction was a solid 62% in favor of the Ion lineup, and he is now basically mellowed out after the past 4 minutes. He didn't immediately side with Team Dandelions after the first blood happened on poor old Yayo. But basically with the counter kill happening against the Slark, I don't know how worried he truly is. Down bottom, we do have a little bit of Fatal Bonds action, while up top, it's a bit of a tag team on Son of Shore. But eventually, as Yayo and Excess Vampire go down, Dota 2 enjoyer and VIVO suffer their fates. You can see the early perma stacks of Essence Shift could eventually build up pretty easily for the little fishy. Krinjik with a bit of a grab from the Nightmare, but Son of Shore not really looking to overextend his aggression. Eventually, he will get Foof Stomped into the face, and a little bit of Tamage could come out here as well. Stormy, all he needs to do is just execute. His good old enemies, Nexus Vampire coming around the bend, looking for that Sacred Arrow. Or is not willing to commit it just yet. While Stormy finally returns into the lane. Let's see that Nightmare Sacred Arrow combination. Here it comes, and it's massively a miss. It's a miss. Well, it looks like it's a little bit too early in the morning right now for the Aeon guys, and kind of to be expected, right? If you did push through the night and played the pubs and was finishing your Dark Carnival Chapter 3, as some of these boys do, it has to be said, you're not going to be in shape one way or the other. Sleep is important, but warming up is just as important, if not more important-ish. Zexany. Following SSA Spartan's rule, here comes the cookie, as finally we will get the camera pulled down for it, but it's too late, since all we see is the corpse of the axe. But in goes Mobe with the Laguna Blade into the mid lane. And of course, with Nexus Vampire's help, there's going to be a successful kill on the Ringmaster, turned into a mid lane pressure with the Siege Creep's help. Nexani pulling off creeps to continue that pressure. Not out of the tower range, so the Siege Creep should be fine. With Krinjik ensuring that the lane will move into the tower range. And that Xani is going to be forced out of here, unless Krinjik, good with the Nightmare, will get daggered by Kisco. As I say, Spartan looks to join in on the fun, but his sacrifice on the Bane will not be in vain, as it will secure a tier 1 tower. Nande rolling on over with the Slark and trying to purge off any of the burning coming out from the Lina. Eventually, it will be a few Mortimer's Kisses that will take care of Nexus Vampire and shun him out of this. No, it might not be that the Berserker or the Nightmare plus Sacred Arrow combination is what they're truly working on. And between Krinjik and Nexus Vampire, might be a timing issue, might be a miscommunication thing, or it might just be that the boys are tired as shit. Competition is definitely not for the faint of heart. If you don't believe me, dude, just try. I'm going in for... Still think that we have the weekly Face It events from time to time. But one way or the other, Clarity League is always there for your playing pleasure and amateur competition. Although Clarity League tourneys are mostly once a week. For those of you that are less intense, under 5k MMR, I would check out RD2L, which is Rookie Dota 2 League. Might not be rookie, by the way. But yeah, in general, there are ways for even the lesser fortunate MMR skilled players to actually make a competition from here and there. But even per week, especially if you do have the day job next to it, it does get a little bit intense. Especially when players take it truly, truly seriously, as it should be. But yeah, when it's the day-to-day, wake up, compete, warm up, compete, play the pubs, and then continue to compete, it does tend to grind down a person's mental state pretty quickly. I remember the infamous interview when Thompson was still relatively undiscovered. This is predating TI8, of course. And the 15 pubs that he used to play per day just sounded like an insane number of games, right? Puppy used to claim that he played 16 games a day, but that's also due to the fact that games used to be a little bit more double-edged. So either you did manage to get the stomp off in 20 minutes and then queue back up to the next game, which then took you another hour of queuing time or whatever. This is the old system of the Qage. As a massive block down coming out with a chaotic offering and the kisses, of course, XNE and Nande will be ensuring a little bit of a backline jump. And we did say the early 15 to 20 minutes in, they'll do as much damage as possible to the Lifestealer lineup. Mr. Controversial, though, even though it's a Radiance building hero, it doesn't need that mid lane tier 1 tower as much as, for example, a Spectre or a TB lineup would. Losing out on the jungle can be a bit more sneaky with the Infest and basically move over to more subtle territories rather than just constantly pushing with your illusions and then having to join team fights. Well, Son of Shore is still not on a flash farming hero, though. I will be curious how active he will intend to be with the Lifestealer. Yeah. Until we don't see the Blink Dagger on Palantimos/Shayo / Dota 2 enjoyers, I don't think there's going to be a bit of, or is there going to be too much activity on the Aeon side of things. Meanwhile, though, more aggression coming out from the Nande lineup. Spartan and Kisco showing teeth against the Axe. All he wants is to just spin around like a ballerina.
No such thing as too much damage.
Trying to figure out what Mobe's Lina is going to be building after the Boots of Travel. As you can see it on the screen, that's all he has in his item queue. It's a tough one to decipher, right? You do kind of want your Force Staff to basically kind of keep your distance from the Slark. Although with Force Staff not snapping the Pounce Leash anymore, it's kind of a tough cookie position. With Nande going for Radiant's first item on the Slark, with the Fusel Blade just falling out of favor for most, and him not starting off with the Echo Saber or the Maid Slayer. It is a weird build, but if it works out for him, even the better. Cringer dodging out a little bit of damage with the Nightmare, but as the Stampede comes on forward, let's see if they can get a potential kill. Even Excess Vampire manages to leap away in to safety and still has another charge, just in case they go aggro on him.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
This is kind of a caution we talked about coming out from the Team Ion side. They could just, let some of the pressure through into their tier 2 towers if needed on the mid lane and the bottom lane. But, and that's a big but, and I cannot lie, with Son of Shore having a rough time finishing off this Radiance, it's going to be a while until they become online. Meanwhile, on your screen, you can see Nande with his now 3 permanent Essence Shift stacks, despite 9 kills on the board, and him participating in 6 of them. He's only gotten permanent shifts from only 3. 3K net worth lead at 14 minutes, though, is not the be-all, end-all of the world. That can definitely be broken. It's just all about protecting Son of Shore. As XNE, gotta get the Nightmare Arrow straight into the face. Out comes the Moonlight Shadow. Kisco will be Fiend's Grip, as the Chaotic Offering will come out as an answer. But XNE is gone. And as Grandma gets eaten, let's see if Son of Shore will want to go for the Infest turnaround. Mobe coming in from the top. Light Striker here for the play. But with the Stampede, they will stomp the Mirana out of play. The Netflix show was so bad that they punished him for existence, as Palantimos will get infested by Son of Shore. At the very same time, the Infest Bomb as the counter turn could be an interesting one, as the Fatal Bombs will be followed up by Spartan. He was patient with the spell, and as it did not go out on the rest of the team, as soon as it will be dropped, they will be backing off immediately from the Ion side of things. 1 kill each at the end of this fight, and while the value was there, you could see basically a 300 goldish turnaround. Actually, even less, 230. It will still shake them up in their foundation of aggression the Dandelions are building their draft onto. First 15 minutes, though, 3 tier 1 towers are gone. Well, in terms of objectives, at least, 2 ahead is the Dandelions stack. It still means that there's about 1,000 free gold left over on the map if they will finally attend to the tier 1 towers on the top and the bottom of the Radiant side of this game number 1.
Triple fire.
And this beautiful Friday morning so far, stormy. It's kind of dumb that Helm the Dominator creep cannot be Midas and cannot be Sacred Arrowed. Well, Cringic not even truly need to address this Bane being chased over. Maybe with the Moon. I don't know if that's going to be enough. It will be. This Cringic gets down to double digits, but will survive. Thanks to the Moonlight Shadow. That's basically all I can sing about that song. Haste Rune secured by Grandma. And it does kind of bring into question, if you pick up the Haste Rune with the Snapfire, does Snapfire take the Haste Rune, or does Mortimer be the one that eats it? Same thing, same question for Chaos Knight, Keeper of the Light, and of course the Disruptor. But as the Fiend's Grip will be connecting onto the Centaur, followed up by the Arrow for the damage, Nexus Vampire will manage to secure the kill for good old Palantimos. Back to the mid pressure though with the Siege Creep from minute 15. Son of Shore will eventually chase off the adversaries on the mid lane. Let's say some of this pressure can be let through to your tier 2s, but not all of it. Still a 3K net worth differential is down bottom. Let's see Spartan with Kisco looking to either commit the Chaotic Offering or not. Decide against it at the end of the day. But as we said, as long as Son of Shore is not disturbed and he can finally get to finish off his build, which he currently is aiming for an armlet in general. Armlet of Mordigian? It's been a while since I actually said the full name of the item. Him not gunning for the Manta at all will bring into question everything I know about Dota. Although beyond the good old impalement arts, I think the big thing that I would want to dispel most of the time is Fatal Bonds. I'm not wanting to address that. It was a little bit strange to me, but, you know, to each their own. This Mobe, running for the Aghanim Scepter, and about to be picking it up with the Flame Cloak. The better question, yeah, right? The Fiery Soul stacks basically are undispellable. How good is it? There's a bit of an Infest save, this time onto Cringic, as he's just the mass survivor of this whole game. The Chaotic Offering comes out, but it's not long range enough to save off Nande, or is it? The Escape Act. Put the Slark in a box, and of course the Shadow Dance regen will move. Or actually, does the Shadow Dance regen work inside the box? Apparently so. The HP is going to be enough to save out. This Palantimos will get basically crushed under the rock thrown down by Spartan. The Chaotic Offering Golem will be sacrificed. Can Dandelions stay on this mid lane and actually finish off this tier 2 tower? Or will we have to wait for another few minutes for them to actually get to their objective?
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Network differential increasing in favor of the Dandelions, nice and slow. But those first early 20 minutes we talked about are over. Now it is a question of, can the Team Ion lineup, did they build the right items? Can they execute a comeback in any shape or form? As Exis Vampire in trouble, will be saved by Palantimos, but once again the Escape Act is truly an escape and is less of an act. Scatterblast and Cookie was more of a deterrent than an actually catch, as the blink on blink action just does not stop. Palantimos had the whole day to actually blink out. Interestingly enough, that storm was a little bit slow. More than twice the kills, but only quote unquote only a 4K net worth lead to show for it. This is still definitely pressure, don't get me wrong on this. But even Gaben is only giving us 68%, 1% away from a nice percentage in terms of the evaluation of the pressure against the Ion side of things.
Some people call you friends, I call you co-stars.
Dire are scanning.
I did reach out to my MMORPG aficionados, as if anyone still remembers that Ion Online. Well, let's see if Mo3 is truly living by the angel. Palantimos could be sacrificed here due to the Nightmare save.
Tower is under
Should be enough to keep the axe alive. Second death on Nande, by the way. Yeah, the first one was during the laning stage.
Tower is under attack.
But yeah, originally Ion does mean an age or a weird period, but originally coming from the life and vital force word in Greek. But yeah, good old Ion Online of angels and devils fighting off each other, while Palantimos is basically just trying to outfarm his BKB so that he will have a bit more of longevity in these next engagements. But yeah, delay, and of course with that one Nande kill, and of course a little bit of catch-up time for Son of Shore, we are well on our way to a better game. As Son of Shore actually going for the Sange and Yasha, basically then disassemblable into its components so that it can be built into a Mantis style / Abyssal Blade in the long term. As Palantimos jumps in, the call is not going to be long enough, but the Wheel of Wonder will be the conversion enough for the axe. Maybe he will be turned into an automaton post-mortem, as Krenjic will be bounced on as well, along with Stampede. They're on the chase as the raging Son of Shore will need to keep a distance away from Nande as much as possible.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Once again reiterating, a bit of showing teeth on the map, as the tier 1 towers are slowly but surely being taken over by the enemy. Obey. Now moving over to a bit of a mobility item with the Blink Dagger. I need a bit more damage from this Lina, as the mid tier 2 tower will finally be claimed at minute 24. I'm pretty sure this could have been done a little bit earlier if Dandelions stack up properly, but of course, keeping your distance, ensuring that all cores get the XP they need, it's not something to be ignored in games in general. But XNE now with the Boots of Travel could be a bit more mobile to possibly catch out the Mo3.
Is under attack.
The mobile Mo3? Get the mobile item to catch the Mo3? Yeah, no, I'm not here for my antics either. I'm sorry. Actually, I'm not sorry. I don't care at all. 25 minutes into play, 19 kills on the board. And it's hard to decide if the players are just tired or bored. pretty much textbook game so far, so good. And as it is their time to shine, a little bit of a ring around the rosy and wraparound play coming out from Team Ion. Let's see what they will get. Out goes the call onto two people, onto the grandma, onto the master, and the ring master is gone. Excess Vampire in trouble, will get nightmared for the possible save, and during the invulnerability phase, out comes the Moonlight Shadow. But as the supports will die for this, Kisco will buy back, and Krinjik and Excess Vampire will join the Land of the Dead. Chaotic offering was offered for this. Let's see if Dandelions can turn this into a Roshan.
Dire are scanning.
The back and forth continuing. Can this be turned into a split map for the Ion side of the team? Palantimos inching ever so closer to finally getting that Black King bar.
Radiant are scanning. Radiant
Not the
structures
fastest Roshan, with the Sacred Arrow actually showing off how much HP Roche still has. Nexus Vampire thus scattered out. In goes Palantimos. Go with the grab. And the Aegis is theirs. The axe. Oh, it can die though once. But can they have a bit more of a help? Can they even secure a bit more? Killing off Nande would be huge here. But Mobe. They found the mobile Mobe. And XNE with his Boots of Travel will be ensuring a bit more play, as Son of Shore with the Infest play will try and fight off the last 3 cores, but they just do not have the damage here. As Son of Shore is all alone, can he pull off an Arteezy from TI9 and kill off the rest of the team? But eventually he will decide for the HTP. Nightfall-ish move, still not done with the BKB, but it is adjacent to it. But still, Aegis counter claimed by the Ion side of things. A ballsy move. But they knew they had the information. There was just no counter cookie play. This would have been basically the standard answer to it all. But sure, they just took the fight with ease. The more surprising thing is that even though they actually won the fight, they didn't use Stampede yet by the Centaur, as Son of Shore. Speaking of the Centaur, it's going to do an easy grab. But the neutral creep with the War Stomp will be saving the Bane, or will it? As Son of Shore is on the chase. We'll finally catch up to Stormy. We'll get that kill as well off our screens as Nande goes in for the counter jump. The Battle Hunger is ticking off onto the Slark as Excess Vampire will leap on forward and get the play. Tame the Beast onto 4 people as out comes the Chaotic offering one more time. Post Roshan this time, as Kisco will die back for this, as Mobe and Excess Vampire are just fish in a barrel against the fishy. Son of Shore in trouble, does have the infest, but what will he infest, as there is nothing to grab. Accepting his fate, turning off the armlet.
I'll take that.
Son of Shore will die as now 10 kills ahead. Dandelions lineup are transitioning into a late game. Or they're about to pick up an Eye of Scotty on Nande. Not the conventional build by any means. No Butterfly, no Echo Saber, no Harpoon.
Dire structures are fortified.
But maybe today is just about Sanja Yasha's.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
The in-game clock will start to chime minute 30. And as 2 tier 2 towers are down, let's see which lane eventually Dandelions will land on. Keep in mind, kills and net worth leads are fine, but at the end of the day, it's going to be all about those objectives. And with Spartan gunning for a Glimmer Cape, we'll be mitigating some of the magic damage coming out from Mobe and, of course, the Radiance, etc., etc. We'll be curious to see if the Golem will be used to actually start taking out objectives. Nande? As he is on the hunt for Krinjik, the Nightmare. will be shaken off pretty easily by Nande as he will be jumped on. Now comes the Stampede for the runaway. With the Laguna Blade, but the Stark still surviving. Never mind. Mobe will find the catch and the kill as onto Stormy they will go. Cut down Kisco, cut down Stormy as it will be a triple kill for the Lina. What was it that I said about the early games? Oh yeah, Nande. Destined to overextend from time to time, and these overextensions will be punished capitally by the Ion side of things. As we are basically in the EEU, West EU / whatever scrim server together, pretty sure Son of Shore has played against Nande and wishes stack from time to time. The good old Georgian stack, as they call it. They had a pretty grand old time on the ENC.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And as XNE is working on his Black King bar. I'm just actually curious as to what placement the Georgian team actually got. I do believe they might have been directly invited. Is Nande once again another catch? Krinjic on the run will get Impalement Arts, so... Oh no, actually the dagger doesn't connect. Out comes the Essence Distiller, but here comes the boss! It's not a primal beast, but it is going to be Stormy. When we're at minute 32, we are still hovering.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
At this 32, or at this 3K net worth lead. It's not that convincing in any shape or form. Because Light Striker A and the call. It's going to be an easy kill as well. So yeah, Georgia did make it to the lower bracket semi-final at the end of the day. They do finish off third, but sadly enough, that is actually fourth. Sadly enough, that's not going to be enough to actually qualify to UNC. So they are in similar shoes as us. Maybe one of the reasons why you get to see Nande just outplay his soul here as Mobe. The Lina will get cut. And with the components going back and the nullifier being sold back, we shall see if eventually we'll get Mobe's Lina to actually have his BKB. The 2K net worth differential and the first tier 2 tower actually falling down on bottom. We just saw Exodus Vampire keep shoving this bottom lane to at least force out a TP home. But out comes the Chaotic Offering. Of course, the Golem being massively useful against objectives is undoubtedly the best hero utilizations. But you know, with the Mirana Starstormer damage coming out from the Sacred Arrow, doesn't seem like it's going to be enough. Infest play coming out from Son of Shore, but the mid racks are just gone. Back to the 5K net worth lead for the Dandelions, which is basically around, no, actually 8,000 gold was their biggest lead so far, which they achieved post-Pro Sean, by the way. But yeah, we've been hovering at this 70-ish% win probability. As I say, Spartan does even apologize for an accidental tip. Doesn't even acknowledge, don't need to talk about it at all. And honestly, you can definitely feel the focus on players in general. Sadly, we don't get to see, as I say, Spartan's camera. A really, really nice and loosey guy, especially in lobbies from time to time. But when he is locked in, he is scary as a player. Not gonna lie. Like his micro heroes to a T. It's been a long time since we saw his Chen. It's going to be a long time until Nande's going to be back in play. 84 seconds gone without the Slark, as Stormy will also get caught. It looks like Krinjik has found the perfect target for these Fiend's Grips, and it's not going to be the Slark. It's going to be the Centaur. Mobe moving forward with the Blink as SSA Spartan, the Adphenim captain, will get dunked on. Triple kill for Palantimos. As the former Alliance player, just proving why he wasn't that big sensation in the region back in the day. The lead once again getting closer to equilibrium as almost a catch from XNE. Palantimos, can they force it out? Sacred Arrow looking for the connection. The Starstormer will catch, but XNE
Radiant's top tower
will be fast on Mortimer's feet. Okay, still, Dota's logic never makes sense, right? You buy Boots of Travel, let's say, sure, you get, for one item slot, you get 2 boots. But you're on a mount with 4 legs. So shouldn't your movement speed bonus just be half of what you're supposed to get when you have 2 legs, right? And as Krinjik with no legs will be legless,
scanning.
while the Kisses do come to join in inside the Roche Pit. As good catch from Stormy. The Aegis will still get snatched up by Son of Shore. But talk about a close call. As 3 of them die. Excess Vampire,
Radiant's middle
Krinjik,
tower is
and
under
of course
attack.
Palantimos will be sacrificed for this. But the Aegis is claimed. So a bit of resurgence is possible, but once again, you go up 3,000 gold just for this play. Back and forth, they swing with this game. And a mid push is what truly makes sense here. Spartan having the chaotic offering, but I wouldn't truly want to use it on a mid lane tier 4 with basically 2 more tier 3 standing and still a half finished lane on the bottom side. Son of Shore casually walking in towards the Slark as Krinjik in trouble, will Nightmare himself save himself for the chaotic offering. A little bit of a misnomer, but at the very same time, it doesn't really matter, as Spartan is just going to lay down the poop soup. That's all he needs to do to keep the enemy away. Nande gunning for the tier 3 tower, but the fortification will come through as Mobe with a Laguna Blade will not be able to catch Spartan either. Mobe in trouble. Out comes the BKB. Excess Vampire returning to the land of the living as Nande. Can they burn down the Slark in time with the Shadow Dance? I don't think that's going to be possible. Leap and pounce, sleep and pounce. Let's see if Excess Vampire makes the catch. The arrow will be a miss. It's out with the Infest. Son of Shore looks to chase. Out comes the Stampede. Out with the Infest Bomb, but the Grandma is still running. BKB on Mortimer. As Mortimer standing on its hind legs to utilize that Boots of Travel to its maximum. Son of Shore with the turnaround. Stormy looking to fight back. Out comes the double call, double battle hunger as Nande swallowing low, but even with the dunk, it's not going to be enough. Another Shadow Dance coming through as Nande is cleaning up. We'll get Palantimos, but Stormy will fall in its place. Kisco looking with the Impalement Arts, looking for a possible jump, but eventually both teams decide to mutually disengage.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
5k net worth hold, Dandelions. It's shaking control, and every time Nande just puts out his neck,
Has been killed.
Dandelions, they are exposing themselves to just be cut. Big pickup in terms of couriers. Son of Shore did just lose out on the Demon Edge and Silver Edge recipe with a Shadow Blade in his backpack.
Dire's bottom
Truly wondering who is the main break target. It could be Stormy so that they can move over to the new targets faster, as with the Conjurer Catalyst, XNE. Dishing out the damage with ease. But Conjurer Catalyst on Mobe as well could be extremely effective as Kisco will go down. Laguna Bladed and caught. Spartan will also burn. Baka na. So desu ne. But just a game that doesn't seem to have an end in sight just yet. Yeah, I'm curious though. But Nande's Octarine core basically being the reason why we had so many shadow dances in such a small interval. The cooldown of the ability is basically 22.5 seconds. Now the question rather is, can they last that long? As with the infest into the range creeps, Son of Shore will buy himself some time. There's still an Aegis on this lifestealer, mind you. So overextending should not be an option. Banner was absolutely ignored by both of these teams. See, with the Stampede, Stormy will pick it up, immediately Lotus Orb himself, and yeet out of here as fast as possible. Smoke and possibly Moonlight Shadow combination on the rise. I wouldn't be surprised if that is the goal. That's the norm now as Nande. A little bit of the smoke break. Nexus Vampire keeping his distance. Moonlight Shadow committed. Let's see if Son of Shore and Cringer can make it over here in time as good old Spartan jumps into the middle of this play. But in comes Son of Shore with Palantimos. Let's see how effective the play is going to be. Spartan falling low as he will not be able to throw out the chaotic offering. Buyback immediately committed by the Warlock as they are looking to make a return. Nice, fast and loose. Krinjik pulled out from the Nightmare with the Mortimer's Kisses. That damage will be enough to wake anyone up. But with the threatening presence of Spartan rejoining his team, the question remains, why is Son of Shore and Mobe still on this mid lane? Stormy jumping on forward, forcing out the rage. If nothing else, they might just make this catch. Fiery Cloak committed by Mobe as he will just dodge over onto the other side of the cliff. Nice Striker Raid to keep the Stark in place. As the split push of death is starting to take effect from the side of the Ion team. Hexstun on Mobe has, of course, now with the Silver Edge having respawned, Son of Shore will have all his utilities and all his tools and affairs in order. I wouldn't be surprised if next up, by the way, is going to be an Aghanim Scepter on the Lifestealer. But eventually, you know, the longer you can stand this Slark, the better chance you will have. Sure, Slark does have this scaling ability of Essence Shift and infinite stacks that you can just build up. Currently, Nande has 19. But the problem is that the team just cannot keep up. Despite XNE doing a wonderful job basically out farming Mobe, Stormy also being ahead of Palantimos, it is truly the supports I'm really worried about. With Warlock possibly getting Aghanim Scepter and Refresher Orb eventually, that's still going to take a while until Spartan. And of course, good old Kisko are going to be online. And Kisko not even gunning for the Aghanim Scepter, is only Spartan so far that is truly having the desire to actually get the item in time. In due time, that is. As Smoke not available on the Radiant side of things, but we can have a bit of a wraparound coming out for the Ion team. But yeah, of course, as I did mention, with the team not being able to to keep up with the Slark, you know, this tempo thing can also be sabotaged by a few good axe calls. Would have been a Moonlight Shadow and wrapping into the back line. So that while Nande was busy trying to take out the Lifestealer, the axe, and of course the Lina can do the work and repart your back line. It's not rocket science, people. It's just Dota. With Son of Shore having built the Nullifier, Having sold the Talisman of Evasion from the Radiance. It's kind of endgame goals now for Son of Shore, as he's eyeing out the Abyssal Blade now. And saying goodbye to the movement speed will definitely be painful once he goes for the Basher. And then, of course, the Abyssal Blade recipe.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
But Roshan still not having spawn. This bottom map control isn't going to be worth much. Tormentor number 3, I believe, is going to be taken over. Cannot confirm or deny that number. But it seems accurate, so I believe it's going to be accurate. As Mobe's eyeing up an E-Blade at this point. Yashikaya on the Lina. I'm a little bit curious as to why not the Octarine Core instead of the Yashikaya, but, you know, casting times are just better. Especially against heroes like the Slark. Out comes the Infest Bomb. Let's see what the Axe will find. Mobe being the bait target so far, but even with the call, a little bit of cookie play coming out from XNE as the nullified Slark will back off. Kisco moving on forward as Spartan will throw out the Chaotic Offering. They are looking for and vying for control, but they are not finding much. Moonlight Shadow to hide, as it's going to be enough. Kisco with a turnaround. The cookie jump is not going to be perfect onto the Bane, but Nande is perfect, and he will find the target, and he will get the kill onto the Bane. Bane, buy back immediately, as Palantimos will be next. Nande, having gotten 2, will be moving over to Son of Shore, but Son of Shore is out. Rage and TP, more than effective as Krenjic. You cannot die back here, my friend. That is not the way. You cannot allow this to happen. Light Striker for the possible turnaround, but Nande, this overextension is not going to happen. As finally, there's the Hex, there's the catch, but Stormy will just put the piggy into the cart at the very same time. Cookie jump on over as Stormy will still fall. Nande trying to fight off also many, as with the Golem, with the catch, Spartan is trying to hold them off as Nande will manage to escape.
Dire's middle tower is under
Death
attack.
of the Mirana. As even though she's the star of the anime, she is not invulnerable in any shape or form. 2 buybacks were committed for this, as it's effectively going to be a 3-4-3 at the end of the day. The fight recap is not doing this fight justice at all. Yeah, dodging it out there once again with the Workhorse. Out comes the Centaur. We'll get Laguna Blade onto XNE, but the Cloud of Farts will help a little. Nah, despite of that, the Depth Shroud will not be allowing you to be infallible. At least Stormy gets out of this, and there is buyback available on XNE. But the Roche control will fall into the hands of Ion for the second time this game. Still eyeing at Son of Shore and his build. When is he finally going to be committing to this Aghanim Scepter? I wish I could have alt control clicking abilities and I could check how much is needed on top of the buyback. Well, I do actually have that knowledge to just basically calculate it. He goes the other route, finally. Gunning for the Aghanim's blessings first. Infest them. Just infest them. That's the solution as Mobe. Oh, this catch is not good, but there is buyback on the Lina. And that is the only sense of comfort. Just push it down mid. Just push it down mid, right? That's what they always write in chat. Let's see if it will be an effective approach. Nande. Having picked up this Disperser and having this Dispel on top of everything at every 12 seconds now. And Dark Pact every 3.9 seconds. Overall, we'll just finally listen to the critics and just run up and keep on pushing forward. Swift Blink and Pounce will get Berserkers called. It just helps him get more Essence Shift stacks away from Palantimos. BKB committed. The Lina buyback will not be enforced that easily. They might just go for the end game. Nande once again jumping into the backline. Cringic in trouble. This could be a dieback on the Bane as Pounce over Pounce. Eventually, there will be a force out. Aegis still on Son of Shore as he is looking to overextend, or at least extend in any shape or form. Infestation, having been used against the creep, cannot be used against an enemy just yet as Nande. So blinking back in forward into the face of the Lifestealer. Now only 17 seconds remaining from the Lina buyback or return. It doesn't really seem like there's any point in buying back with this short of a time, but the tier 4, the second one, could be falling for this. Nullifier, Nande. Shaking off the adversaries, and it is up to Palantimos. Time to make the jump one way or the other. The Ancient is exposed. There is still fortification to be used as with the Stampede, the back and forth. Mobe finally returning to the land of the living. Nande will manage to escape this. At the very same time with Stormy at half HP, the Centaur has suffered enough. And with Nande going back nice and slow and about to have another Shadow Dance in 6 seconds, they can just keep on pressuring Son of Shore and the boys. Infestation straight onto the Slark, but will Nande eventually die? Out with the Death Shroud. And of course, here comes the artillery fire. Exanide's doing the work, but it's still only the Aegis break on the Lifestealer. Nande could buy back here, but the outpost still not having been taken by the Radiant. I don't think he wants to just yet. Exeni and Stormy vying for their lives as the Lina returns. Having kept this buyback, it is time to show off their teeth. 80 seconds until Nande's back in play. He will buy back and look to return and finish the job. As into Mobe, he will go as fast as possible, but Stormy is dead as Exeni will look to pick up Mobe. Kisco at the same time. They'll take out good old Son of Shore. And only 2 of them remaining. Cringic with a one last ditch effort at a Fiend's Grip turnaround. Son of Shore all alone against the 4. I don't think it's going to be enough. Palantimos types out the GG as even with the hostile infest, it's going to be a falling Ancient one way or the other. As Dandelions push on through with a bit more aggression than is to be expected. I mean, pushing the high ground if you have Warlock and from Stampede, and of course the XNE Snapfire. Eventually, right, this scaling could just be kept. Dandelions basically controlled the majority of the game in terms of the net worth lead, even though it was a bit shallow, and of course 15,000 net worth lead at the end of a game is not super high. It's just going to have to be admitted. Nande's risky play this time around is going to be paying off, and of course XNE keeping his distance, keeping his back, and Stormy deciding which one of them to save is basically the strategy they followed. But yeah, this time around the hostile Lifestealer will not work out. Maybe that Abyssal Blade was kind of what they truly needed on the Ion side of things, as this blessing, no matter how good it sounded, right, you know, as casters we're always looking for the excitement, this time around is just not going to be enough to actually kill off the Slark. But let's see if in game number 2, are Ions still tired from yesterday's games, or will the coffee finally kick in? Find out after the break. Ladies and gentlemen, we're back with game number 2. And it looks like we are at pick number 4. A little bit joining a little bit late in the draft. Okay, what weird tongue tie. But yeah, Dandelions versus Team Ion here at EPL Masters 1. So far, the first match of the day, a brand new day, but Team Ion have been playing a little bit late into the night yesterday. Let's see if now that they've kind of warmed up, right, with their first game, are they going to be in better form, or will Nande's Shanane will once again throw them for a little bit of a loop? But Son of Shore, I think he did pretty well for playing more into these melee heroes rather than the ranged ones now that he is back into metagaming. Let's see if truly this is going to be a throw off or going to be more of an enable for the Team Ion carry. When it comes to Nande, though, having drafted against the dude and having, followed him for years, rather the question remains if the youngin Son of Shore or Nande in and of itself, with his vast amount of experience, be the more experienced or be the better one of the two. With no SF and and of course, yeah, Dandelions actually ban out the Nature's Prophet. I do believe they're not big believers of the hero, but they just don't want to get NP'd in any shape or form, so they just ban it out. Clinks for the counterplay. Although, if I know Nande correctly, he actually has two choices here. He's either going to be ballsy and play the Morphling, which we did see yesterday in Bune's hands, and it looked pretty good for Nemiga. I'm not going to lie. I think it was very, very direct and clean performance. Next on his signature puck. I think Nande is ballsy enough to actually play the puck here, the Morphling here, if he's adamant about it. Rather, the question is, what is the position 5 you would rather have against it? Because you can't basically address everything at the end of the day. The other options are, of course, since we are talking about against the Centaur, would be, in my opinion, the Templar Assassin. Even though there's an Ember Spirit on the board, players like Nande are not going to be scared of a single Ember and won't really care about the Bushwhack either. Right? Because even though there's no save on your team, which the Ringmaster would have been a perfect choice for the Dandelion lineup if you are letting Nande go on the aggressive route, it will be Nande going for the Muerta instead, which I don't agree with personally. Tame the Beast is there. Sharpshooter is an absolute blast to have against the Muerta. And a lot of pressure on Stormy this time, right? Because these initiation jumps were basically reliant on Yayo / Palantimo / Dota 2 enjoyer to actually make the jumps and then have secured the kills. This time it's going to be Stormy who was in that situation. The two position 3s basically do a role swap. And this time around, Team Ion having the Centaur War Runner should have the better positioning opportunities. Now, still, of course, it's clockwork time, and as I say, Spartan, we're more than happy to make these catches. And has had a pretty good performance with the clockwork every time I saw him play it. Even though, as a stand in for Dandelions, he didn't really have that great of a game against Zero Tenacity, 0-14 and 13 on the clock. When it came to the Esports Nations Cup and his performance in general, Spartan didn't really flinch in any shape or form. Yeah, there, of course, against Latvia, we did see his Tusk again. But yeah, apparently the Clockwork is still at a 0% win rate. Okay, I might have been thinking about a pub where I saw, let's say, Clockwork shine. But you can correct me if I'm wrong in the comments. Apparently, it looks like in professional matches, Spartan has not won with the Clockwork in the past year just yet. Oh, yeah, ring around the rosy. This is what we used to call the Yandex move. Of pre-smoking, but before the twin gate. And trying to get into the enemy jungle in time. But the smoke in general just doesn't last long enough. You get into position with 9 seconds remaining. And even though you put down your deep ward, you just give away your vision and your preparation, XNE. Trying to bait through. As in they come from behind Spartan and Kisco. Could they get a grab? It will be them getting grabbed instead by the bushwhack. As Son of Shore in trouble. Well, let's see Dandelions with the execution. XNE gets first blood on Son of Shore. To be fair, Dandelions did get first blood in the previous game as well. It was on Dota 2 Enjoyer there when he played the axe. So, color us unsurprised. Although, with the Puck and the Ember Spirit being a bit of an outstyle, Son of Shore? 2 deaths in a row? They'll just let him burn in the Battle Hunger and immediate execution. This is not a great start for the Ion stack. As even though, sure, Nande does die on the bottom lane with Spartan joining him in just about a second, the 2 deaths in a row on Son of Shore's Drow Ranger is definitely the painful part over here with Krinjik joining the afterlife in just about a second. But actually wasting time and surviving on the bottom lane will be massive value.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
But yeah, definitely one of the more horrible starts for Son of Shore, one way or the other. Although in terms of the last count, he is still keeping up with the Muerta. He's a little bit shaken up. Magic Wand, of course, should help out with the Spell Burst constantly coming in with the Battle Hunger. And of course, the ever so loved Shackles and Aethershock coming out from the Shaman. Could be a help in the long run.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
As Spartan getting a little bit low, but looking to survive. Spartan's just having a grand old time being bait so far on the bottom lane. As long as Nande's getting them last hits, they're going to be more than fine with it. Screep skipping has absolutely started for Stormy and the team. Oh, one of the creeps will still be broken free. There are no chains on him. There are no strings on him. Zexany and Mobays back and forth. We'll continue on the mid lane. Early laning stage, sub-level 6, I would say. And it's more favoring the Ember Spirit. But after that, of course, with the Dream Coil and the Waning Rift, you should have a decent time against the Ember. Rather, the question is the dynamic changed now that, okay, yeah, you switch the Centaur and the Axe, but you steal the Ringmaster from the enemy. Are those saves going to be enough to keep the Drow Rangers safe in the long run? Because we are kind of falling down a similar path as to where the previous game went. With early lead falling into Dandelion hands, and then, obviously, them just keeping their heads right above the water until they are finally satisfied with their end game builds. And we've jumped on over XNE. Easy water room contest on the top side of the river as XNE is moving over with the Pug, but is not going to make the jump over, having seen Excess Vampire. Join up on water rune number 2. Is down bottom. Easy kill onto Yayo. And we see that the Hoodwink was down here There was actually not a big brain or not much to think about. Baka. Also known as SSS Sniper, SSS Spartan. Not going to be caught up by the hoodwink, as back onto the mid lane we focus a little bit with the camera. But yeah, let's just be honest. It should be even Steven between the Ember and the Puck for the longest time. If you're a little bit more skilled on the Ember, sure, you can make a catch once or twice, but chillin' is what's the name of the game. There's a little bit of an out focus. Palantimos. Still going to be surviving, but not so much on the axe. As would have tamed the beast. They do give the kill over to Mobe. Shackles out onto Exus Vampire, and with a little bit of a dead shot, the rodent should go down. Empty bushwhack coming out from Exus Vampire. Will definitely be punished by the enemy. One misspell is all it takes as Mobe try and hold on to the top side. Out comes that Dream Coil. We did talk about this. This is when the Ember Spirit starts to suffer. As especially with Spartan waiting for him with open arms and cogs in hand. Kisco not having enough mana for any of his spells, but it doesn't really matter. While Xani is hiding, it looks like Kisco will do the killing. Illusion Rune down on the bottom side of the river, and finally it will be picked up. And slowly but surely we will move over to the net worths. Son of Shore has recovered pretty well and is on top of the net worth chart, but being frank with you guys, it's looking a little bit chaotic on the dire side of things. And Dandelion bouncing out pretty nicely. Looks like Xani dodging and hitting, bobbing and weaving. And a little bit of damage with the user reward. Mobe will back off as soon as he sees Spartan again. I'm not gonna lie, I would be scared of that guy too. Clockwork ain't no joke in any shape or form. But still, the backline having the potential save on the Ion side, it feels like the more balanced out draft to me, but at the same time, as soon as that Centaur gets level 6, things could turn around, but it's not going to be level 6 on the Centaur yet. Palantimos trying to hoof stomp back onto the cores, but he's not going to be so lucky. Spartan just walks over with the battery assault. It's going to be a death sentence. Meanwhile, up top, Stormy chase onto Son of Shore. He will have the dunkage. Yes, he even guns for it, but is not going to get the kill onto Stormy, who all he did was basically TP over to the tier 1 tower, so he is definitely going to be low for the foreseeable future. Stormy not wanting to give away the position or actually any kind of vision on the Drown Ranger. Maybe he was just basically pinging the HP of the hero in one way or the other, as we do have a little bit of shackle play onto the mid lane. Looks like waves are being delivered to the Puck at this point, which is basically speed things along.
Never refuse gold, give it.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Son of Shore has to make it all the way back home. It does give Nande the opportunity to start
Dire's bottom tower is
coming out and blasting as Xani. Good catch with the Searing Chains, waiting for the return as Kisco comes in. There's the Dream Coil. Good with the hold, and I think the Ember Spirit's dead. Tempo, tempo, tempo. That's all what it's about as a Spartan. Going for the catch. Good with the death shot. Vampire.
Under attack.
Need to keep his distance.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Yeah, it looks like Ion. Either they're just tired or things are just not really working out on the laning stage that they wanted. A 2k net worth lead at 10 minutes in is definitely not how this game should be looking according to this draft. But with Nexus Vampire getting caught out once more, and this mid lane tier 1 pressure causing a lot of problems. Out with the phase shift, the puck will eventually burn, but with the pierce to veil, is Nande in trouble or can he just keep up? Now comes another multi-shot, another death shot, but Nande will eventually go down. No denying it. As Mobe will pick up another kill. Spartan picking up the regen rune as 3 of them die. A glimmer of hope for the Ion side, but still losing out your tier 1 tower this early, especially with the Drow lineup, is not going to put smiles on your faces. Nexus Vampire, you can see it on the camera, he's furiously tapping that keyboard. He is not calm by any measures.
Radiant's middle
Spartan, on the other hand, I can absolutely picture Spartan just basically being in his full chill mode. Sadly, his camera is bugging out on our end. With Nande eyeing up the next targets. Let's see if Mobe and Krinjik can have better results here.
is under attack. Radiant are scanning. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
If Palanta was having such a bad time, I am just a little bit concerned
Are scanning.
as to when we are going to actually have the Blink Dagger on the Centaur Warrunner.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen.
Behold! Stay near.
With a good Dream Coil. Good catch onto Son of Shore despite the TP. The silence will help. Son of Shore will survive with double digits once again.
A prize.
A bit too close to comfort as Spartan will get caught out down on the bottom lane. In with the Stampede, they'll catch Nande too. And with them saving Son of Shore and going in for a potential second core kill, this is exactly what Ion needed. Still dunk kill on the Centaur. Conqueror, but not the Warrunner just yet. But maybe the Warrunner will die as well. Although Exani shackled. As out comes the shackles from the other side. The searing chains followed up by shackles is just adding to the confusion as Nexus Vampire looking to run away from good old SSA Spartan. Dead shot will be a miss. It's a bit of miscommunication, a bit of misread, but with a sharpshooter, Nexus Vampire is still on the run. Counter earn of his own, but the blood grenade will do its job as the dead shot finally connects and they will get the Rodent. Problem solved on the Radiant side. The pot definitely sweetened by Team IO, but we've been here before. In the previous game, they couldn't really establish a beachhead or a lead, despite splitting a map early and them actually making good moves. At the same time, this hook shot, once again, it's just another setup against Son of Shore. And of course, with Stormy coming over, it's just going to be a support execution with a Battle Hunger cherry on top.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
14 minutes already gone, 22 minutes into the play. Or sorry, 22 kills into the play with 14 minutes already gone. Let's see if now they can be caught again.
No more games.
Although his taunt of no more games kind of shows that he knows. He knows that you know, that they know, that we know, that they all know.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Basically, I am waiting for Nande to just type in easy dodge.
Dire are scanning. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
It's 50 minutes in, wrap round. Going on to Stormy, not the most ideal target, but with the help of Mobe, the two supports should be able to get this with ease. Sure, Blade Mail does hurt the supports, but you can always just walk back and heal yourself back up in the fountain and then walk out. That action is definitely for free. Spartan. In a little bit of a pickle, but with Mobe with a hook shot.
Not what you expected?
It's not looking for the join up. Sadly, the slide of fisting will not be truly fisting. With the second tier 1 tower gone on the Radiant side, glimmers of hope for Team Ion. And Gaben actually agrees with the 50-50.
Radiant's middle tower is under
The
attack.
Dota Plus's initial assessment being 51 to 49% in favor, 1% in favor of the Ion side of things. I do tend to kind of agree. Drought does become crazy, as Drugs D try has basically tried to emphasize it over and over again yesterday. Even though Drow comes online just slightly earlier, right? If everything goes correctly for her. The Axe is still the traditional counter to the hero. And basically Blade Mail is possibly the most effective tool against her. As long as you can capture that Drow with the hook shot, plus a Berserker's Call Blink, you should be more than fine. Smoke up play coming out from Spartan as Stormy is looking to join up on the bottom as well. Let's see if the Centaur and the Ember Spirit will get caught out on the bottom lane. It will be the Ringmaster first, even with Pierce the Veil and the approaching Centaur War Runner. It looks like an easy dodge for Nande for now, but Mobe trying to make the approach will get Dream Coiled and will get controlled, manhandled, even by Stormy. Easy catch on Exorcist Vampire. Let's make a double dunk, says Stormy.
Dire's bottom tower.
And honestly, I would say good day too. 2K net worth lead. We've been around this tree before. I'm having deja vu indeed. Those Dandelions. Might be a fragile lead. Might not look like much. But even 2,000 gold can take you a long way. Zexony, Blink and Witchblade already done. No end in sight yet. Gust will be a miss. Ring. Wheel of Wonder, not really a hit. But a Spartan blocks in the Puck's escape path. Kind of a misplay between the two of them. Will grant 2 kills for the Ion side.
Radiant are scanning.
The downside of the cogs, right? You're kind of stuck in the movement. And that weird situation of just being rooted. Ain't no way in, ain't no way out. Still, with Mobe just being slightly behind the puck, neither is Exony or Mobe's Ember Spirit doing that really good. that well. Not really good. What the hell? That well in the first 20 minutes of the game. But one thing I'm also curious about whenever it comes to lone druid players or how the dominator heroes, how much gold did you go away with the converted creeps? That is something that should be a stat in one form or the other. With Palantimo's going for a pipe in the year of Lord Gaben 2026, it does seem like the more awkward approach rather than anything else. But the Blink Dagger eventually, just about 5 minutes late, will be coming out shortly for the Centaur Warrunner.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Some people call you friends.
Son of Shore, only 200 gold difference between them and the Mamacita Muerta. Quite torn as to deciding if Son of Shore is going to hit his timings or not. Nexus Vampire standing by. Out with the calls, a little bit of blockage. They will find a rodent, and they will take out the Jerry with the sharpshooter up with the join up as Palantimos would jump in with the hoof stomp to take out the puck. At the same time, Stampede looking for the runaway. The Shackles will hold on in time as Spartan finds the angle, gets the Centaur, and they will force Palantimos to not enjoy Dota for the next 50 seconds.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Good call onto the mid lane. Mobe in trouble, but he is not going to get away. Get dunked on the Ember Spirit. As Kisco with the find. He's just setting things up for Stormy to knock them down. And to me, this just feels like well-rested plays. Ion, these players, they might not have been playing together for long, but honestly, though, this just feels like lackluster executions. Like they don't even know the players or anything. $2K net worth differential between the two teams. Once again, can't reiterate it enough. It's not much, but it could just be enough. So nice and slowly, we'll tick off the enemy. Mobe. Kind of blocked in by the cogs, or blocked out by the cogs. Spartan will get connected on, but Stormy not looking to stick around and find out. 4-man smoke up and a chase and a dream.
Dire are scanning.
But since there's no one in the triangle, all they can truly do is get behind the tier 1 tower and try and find the axe. With Son of Shore showing up as well to pause 1-2 on the top side. I don't think they're going to be finding that much here, other than a Shadow Shaman. "24 minutes into play. Even though Ion are finding the pickoffs here and there,
Radiant are scanning. Dire's bottom tower.
I still don't like the progression speed of Son of Shore. Sure, he is first on net worth lead at this point, but I'd rather see him at like 14K at 24 minutes in,
Radiant's top
and it
tower
doesn't
is
seem
under
to be
attack.
feasible enough. As smoke up play coming out from Dandelions, their execution is just cleaner. Look at this call. The two Titans meet as the Centaur Warrunner and the Axe are going to collide. But there is the hook shot. There's the control. Krinjik is gone. Mobe moving back in onto the back line as fast as possible. No more Pierce the Veil for Nande. And as no Mobe is just sleight of fisting around, they will get Stormy. They will get Baka. But even without basically their supports. I don't think Ion got enough out of this. Sure, you'll pick up the Mass Serpent wards from the Shaman, but at the end of the day, it's not too much. I need Ion to actually be in like a 3 to 4k net worth lead to basically get the lead out. Here at 25 minutes in, but until Son of Shore doesn't get his active item, which in this case is going to be a Silver Edge. Yeah, honestly though, yeah, BKB can be pierced by both the hook shot and of course the call. So there isn't really much point in gunning for it in any shape or form. So it's going to be the Silver Edge that will turn off the Hex, at least, and then granting you a bit more of the mobility and damage that you also crave on the Drow Ranger.
Dire are scanning.
It's 25 minutes in. Tormentor has been ignored for the past 6 minutes. Let's see if finally Dandelions will be managing to pick it up. Well, of course, Lion having the positional advantage of actually taking over Roshan. Spartan did check the pit just in case anyone was bothering the Aegis holder. Gringic finding a haste rune. Mobay is gunning for his Aghanim Scepter to actually make deeper jumps with the Ember Spirit.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Mass Serpent Ward committed onto the first tier 2 tower on the top side.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
That's a good catch onto Spartan. Self-fuels. Just to buy a bit more time, but eventually it will be a tier 2 pressure exchange between the two teams. Spellantimos' little mud golem will finally be stopped. Kisko. All he can do is just try and reestablish pressure up top, but therein lies the power of the Centaur plus Drow Ranger together. Towers just fall quickly at the feet of the Drow. So it's going to be a casual 2.5 minutes of chill farming Roshan. There isn't really an opportunity for the Dandelions to make it over here. Roach number 1 officially going over to Ion, which will be on a 1k, whatchamacallit, compensation for the team. As even an amplified damage room will be found for the Ember Spirit. But honestly though, networks are just too damn tight. Like, they're way too close to each other, and the big advantage, right, as you can check on the bottom of the network chart, is Kisko being a little bit ahead of his support mates. Well, that in and of itself is not how you win games. If your support is the one that's farmed, and it's not the carries that are ahead of each other one way or the other, the fights just become absolutely wonky.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Here I am.
Dire's
Now comes the Aghanim Scepter. We can finally see the remnants down on the bottom side of the map, while XNE
Radiant's bottom
done with the Octarine core, gunning for a BKB of his own. We shall see if he'll ever get it. Beautiful death shot into Berserker's Call execution. It will be enough to take out the Aegis as Mobay goes for the long reach. Eventually, as the Dream Coil outlasts Mobay, going deeper and deeper to take out Nande in 69 seconds without the Mamacita Muerta. At the very same time, another good grab, but Stormy with the call of his life. Catching out 4. He does the set play, and he's just going to manage to get 2 kills. I know, Deepex, I don't even have that vocal range, but one thing's for certain, Stormy's jump is the jump that will put the be-all, end-all shenanigans to sleep. And even though, out of outer objectives, there's a little bit of a lead on the Ion side, I need this lead to be bigger, to be confident in the Drow. Gaben, on the other hand, of course, he is absolutely confident. And at tier 3s were touched, he is going for 73% confidence in the dire range, despite the net worth lead not even piercing 1K. Will the 2-1 curse return for this beautiful Friday afternoon? Is rather a question. Okay, it's not afternoon yet, but we are getting there. As, to be honest, yesterday was kind of cursed, and shout out to our production crew for having stayed up for 20 hours straight. They definitely deserve the overtime. On the other hand, Kisco going down here. Marathons are just not a good way to go, as chicken fingers. You go good old flocking foul play. It's just not going to be enough for Kisco to survive. That's good control, Krenchik. Out comes the whippage, and of course, with the silence coming in, demonstrating one of the reasons why XNE wants a BKB.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
3K net worth lead. Eventually that Drow does come online as predicted.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And with XNE having the Octarine core versus the BKB. Reminds me of one of the streams T-Gov did, where he basically pointed out, you are not Nisha.
Middle tower has fallen.
Get your BKB so that we can actually survive this game, is one of the things he said to a puck player.
Are under attack.
Although, of course, XNE cannot be put into the caliber of those players. On the other hand, right, with Great Britain actually qualifying to the game, to the Esports Nations Cup, unlike, you know, some other nations. I think the question is warranted. Get your BKBs against teams where, you know, BKBs are effective. Well, basically protect yourself at all costs. Well, Son of Shore, you know, it's not an ideal BKB game for him with 2 pierces going through. He's still going to go for it because it is effective against the Muerta damage one way or the other.
Radiant are scanning.
5-man smoke up coming out from the Dandelions, but they are going for the top side of the map rather than the bottom. Where good old Team Ion could be found. Their smokes are not going to break on the Dire Observer ward, I believe. Or maybe Kisco's will. Yep. They do absolutely see them. But I don't believe Ion want to engage in any shape or form. $5K net worth lead now, the biggest one in the game so far. Going over to Team Ion, looks like Gaben's prediction is working out for him so far. With both teams basically trying to exploit a bit of pressure onto the safe lane tier 3. I must say, Ion could do a bit more damage than the enemy.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
35 minutes in, kind of approaching the peak as to when the Drow could actually play. Put the Drow into the car. Out comes the Gust, and Mobe looking for the distractions. The multi-shot is looking to connect onto as many heroes as possible. Kisco dies, but let's see if they can finish off Spartan as well. No backline, but buybacks available.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
The buyback status under the heroes can be seen for your viewing pleasure on our innovative HUD, improvised HUD, remade HUD, some kind of HUD. But XNE will not be enjoying any kind of HUDs or life if this keeps going on like this. Multi-shot coming through, but with the phase shift and a little bit of BKB action, the puck will survive. Spartan looking for the angle, will find it on Mobe, as even with the whip, it's going to be a dieback on the Baka Naklo Quag, but Stormy once again, these jumps and calls are going to be more than enough for a shutdown. Kisco happy with picking up the gem from the enemy. That's true. A buyback was committed for this fight. Actually, a dieback was committed for this fight. It's still going to be 3 kills in an exchange and a bit of a turnaround. No matter, because of course, Nande dying in that previous fight, I just missed personally. On the outside of the bottom of the bottom of the bounty rune. Son of Shore. It's proving that marksmanship hurts.
A prize.
Satanic being the last item in the active slots for Son of Shore, switching to Mount Falcon Blade more than likely. I'm just curious to see if Dandelions can last long enough.
I don't like it. Turn it off.
Radiant are scanning.
The power of the Drow Ranger, how much will it shine through? Because the puck is gunning for the A on disc one way or the other, like Sunny. Vying for survivability instead of the aggression. For example, the Aghanim Scepter. Any kind of other scaling item, but he is holding on to a Gem of True Sight to try and establish a little bit of vision and try and defend the enemy territory as much as possible, or basically his territory from the enemy as much as possible. And Roshan's still spawning in 20 seconds. Ion are trying to hold on to the bottom area of the map as long as they can.
Attack.
But with Roshan having finally spawned, I don't think Ion want to take it. Expecting that Spartan is around here somewhere. And I don't think the Rocket Flare's edge was spotted through the vision. Still, Ion will decide to go for the long route. Out comes the Pierce the Veil from Nande? Hello? Okay, let's see if the jump will happen one way or the other. Palantimos going inside, but they will find the rest of the team. Along with the TPing axe away. BKB committed by Stormy just to get away from this. The Stormy having left behind Spartan. I just need to let go of that kill. The Aegis holder will not be found, but XNE will still get killed off. He does try to catch one last support on the bottom lane. It's just not going to happen that easily.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Aegis at hand, Nande.
Barracks are under attack.
Thought it was going to be a risky play, and actually Ion are going to join up just a little bit more earlier.
Radiant's bottom
But alas, that is not what's going to happen with Nande's inventory just being a massive freaking mess. Daedalus almost finished, but he already has a half Maelstrom in there.
is under attack.
It's like my sister's room when she was a teenager. Not wanting to throw her under the bus, but let's just be frank, my laundry room is less of a mess than what her room used to be.
Radiant's courier
9k net worth lead as with the hook shot. Spartan finds another. Out comes the cart as Palantimos is pushing on forward with the Stampede follow-up. They are going to find both Stormy and Nande, and of course, good old SSA Spartan. Pierce the veil for the escape. Nande is looking to try and survive this, but the Mamacita Muerta death is becoming the BITCH of good old Ion. Buyback coming in through Stormy as he is looking to make one of those perfect axe calls once again, but with the escape act, they are looking to keep Son of Shore alive. Out comes the Satanic as the axe will get gunned down. Can XNE be caught out? Kisco looking for the turn. As with the Dream Claw, they could just manhandle the Drow over here. The Shackles are working overtime. As with the Manta Illusion, Son of Shore will put himself up to the high ground, but the Illusory Orb, it's curving! It's curving! It's like a one-tip bullet!
Prize in my presence?
Radiant's
No escape from the puck as XNE is looking to curve it like Becca one more time. Waning Rift the shit out of him
Up if you can.
as Vevo could be next. Sure, you can hide, you can run, but your Glimmer Capes are not going to give you anything. Will XNE get the puck rampage? As he does have one more jump, he will go behind tier 4 towers just to get this. Obviously, rampage is more important than survival. But Exus Vampire with the buyback, we'll take it.
Radiant's middle tower is under
This Thermistor indeed. At the same time, Spartan overextending himself as well. Does have a hook shot safety plan into the Mud Golems, but it's not a life insurance for sure. Krinjik looking to whip Spartan to death, and with the Stampede, they could just ensure it. As the tier 4 on the bot side is already gone, the double catapults are working overtime
Radiant's
from
middle
minute
tower
40.
is under attack.
So basically a little bit of free farm to basically push on through. There's a 2-1 curse from yesterday. Rears its ugly head. Dandelions. Underestimating the Drow Ranger and the capabilities of the Centaur, despite them just having played the Ringmaster Centaur themselves. Both the Escape Act and the Workhorse, of course, are massive saves for your carry. Don't even get me started if that carry is actually a ranged carry, but not melee, like in the last game.
Top tower has fallen.
$12K net worth lead so far for Ion. The biggest one of the game yet is Gaben declaring from this vantage point with utmost certainty that this one is 97% in the bag. Although I personally would not be that confident. I'd rather be going for an 80-20 at this point.
The rune of illusion.
But Son of Shore seems untouchable, and he's looking to be more untouchable with a butterfly soon.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Exony's Courier, no Aghanim Scepter for the puck.
Radiant are scanning.
Exony's looking to hide, but keep shoving out the mid lane. They are forgetting that the top lane is being shoved in against them. Despite the smoke expedition. Let's see if they'll find any kind of pick off Mobe. Despite these senses are not tingling fast enough. Out comes the hook shot along with the Hex. They are looking to execute the Ember Spear as fast as possible. Mobe still having BKB or buyback.
Has been killed.
They can basically start shoving out the bottom lane as well to try and even up the base race. At the very same time, as out comes the multi-shot, PassionUA will get stuck inside the good old death wards. And with the Dream Call, Nexus Vampire, doesn't really have anything else. The gem will be repicked up. XNE will love to reclaim his property. Getting into this late game scenario, though, let's see if the puck and the Muerta can execute their move. As Spartan calling for all players to actually try and hold this creep wave line. If the waves are beyond the river, you are golden. If one of them penetrates, you are screwed. The last tier 4 tower is at less than 1000 HP. And as they finally reapproach the high ground, I am kind of wondering when's the last time they actually took that tier 3 tower on the Radiant side of things.
Dire structures are fortified. Dire's
It was exactly at 35 minutes in, so the past 11 minutes have been a bit of a hassle for the Dandelions and having to endure the peak timing of the Drow Ranger in and of itself. But such are agility ranged carries. What can you do? It's Son of Shore, basically planning on buying the butterfly above his buyback. He could already get the Eagle Song component, if he is so inclined. A 97% win probability game, according to Gaben, turns into an 80% one. Might just be that Dota Plus is listening in and adjusting its algorithm according to what I'm saying. Or I'm just good at my job. One or the other. Although I'm pretty sure my tinfoil-hatted friends, some of you are just calling for 322-644-966 and whatever iterations of the number combination you like. I think 1288 is also a thing for some of you, which is even weirder. But you know what? You do you. I'm not gonna lie.
are scanning.
As long as you're having fun with it,
Radiant are
just do it. Don't let your dreams be dreams, XNE, as he's shoving into the mid lane. The rest of his team trying to go in for a bit of pressure to the effigies and the tier 4s. It will be some time, though, until those become relevant. Kind of feels like to me that Ion want to delay the game until the rest of the team will actually get buybacks, but it will be a while until PassionUA gathers that 1,400 gold for the rest of his team. Well, the same thing has to be said about Cringic. And of course, Nexus Vampire needing 1,000 to actually have the buyback. Massive wave pushing in on the top lane, by the way, of a humongous amount of super creeps. What is that cut? Look at the mini-map. Oh my. What is going on the top lane? Look at this. Mass migration of creeps, by the way. That is hilarious. As finally, the creep wave will be spotted by Mobe and the boys. That sleight of fist could be the greatest sleight of fist ever in the history of Dota, as actually in the jungle is where we're going to be finding our first results. Spartan, nice call out, but in with the workhorse. The cart is working out for the Dota 2 enjoyer. As Krinchik will die. Buyback not available for the Ringmaster. The tier 4 on the top side will be threatened, but Mobe will be a hero, and Obey actually try and protect the tier 4 tower as best he can. Sleight of Fist takes an age, but he does have another one of those if needed. And Roshan, number 3, being open. Looks like kind of a now or never situation for the Dandelions. Smoke up play, Ion. Could be going for the approach, could be going for waves. So far, Spartan's plan is working. But as Roche roars and calls for the manager, Plantimos moves in, a little bit overzealous. Out comes the BKB. Trying to survive as Mobe looks for the back line, but will be thrown into the air with a Yules, eventually landing with the BKB, and is looking to execute as many members of the Radiant lineup as possible. Stormy with a buyback looks to return as Nande will be picking up the Aegis on all the goods that Roshan has dropped. A 97% win probability game is about to turn back to 50-50 here. As Team Ion don't manage to shove 2 open super creep waves into the Radiant base just because of a Spartan drawing. I mean, this is all he asked for. Just keep the waves across the river, and then we'll take the objectives nice and slow. Still, the bottom tier 2 tower has not been approached, and I think might just be ignored. They could just be satisfied with the damage output of the Muerta in terms of building damage, and of course, with another set of double siege creeps. Okay, never mind. Those will be frozen and destroyed. As once again, that pesky tier 4 is just not willing to survive against super creeps and siege.
Dire's curse has been killed. Radiant are scanning.
It's 53 minutes into the game. Let's see. It was the last tier 2. The last outer objective of the game will finally fall at 50 plus. Now they having the Aegis. Let's see if that refresher shard on Xne is going to do some more work. With the cheese in the Axis hand,
Dire's bottom tower.
the scrumptiousness cannot be denied. Son of Shore keeping them at bay. I am happy that instead of the butterfly, he did go for the Swift Link for even more positioning options. As Dandelion is with the Aegis advantage. Haven't been gone back to the high ground just yet. But keeping this bottom lane pressured is kind of the name of the game. Mid is also an option, but honestly, if you can choke the enemy inside their base with you basically having 2 super creep waves being opened up, then I don't think going to the high ground is that necessary as, oh my lord, that hurts for Nande. Okay, yeah, sure. It's just a flesh wound for the Muerta. Well, just wasn't a good idea. I am wondering why Tormentor hurt that much in terms of the damage output, but I'm kind of confused as to what kind of damage they pumped in to Tormentor. But if it was magic, which in this case it wasn't because it was pure and then re-released, I'm a little bit confused as to why this hurt that much. Sure, you are privy to a bit more damage while you are in Pierce the Veil, but still, that's kind of crazy.
Radiant are scanning.
Well, let's see it. Ion. Bloodstone now on Mobay, trying to ensure his survivability. With the Kaya not joined by any element just yet. No Aghanim Scepter on Son of Shore, but I don't think this is the game for it, personally. I'd rather be looking for something like Scotty's or anything like that. But even the good old Heaven's Halberd could be as effective against the Muerta, especially when she has the BKB in her backpack. Oddly enough, though, the item doesn't come to mind for anyone. It's rather the Hex on Krinjik, which, there, once again, could be proven to be effective. Well, the constant push and shove coming out from Dandelions. As long as they keep up the pressure on this bottom lane, I think they're going to be fine, is what I'm presuming the drawing from Spartan is going to be on the minimap. Well, it looks like Kisco is arguing that maybe a top push would be our ticket out of here. A non-existent net worth lead for either team now. We're back on even grounds. Despite all this, Gaben most likely to get double tier 3 towers, and of course, tier 4 is just absolutely being decimated on the mid lane. Is slightly in the belief that Team Ion still got this and could even up the series.
Dire are scanning.
But will these two teams make KW and Syntax wait a game number 3, or will Dandelions close out this series and guarantee themselves victory? As the Aegis gets reclaimed, the question is not going to get answered so hastily. But with Nande having picked up the double damage rune, let's see. Moving in towards the Centaur, a beautiful call coming out from Stormy. Can they keep moving forward? Exus Vampire in a little bit of a pickle as Son of Shore hesitant to engage in any shape or form. Spartan's calls just seem like 10 out of 10 ideas. As Krinjik tries to push on forward. Good with a call again, but it's Mobay with the mass amounts of damage coming out from the Ember Spirit. The Vessel combined with a little bit of sliding back and forth. Nande's gone. Exony bought back, but for what? Buy back for what is my question, as Spartan will also be gunned down. An effective team wipe and triple kill for Son of Shore. One good slight, one good stampede. And all these shoes and Ion will walk all over you. Spartan buyback. It is effectively a 3v5 as Nande joins the land of the living. Base race on the top lane is one option I'm eyeing out right now. But Nande just cannot afford to walk out of this alone. Even though it was an overextension, I think Stormy made good calls. It's just that the stampede and the turn is something that has proven effective in the previous game. Why isn't Dandelions respecting it? Out comes the Dream Call. Good execution onto Son of Shore. 100 seconds without the drow. Buyback and a return is available, but Stampede was committed to just running away. Run away, Stormy. Triple core buyback forced out from the Radiant. There is nothing, and I mean nothing, left in the tank for Dandelions. Sure, there's one more buyback on Kisco, but at this point, you could just farm out the 300 gold, feed himself into the enemy, and then buy it out so that at least the buyback timings will be in sync. Minute 60, tier 5 items on the availability. No one actually using Helm the Dawn, no one using Hand of Midas. Yeah, boring. What about these cringe techniques? Where are the cringe techniques? Is Mobay? Oh, this fine. Stormy can get it. The call. Oh, it's a mess up. Stormy, though, does have the A on this. They go for the turnaround. Next thing, joining in with the fun as Remnants out of there is Mobay, but Mobay is going to go bye-bye. At the very same time, Hookshot is still available. Spartan waiting out in patience, but Remnant, Mobay is gone. Looking to turn things around with Flame On. He thinks he's part of the Fantastic Four right now. Johnny Storm, I believe, was the character's name. Onion still hanging on by the skin of their teeth, which still doesn't really make sense. How do you hang on with the skin of your teeth into the game? Dandelions. They will once again reestablish the waves behind the river line. That is generally considered the safe option here. The Aeon Disc saving Stormy the once, but that does mean that you can only play this play every minute or so. Stampede out, and Krindrick and team will just do the runaway kind of move, as Roche will spawn in 10 seconds. They don't really have that much of a choice on the Ion side. Actually, don't really have a choice on the Dandelion side, right? All the buybacks that were committed just for this bit of domination, as Spartan will find the double damage rune, will be picked up by Nande. Tier 5s, we see the Stygian Deso on Nande. He wants to end this quick and dirty. Stormy with a bigger call from Days in Blood, right? And of course, 2 books of the dead. One with cooldown reduction, the other with a bit of movement speed from Spartan. So ratting is definitely on the table now, but with a hook shot, Baka is not going to be stupid just yet. Stormy with a call in, Nande pushing on forward as they bait them towards the Roche pit. Can they execute them now is the question. Back and forth goes Mobay as the damage is working overtime. The Conjurer Catalyst will work out for a long time, but it's not going to be enough. Stormy and Nande are gone for 2. With the super creeps once again pushing down onto the bottom lane. I don't think the 2 supports and the puck are going to be enough for the onslaught. Despite them actually catching out Mobay, he just returns with more remnants out the wazoo. And with the Ancient open, there is one last fortification, but all hope is just lost as XNE dies and is gone for 2 minutes himself. GG will be called as Ion, after a gruesome 64 minutes, will even up the series and will put us on the path to the 2-1 curse for the second time in a row. Honestly, this is kind of what I expected from Ion in the first game, right? With the Lifestealer and the Axe taxes, or tactics, right? Taxes, lol. Overall, it does seem rather like the Axe is just not working out for either team today. Maybe we're going to be seeing it banned on game number 3. But in general, it's the Centaur positioning and then recalibrating as to how you want to play the game that is working out for both of these teams. It's either going to be the Centaur or the Axe that is going to be the major contention. Of course, shout out to Son of Shore and Nande. I think both of them kind of demonstrated high tier carry capabilities, but in the end there, the Drow did manage to turn the game around long enough so that Dandelions then basically trailed for the rest of the game after minute 35. I don't think they ever regained control truly one way or the other. Despite them taking the next two Roshan, that Aegis didn't matter at all. And honestly, since those two Roshans didn't matter at all, Dandelions were just basically elongating the game for effectively no avail. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, let's throw it over to a break for a second time this series. Let's see if Team Ions or Dandelions will take the series. Ladies and gentlemen, Herald Immortals, game number 3 of our first match of the day. Once again, pushing us behind schedule. Well, are we in for another 20-hour day? I already feel bad for production on that one, but hashtag no more curses, please. Let's see how we move in forward, how we are going to move forward from now on. On the other hand, one thing we didn't really talk about throughout this series just yet is that Team Ion and Team Dandelions have yet to win their first series here at EPL Masters. Both teams at the bottom of their play-in groups, respectively, is kind of a rough turning around. I don't really pay attention to this, of course. Both teams have pretty nominal or dominant names throughout the tournament, and obviously with Team Ion, both teams actually having one more series, with Dandelion still having to face off against good old Level Up, and Team Ion still having to face off Ilbers. It's looking a little bit rough, so one way or the other, one of these teams are definitely going to go, well, nowhere, since it's an online tournament, so they're just going to be staying home, and they can just twiddle their thumbs for the rest of the tourney if they lose out on this one. The other team could still have a slight chance. In this case, it would be Team Ion. If they win this series, they get 2 points, which will put them to 3. And the possibility of just getting 2 points against Ilbers could slightly put them over the edge. But it's a little bit of a tight fit, one way or the other, with basically, of course, with the previous results, Team Gens, Zero Tenacity already having secured their places in the group stage that is starting on Sunday. This is looking like an interesting situation that is developing right now here in the groups. But of course, a lot of results are going to be released today, as of course we only have one more day of group stages after this one. And obviously, that is one of the bigger reasons to watch the tournament in and of itself. Who's going to make it? Who's going to fall just a little bit short to actually making it to the second stage of this tourney? Although I've voiced it before, I'm not a fan of double group stage formats, personally. That's just me. On the other hand, it does kind of give a level of playing field. Like, if you are truly a caliber of a better team, you do get invited to the groups. If you are truly of a higher caliber of a team, you do get an invite into the playoff stage. And overall, one could argue it does kind of put us back on these old ways of EPL, when in the original series, right? It was always the top 4 that was invited back as the playoff seed to the tourney. This is back in like the olden days, like EPL season 6, right? Ugh. Wants to talk about that crap? No one really cares. Well, on the other hand, of course, with the Clinks coming out for the Ion side of things, I am going to be curious to see if Son of Shore is going to be having a fun time over on this Clinks, while the Luna is kind of giving me either or vibes. Overall, it's more of the X and E hero on the matchup, and while Axe is the loser of the series so far, with the Centaur being banned and the Largoba being picked up by Palantimos, the question remains, is the Largo going to replace the Centaur, or was Axe just constantly being countered by the 4-legged War Runner? As Spectre comes out for Nande, the uncrowned shall be crowned in this series. Now, which of these two teams is going home, and which of them will have a chance to stay? Now, in terms of timing, Ion do have the better chance because it is the Clinks. But on the other hand, Dandelions with the Lena plus Spectre do have that defensive and aggressive punch 1-2 with the SSA Spartan Hoodwink and the Kisco Ringmaster, kind of projecting that they might be going for this Hoodwink going into the off lane with the Axe. Although the Ringmaster Axe doesn't sound super bad either. While Ion, on the other hand, does have the save with, of course, the Shallow Grave, but it is going to be countered by the Stormy Axe, who will just keep on spinning on top of you and then eventually just get the dunkage. On the other hand, Mobay with the Ember Spirit this time around, I'm kind of torn. I will say this, I am just a little bit torn as to determine which of these two teams I support more. I like the Spectre in terms of the meta, but I like Mobay on December Spirit. Personal biases, personal biases. It's always boiling down to those, isn't it? And even though we did see a good, successful Puck versus Ember Spirit in the previous series, last game around, it wasn't truly that much of a
Prepare for battle.
down for the Ember Spirit as I would have expected. Well, they did have some problems. So can XNE with the massive lane dominator Lena truly burn the Guardian of the Flame is the question we're waiting for right now. Is Mobay indicating a split post smoke? Well, once again, Dandelions are going for the nice little. I still dub it the Yandex gameplay because our national team dubbed it the Yandex game. But as the split will reach Nande, immediate disengage coming out
30 seconds to battle.
from Krinjik and the rest of the team. Ring around the Rosies, proving to be effective. Mobay will find the Lena on the mid lane. But the rest of the team is AWOL. Let's see. Son of Shore, smokes break. But the Clinks will keep a safe distance.
The battle begins.
Eventually, Son of Shore gives up. It's going to be a 2-for-2 on the runes once again. Peace is always an option. I keep telling Base Defender, although she doesn't believe me, it is always an option. Tempo, tempo, tempo. Let's see how the Clinks will fare against the Axe. A little bit of whoopee cushion action, a little bit of a jump in. A good Shadow Wave to counter that aggression. That is kind of what we're expecting. Well, the Hoodwink is going to stick around for the position 5 instead of possible catches into the Clinks. It's a little bit of a controversial decision, if you ask me, but looks like Spartan and Nande are comfortable. Impalement Arts onto the Dazzle, and of course, Battle Hunger immediately being utilized to their detriment.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Krinjik immediately losing the courier as well. A slight advantage is all they need until the Spectre comes online. So yeah, I did have my vote placed down on Ion for the 3rd time in a row. It worked out yesterday, right? The broken clock can be right twice a day kind of deal. On the other hand, I would not underestimate Nande on this Spectre in any shape or form. Breaks will eventually happen. I think someone should build a Silver Edge one way or the other, despite Son of Shore, of course, having the Skeleton walk with the Bone Archer. It doesn't mean that much. It's Stormy. Poison touched and slowed to a crawl, but it doesn't really look like the first blood will happen up top. It's going to be down bottom where nice little catch from Excess Vampire against Spartan will grant him the first blood, but at the cost of his life. Giving kills to the Spectre will never feel good, but Krinzik taking care of Stormy will, on the other hand. So yeah, controversially to common belief, right? In 2014, 2015, it was a golden rule that you never pick Dazzle into the axe. Dazzle now isn't truly that much countered by the axe per se, during the laning stage, that is. But later on down into the game, into the mid game, into the late game, Dazzle is just not going to have a good time every time they show. Even with a Nuffle projection, it does feel like a little bit of weirdness. And for those of you that have not seen the new Dazzle, it just basically projects its soul and can use upgraded spells, even though its body is going to be exposed. Cringe continuing the donkey onslaught, someone should call the chicken rights protection movement, as this ringmaster is just abusing them chimkins.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Vexany. Mobile.
Dire's middle tower is under
Keep a healthy distance away from each other, and of course the early pressure from the Lina is coming through hard. 10 last hits in the lead as Exos Vampire comes around the bend, but a snipe. A nice snipe from Spartan could just ensure that the Willow is going to be excommunicado.
middle tower is under attack.
Here comes the Dragon Slave, and a good execution. A kill will be once again secured.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yes, easy catch onto Krishnik up on the top lane. With the battle hunger just being a little bit underestimated to tame the beast. Standing a bit more control against the Dazzle. As possible catch onto Nande. Can they get the Spectre? The big kill, that's all that matters, as Dota 2 enjoyer Largo is going to be surviving just a little bit longer. Blood Grenade going toward the connection. As the Bushwhack doesn't make a true catch, but one thing's for certain, Exos Vampire will continue the overextension. Out comes the Bramble Maze. Nande finding the angle. Out goes the Tame the Beast, but Exos Vampire and Krishnik, they're looking to fight back. Shadow Wave over and over again is bursting down big chunks of HP from Nande. And I cannot wait for the tag team healing effect coming back and forth between Krishnik and Palantimos later on down in the game. That should be a yayo old time. Well, early pressure on the mid lane is to be expected. And right now, Dandelions are following what they're supposed to be doing, right? Early pressure into the mid lane, granting space for your Spectre. Pretty much playing the game par for the course. The question rather remains, how much longer can they keep this up? Or when will the Axe finally join in on the fun and turn this into insurmountable pressure, if they can do it? Nande, on the other hand, licked into the brambles. As the Spectre's getting lower and lower, the Bushwhack this time going to be completely empty, not just the Shadow Realm. Willow goes inside it as Son of Shore up top, looking low. Stormy will be spinning like a ballerina. And will get that easy kill onto the Bone Archer. Krishnik, on the other hand, will make it out alive with the Stolen Lotus from minute 6. We're acquiring the minute 6 Lotus one way or the other. A bit of back and forth on the mid lane. Exony will respond in kind. Despite having used the Laguna Blade, he will not be shying away from the enemy stacks as SSA Spartan grabbed Nande. Continue to float on forward. Wasn't really that perturbed as Shallow Grave committed for the first time. Krishnik He's just looking to defend himself while Kisco will be shot to pieces. Actually, more than happy to take away anything he can from Obey. But it's not the first time we see them Obey Ember Spirit be behind. In fact, actually, in the previous game, also was having a harder time than usual. Out comes a shallow grave. Nande. The initial remaining burn, and then the spectral return back onto the bottom lane. Nexus Vampire will still take care of the Spectre Courier.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
Back to that 1-1 net worth lead, and it is the third time this series that Dandelions take it. The early lead, that is.
Radiant's middle tower
But not so much the game, or is it? Krishna grabbed with the bushwhack down bottom, while we have pressure from XNE
is under attack.
and good old Kisco up on the top lane. But no matter what, it's going to be a nice little turnaround on the Squirrel Rat. And the Hoodwink is gone for a few. Sacrificing a tier 1 objective for this, though, despite it being a Clink's lineup, doesn't feel like the right move so far. But with the Largo not having the fighting capabilities it needs, i.e. the Kaya, and I'd say this is a Kaya Yasha game instead of a Meme Hammer game personally, but you do you. Maybe even Spirit Vessel, but that could come out from the Ember Spirit in the long run.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
It's 10 minutes into play. We have our first mass group up coming out from the Ion side of things. Looks like a toughie but a goodie as Baka. Spartan. Go with the bushwhack this time, Mobai. We'll need to know that the double damage rune is up on the top side of the river. Nexus Vampire standing by as Kisco is looking to join in on the fun. Doesn't manage to grab it on time, as with the escape act, the Ringmaster will manage to just do exactly what the namesake says and do the escape act. XNE for staff done, more than likely aiming for that Hurricane Pike first item, which is less so of the conventional, oh, I build Boots of Travel and then just go back and forth in between the split while the Spectre farms. And more of a, we just want to be active type of build. Which could mean that Nande will be searching for similar itemizations, although he is going for the Radiance Manta style so far. Doesn't seem to be one to turn away from the norm. Good find onto the bottom lane. Let's see if Palantimos will die in any shape or form. Out comes the Shadow Step, along with a bit of a catch, but besides that Shadow Step, Nande doesn't commit. Largo and Largo and Largo and Largo.
Bottom tower is under attack.
His last tier 1 tower on the Ion side is looking to be pressured. In goes the Brambles. Good. But a little bit of Force Staff as the Spectre will haunt out of this play. They will find the Skeleton Archer on the top side. I don't think Sorin wants to join just yet.
Radiant are scanning.
Sonu Shore. Good with the reveal. This is a Spartan. Good with the catch. In with the bushwhack. And with a little bit of Wheel of Wonder magic, Nande can pick up the enemy carry for the first time this game. Third kill for Nande. Immediately on board. And I didn't say you need to just absolutely dominate the enemy. A little bit of a lead
Under attack.
here at 12 minutes in. This 3k net worth lead is exactly the ideal situation I was picturing. Obviously, massively ideal is when Nande doesn't even need to join. But we are not there just yet. The Stormy has to work a little bit more to finally get that Blink Dagger and be more active with the axe on the map.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, the Dire is not truly in shambles. It's just MoBay, who feels a little bit behind on compared to the rest of the team. But we did say that the Lina is going to be dominating the lane. So far, everything is going pretty smoothly for the Radiant side. And sadly, it is the expected that the Dire have to deal with so far. With the Largoba having acquired the Kaya, the question does remain, what will the Frog Bard build out of that Kaya in general?
Bottom tower has fallen.
As Ion will take their first tower bottom, let's see if XNE and the rest of the team will make the catch. Spartan sets it up. And of course, the Lina will knock it down.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Comforting rune of regeneration.
One interaction that is extremely annoying is that neither the Fiery Soul nor the Slow Burn are dispellable on the Lina. Both her innate and her passive being undispellable just makes her a little bit more broken than most heroes. As this seems like a great Axe game for the Lina overall, although that would require a little bit more effort towards that Boots of Travel to actually make more sense. Even just the casual Boots of Travel level 2 to then just join your Spectre in the middle of a fight where you're ganked support, just basically chase away the enemies. Don't necessarily have to commit to the TP, but overall, just the threatening presence of the Lina could be the most effective way of approaches.
Dire are scanning.
"15 minutes into play. Let's see our first novel projection. Will it be effective? Spartan. He's melting. He's melting. And all this fire. But let's see if they can truly take the heat. As of course, XNE. With the Lina Arcana. Well, it's a good question. Does Lina control the flames better than Ember? Of course, in the anime, she kind of stopped a meteorite from falling on the world of Dota, which was weird. She kind of became the Zuko of the anime, which, once again, was just weird, but don't hurt my Lina, is all I'm saying. On the other hand, Ion are just not good listeners, are not willing to obey this request.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Son of Shore, gunning down tier 1 number 2.
Fortified.
747
Dire's top tower is under attack.
is the kill differential, but the 3 to 4K net worth lead currently for the Dandelions lineup.
Just reward.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
A little bit of a disengage on both sides.
Radiant are scanning.
Dota 2 Enjoyer / Pelantimos doesn't really to join up in any shape or form to any fight,
Dire's
as the
bottom tower
Kaya
is under attack.
Sange is going to be
Dire's
the
structures
itemization
are
of choice.
fortified.
I don't know why I thought the Yasha Kaya would be the option here, but no matter. Versus the Sange and Kaya.
Has fallen.
A little bit of a brain lag right there. Well, XNE Go to the Light Strike Array. Out comes the Wheel of Wonder, but the whip will be a second too late to actually catch the Ember. It will be, of course, a Sharpshooter catch instead onto X Vampire. With a 4K net worth lead, Dandelions going to pressure this one down. Again, you don't need that much of a net worth lead to basically have a little bit of leeway to just keep up territories and to just shut them down. It's more the equivalent of what you do in chess, right? So as long as the losing team offers exchanges, you're going to be taking those even exchanges since you are ahead anyway. But that is basically what net worth is. It's technically pieces lead over the board against the enemy. Because that's how you get items with the money, and if you have more money, you get more items. If you have more items, you have more problems. And the next enemy will be looking to go with the Light Strike Ray onto the Largoba. But out comes the Poison Touch coming out from an auto projection. Insta Hex is a Stormy looking for the dunkage. Will find the Willow, but as they turns out, Son of Shore was here the whole time down on the bottom play of the flay. Nande gonna be burning barrage. This Mobay will look to fight on for one more play, but the two cores are looking to hug down the Lina. Fire versus fire as the Light Strike Array will connect onto the Bone Archer, but I don't know if you can kill the girl who's on fire as XNE looks to disengage with the Shadow Blade. Will he dare? Light Strike Array straight onto the Skeleton Archer, as even with the Croak of Genius, it's not looking like it's going to be enough. Son of Shore is gone. As Kisko's vision guarantees the angle for XNE's Lina. "20 minutes into the play, 22 kills on the board. An exchange desperately needed for Ion, but losing Son of Shore at the end of it will definitely sour the grapes. With objectives being almost even, though,
Radiant are scanning.
there is the concern as to which of the pits you want to protect and which territories you can potentially take in the next 5 minutes or so. Good call, straight onto Exus Vampire. And of course, another dunkage kill for Stormy. Nande and crew, straight to the Tormentor Day will go. 21 minutes into the play though, so could be a little late. Spartan, on the other hand, overstaying his welcome inside the triangle, while the rest of the team will grant him the Tormentor Shard. Even with the new toy of the Boomerang, he'll need to wait until he can play with it.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
There's a little bit of a catch. In comes the call, the axe. In a bit of a pickle, but Exus Vampire once again dunked on. It just seems to be the job of Exus Vampire's Willow to just constantly break moves coming out. From the Dandelion side, there's XNE.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
No wraparound attempt from Son of Shore just yet. With the barrage, we'll go to old wave clear. And that seems to be all she wrote.
Dire's top tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Might just for more.
On the other hand, now that the Radiance is done, is move over to the Manta style, which should be acquired soon, but up top is where the action is. Kisko gonna be shut down despite the Wheel of Wonder throw out. The rest of the team will not join him onto the top lane. Instead, Dandelions will be pushing bottom. No true surprises in the itemization yet. We did say that Stormy will be turning on to the aggressive, as both his and, of course, Palantimos' axe only joined in fights once that Blink Dagger was done. But Palantimos bringing over the Aghanim Scepter soon.
Top tower is under attack.
The question does remain, is the Largo now fight compatible and ready to be paired up with the Dazzle? But a Son of Shore, great catch onto Nande. This is kind of why you want that Blade Mail overall on the Spectre, but of course, with so many friends surrounding the Skeleton Archer, even the douchebag damage isn't just going to be enough. Well, they caught off guard, as it tends to happen. This is going to be the second death of the Spectre in 24 minutes. Not the be-all end-all of the world, but yeah, keeping on that pressure, especially against the Clinks.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Don't give Son of Shore an inch, and right now they just gave him a few feet. As Exus Vampire will get dunked on and killed for the 7th time this game. The Willow should start hard contemplating what kind of save item they want to live with. Information gathered in this case, though. You can basically flame Exus Vampire all you want. SSA Spartan is basically on the same death count compared to the Willow. It's just we got more of those on camera where poor old Exus Vampire died. But both of them have gone down for 7 times throughout this game just now. So equal amount of flame in chat, please. "28 kills on the board, 26 minutes into the play. The question remains, who will dare touch Roshan? So now it is nighttime, and Rosh has taken his rightful place on the bottom pit.
Can't outrun a wildfire.
I do believe Ion not taking control of the territory early enough. I'm just now scrambling to establish pressure anywhere on the map right now.
Is under attack.
Well, Exani is already knocking on the door on the bottom lane. He will get brambled, will be forced to use the TP scroll here. There's nothing to stop the BKB TP away from the Lina. Sharpshooter, I think, didn't catch anything. I was a Spartan. With Exani having taken over more than half the damage or HP of the tier 4 tower on the bottom lane.
Radiant are scanning.
27 minutes into the play. Let's see if there's a possible catch onto the Ion side of things. Well, Dandelions is coming in with a smoke. It's not going to last forever. And we did say who will touch Roshan first. Neither team is willing to engage just yet. Well, of course, Nande does have the haunt to join in. It is up to Stormy and Exani as to who their target of choice is going to be. Ion, it's time. Someone needs to go.
Double damage empowers me.
It's just that ever so... how should we say? Ongoing question. Who should be it? Son of Shore, immediate catch-up by Stormy. The Skeleton Archer perfectly controlled as the Largoba will also be executed. Cringic. Not a single shallow grave was thrown out this fight. And honestly, Dandelions, they might have lost the axe and the ringmaster, but they should easily be crushing this as XNE could be joining in. The Dragon Slave will connect along with the Light Strike Array to get that triple kill onto Nande Spectre. Back to the high ground they could go. The post-fight recap. Yeah, we were right. All we got was a poison touch post no-throw projection. The Dazzle never stood a chance at survival. Roche indicated Exus Vampire looking to join in. We'll have Terrorize for this. Mind you. As out it goes. We'll hit the pause 1-2. As Exus Vampire looks to connect onto Nande. The rooted down Spectre will disappear. Sure, Exus Vampire will go down for this, but at the same time, it's the Largo we're more concerned about. Go with a taunt, go with a shallow grave, trying to heal him back up and wave again. Son of Shore in trouble as the sharpshooter winds up. We'll take off the Largo. And as Stormy goes in for the call, for the play, it will be Roshan bashing from one side, axe spinning on you the next. And as Spartan secures the kill for himself, XNE could just be picking up an Aegis, all for free. Sure, you had to spend your carry for it, but you know what? XNE is more than likely calling for good old Nande to look into that camera and they just say, bro, look at me, look at me. I am the carry now. Although, to be fair, he's not really looking into the camera, as you can see on your screens. He's massively concentrating on the game. But Aegis advantage on the side of Dandelions. Question remains, can it take a tier 3 with it? I always err on the side of caution, right? I'd rather make my enemies come outside of the enemy base and then make mistakes right around that 35 or 30-minute mark, which basically marks the first time double siege wagons will be spawning on the lane. They could definitely try and gun for the mid-tier 2 tower. Spartan Stormy on a search.
Radiant are scanning. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
There's no gem of true sight. Was committed
Dire's middle tower
beyond the cliff one. Sentry wars are now being taken down. At the end there, it's just a peaceful workaround or walk around from Stormy. Now they're working overtime, now having the Scotty. There's moving over to a Mantis style plus BKB, of all things.
Dire are scanning.
No dust of appearance or anything to actually find the Clinks if he would even happen to make a catch one way or the other. Nande committing the haunt just to make the jump along with the Shadow Step. Is looking to jump over to Son of Shore. Is a little bit overcommitted with the Spectre, I'm not going to lie. But in the end there, Stormy was right there for the help if needed be. Now the Largo sustain does feel good in the fights. We did see it try and earn our respect one way or the other. I'm still a little bit concerned, as the damage output is looking to be slowly but surely insurmountable. XNE. Once again, Stormy with the good call. Wheel of Wonder looking to control the Largoba. Shallow Grave coming out just to save out Largo as Mobay, understandably not wanting to buy back on the Ember Spirit, but with Krishnik gone, maybe the Dazzle should be the one returning. Tier 3 number 1 bombarded down by the Aegis up Lina, Son of Shore. Moves on forward, the Skeleton Archers try to outzone them. Half HP on the Spectre. But it doesn't seem like Nande's going to die. Shield rune picked up by Nande. Next taunt available in 40, but by then, this rune will expire. Kind of a now or never situation. Buyer's remorse, not really worth it. Five-man smoke up coming out from good old Ion. If they can catch Nande, it will all be worth it. At the style for the dodge. They expect him not to be there, or maybe Nande is just looking to rejoin his triangle, and they are not willing to catch up onto the tribe. Delina out in the open, but going into the Shadow Blade hiding, as it looks like Ion are going to be stuck between a rock and a hard place. At the same time, Spartan caught out. Laguna Blade coming in from behind. The Aegis will expire as Son of Shore looking for the grab, but there's just not enough slow on his team. Broken is the Skeleton Archer, but it doesn't really matter as the onslaught of damage will eventually land on the Lina. 2 down for no casualties. Let's see if Ion can turn this into a push. Tormentor taken for no price at all as we hit minute 35. Once again, double catapults will be spawning, this time on the nighttime fields. Tier 2 defense line still absolutely alive and available for the Dandelion side. They should relatively feel safe in the game, and Gaben even grants them that safety. From 95% win probably, they do go down to a 91, and they did throw a 97% game in the previous match, so as many an audience likes to mention, anything is possible. It's an easy grab onto Kisco, even with the escape act. I don't think you're going to have an easy time escaping these guys. There's Mobe. Goes in for the grab. We'll find Spartan and is looking to give similar punishments as his Willow has received. And that's an easy slide of fist. It should be an easy hoodman kill.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
As he's catch onto Mobe with the Laguna XNE. How did Mobe get into that position? Mobe, want to talk about it? You don't have the BKB anymore. Why are you overextending?
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I don't know, man. Mobe not getting licked. Mobe not being helped. Mobe not just seeing the shallow grave he deserves. As a little bit of whippage, but in comes XNE from above, and with the light strike array and a few right clicks, it will be the Lina that is granted another kill. Back on the mid lane, rooted down the axe. No inside so much trouble. Stormy still getting frog stomped all day, every day. At the very same time, with the Willow being taken for another ride, it's just the 3 cores defending the high ground.
Radiant are scanning.
Obey once again with the Vessel plus Aghanim Scepter build. But even with 6 charges, I'm not really sure that Son of Shore alone is going to be enough here in terms of the damage. Good with a call. In comes the good old Haunt. Plus a little bit of Shadow Step. As Palantimos dies, it will be a stormy death as well. Position 3 exchange between the 2 teams. It's pleasantries. We'll have to wait.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Sharpshooter aimed. Spartan not going to hit anything.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Position 3 exchanges. Side by side. Neither team being ahead
Is under attack.
just adds to the tension. The top lane was opened up by Dandelions. We've been here before, right?
Dire's top barracks are under
Team
attack.
Ion has found the angle of shutdown,
Dire's top barracks has fallen.
and the Axe is yet to win this series. So something is going to be broken one way or the other. Either the Axe Curse or Team Ion will finally find a bit more control with their mass sustain abilities. As the top range Rax finally meets its fate, I'm more concerned about the tier 2s on the Radiant side. How on earth is Ion supposed to reach these with their current comp? Divine Rapier on Son of Shore, by the way. I think original owner and deliver to the Clinks. The Parker excitement from yesterday is more than likely going to excite a few people. Although, yeah, Divine Rapiers are not exclusive to Parker and his hero. Anyone can buy those, but the question is, how much will you lose in your fights while you use them? Searing Chains, good with the raise. But the Ringmaster will get Aeon Disked, and post that proc. Doesn't look like a perfect catch. Call, almost be a miss. Or almost be a hit, more precisely. But Mobe will immediately move back to the dire side of the river.
Radiant are scanning.
41 minutes to play, 41 kills, 51 kills on the board.
Are scanning.
But XNE moves on forward. With the help of the Haunt, they do get the vision and the shutdown. Nande, keep in contact. Let's see if Stormy can get a good call. The answer is a big fat no so far as the right-click warfare continues. Son of Shore moving on forward with the BKB is looking to try and get XNE out of play. Stormy will go down for this as Mobe is on the chase.
Attack.
As long as they can grab the Lena, they'll be happy campers as XNE falls. So will Spartan. Triple kill for Son of Shore as Nande just doesn't want to join. Mobe gets the contact onto the Spectre, and with Palantimos' help, it could be a catch. The Desolator, or the Dispersion in of itself, almost actually killing off the Ember Spirit, but as Son of Shore has the help of Palantimos, eventually it will be that the Spectre will fall at the hands of the Largo. It's just a lot of right-click damage. Even though we got to this late game, the Spectre in and of itself, even with this massive, massive amount of stats, is not going to be available for the next minute or so. And Roche number 2 being picked up by good old Team Aeon. The question remains, can they get the whole tier 2 line or just one lane at a time?
Just a touch.
Arcane Rune commit by the Dazzle. Zexus Vampire has been trying to stay away from fights one way or the other. Summon Net Worth lead, go with the grab. Son of Shore in a little bit of a pickle. As long as they can keep that Divine Rapido in safety, they should be fine. Aegis will be a nice, comfy cushion overall. As Stormy joining in, Aegis will be broken. Even with the call, Stormy's axe will be around half HP. Right clicks are connecting. Son of Shore is just going to burst you down. Your TP is kind of worthless here. Again, a little bit of a yin-yang play, as of course does mean that the top safe lane and the bottom safe lane are both pushing at the same time. As with the burn-in barrage of arrows, finally the tier 2 on the bottom could potentially fall with Mobe. Getting caught out inside the river. Let's see if the brambles will be enough to at least secure Spartan, if not anything else. Son of Shore in a bit of a pickle down bottom. Over the shallow grave and a bit of catchy licking. The Clinks will be fine. As you can tell, the Shadow Wave is massively effective, along with the Guardian Greaves to keep the Clinks live. As the first tier 2 falls on the Radiant side of the map, a glimmer of hope for Team Ion to be the crowned king of this game. Even though the percentages were on the favor of Dandelions, just one overextension here or a misstep over there, while Mobe is just distracting the enemy, is going to be more than enough for a perfect execution, as this could just be that perfect execution. Mobe in trouble, sliding on forward. They find Stormy. They delete Stormy. Son of Shore gets 3 kills. The axe buyback from the game could help a lot, but as they find Nande, this could be it. They are pinging the shit out of the Spectre. Mobe getting the contact. Son of Shore following up as Dota 2 enjoyer Palantimos is just helping them to stay alive as long as possible. Excess Vampire dies, but so is the Sky Blue. Doesn't really change one thing any other way. Stormy, with half HP, will look to run away. As the 3 cores of Ion, I think they themselves hardly believe that they finally spotted the real Spectre and got that kill too. But Nande, he threw out the Haunt, tried to go for the back line, was even possibly successful. Yeah, he did kick Krundrick. But eventually, it just had to be Son of Shore dealing 9.6 thousand damage in just that one fight. Nande, just a little bit over half than that, with his Radiance, Dispersion, and all the damage sources. Late game Dota, the most cruel mistress of the Dotas. Early games, yeah, you will see hundreds and thousands of them. At the very end, late, you still see your majority of your games end around mid-game. Getting into late games is going to be rarer and rarer the more you climb. And eventually, you will get to the Ultra from time to time, every 100 or 200 games or so. Ultra being basically 80-minute plus, basically, is what we're talking about.
Radiant are scanning.
But as Son of Shore is strong and has not died since he acquired the Divine Rapier, Dandelions have one job. Get that Rapier item off the Clinks at any cost, no matter what it takes. Hex down, Spartan executed for being a rodent. While XNE and good old Kisco is just trying to keep up a bit of pressure on the top side of the map. But no matter how they answer, the tier 2s are falling nice and slow, one by one. XNE is just trying to do puck things with the Lina. Still no TP boots on this guy, as XNE doesn't seem to even want to build it at all. AC will be the last item on his Lina overall. And more than likely it will be switching places with the Boots of Travel once or twice. Nexus Vampire showing that he wants to finish off the last tier 2 tower by shoving out the top lane and nice and slowly evening up the outer objective map situation at least. Going on to high ground just feels kind of impossible for both of these teams, I'm not gonna lie. But a good backline catch once again is what we expect from Stormy. And if he can actually reverse fall the dominoes on the enemy side, I still see a good chance that this game could turn out well. Northern projection straight up finds Nande, as even with the call, it does seem like the Vivo Excess Vampirino is just not going to be shaken up. Spartan gone along with Stormy, and that is 110 seconds without the axe. As Son of Shore gets cut down, XNE will pick up the Divine Rapier, and the Lina will be hitting like a truck. The fiery lady is truly mad and on fire. And as Nande rejoins the fight, did manage to kite out for long enough. The double haunt coming out from the refresher orb will be enough to fight back. While I was focused on the axe dying and everything else as well, XNE and Nande do manage to achieve a stolen Divine Rapier. Oh Lord, how the gold exchange turns around. A 12k turn immediately once that Divine Rapier changes hands. Keep that in mind. Every single time. It's handed over from one owner to the next. Does make Gamba Enjoyer's mind just a little bit break once those rapiers just start getting handed over one side to the other, as even the mysterious pause rears its ugly head. But it must be said, there was no pause at all during the game, so if the excuse is bathroom break, I kind of understand it. Or maybe just hydration break at this point, because of course in Europe we still are having a bit of the heat wave, not as bad as about 2 weeks ago. But it has to be acknowledged one way or the other. Let's talk about itemization while the break is still going on as Stormy and, of course, Palantimos both have their Shiva's guards. Aeon discs coming out on Son of Shore and also Palantimos. It's a little bit concerning when it comes down to the Clinks, but overall, the mission of ripping off the Divine Rapier off of Son of Shore will be successful. Can Dandelions hold on to the item and finish off the game is the question now. As Exony very enthusiastically, might I add, is pushing down on the mid lane. If he will grab that, then transition back to Roshan, get the Aegis, execute the game, I'm pretty sure Dandelions can close this game out. But as they say in my country of origin, do not drink to the hide of bear.
Is under attack.
Which basically means do not celebrate before it's Jover. Suffer you shall, and you shall learn to suffer it.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
52 minutes into play. Illusion Rune down on the bottom lane. As at least, the good old Dandelion stack did not have to suffer through the loss of another tier 2 tower. But with 20 seconds left on that reservation clock, Roshan is still a no-show. Sadly noted by the Dandelions crew, but
Radiant are scanning.
Ronda just keeps on moving back inside that pit. He is not willing to move without a bit of help. And it goes with the Laguna Blade and the Battle Hunger. It's easy pickings. Aegis on Exony, since he is the Divine Rapier enjoyer. Stormy getting the Refresher Shard. And Cheese kept by Nande. One Divine Rapier throwdown, and of course Parker has demonstrated this one perfectly to us yesterday. The massive gold swing is not to be underestimated. It could be causing problems in the long run. Well, let's see. Nande baiting with illusions. Will finally show up with the real deal. Mobile and Son of Shore are looking for contact. Out comes the Shadow Step. A little bit of escape act action back and forth on this high ground, but Spartan will be kept safe for all intents and purposes.
Radiant are scanning.
Five minutes into the play, though.
Dire's middle tower is under
And
attack.
Exony's Aegis timer is ticking off. Still 3 more minutes left to play. And the high ground push on the mid lane isn't going to happen. As we are aware, it looks like there has been a technical issue on the Kick servers. Big viewer drop on our side, but none of your concern. Pretty sure production's on it. Our end, at least, is working. I don't know what is working on the Kick server side.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
As the second tier 3 tower falls, let's see if Exony and Nande can close out the series hand in hand. Good with the Hex, a little bit of Poison Touch just for good measure as Mobai fakes out a jump in. The call. The fall 10 tiers. It looks like nice and slow is the way to go right now for Dandelions, as they are not looking to go for any kind of risky moves one way or the other.
Double damage.
So now with a double damage rune and 1 more minute on the Sages. It could just be go time. 932 damage, physical, raw, coming out from the Lina for every right click. And this is without Flame Cloak, might I add. Son of Shore, playing with a bit of fire, is looking to buy Divine Rapier number 2. In case that wasn't clear. But it could be the addition they truly need.
Dire's courier has been killed.
As good show on from XNE. Let's see if the catch will be there in any shape or form. Spartan goes down first as Nande goes onto the back line and tries to grab onto Krinjik. Will be successful, taking out the Dazzle. No buyback available on that side. No buyback on the Ringmaster either, but that is not something Ion are aware of. It is something we get to look at on our HUDs, but it is not available for the two teams. As the Aegis gets reclaimed and the double damage rune didn't really do too much, to be frank. I guess we're going to be having to wait for the next Divine Rapier on Son of Shore, and that is when Ion might, I emphasize might, attempt to move into something fun. As once again, for the second time this series, we are looking down the barrel of tier 5 items. Will the Divine Rapiro be sufficient enough? As Divine Rapier number 2 appears, Gaben is more and more concerned about Ion's decision making and is starting to solidly support the Dandelion side of things. Hard to argue in terms of divines, you know, high risk, high reward item, but definitely not labeled safe when you buy it in the secret shop. Now, Son of Shore refills that mana. What is going to be the move? They cannot be sitting ducks here for the next 5 more minutes while the enemy gets to farm out all the ancient camps. There needs to be a way out of here. Access Vampire indicating that he wants to shove out the bottom lane. But honestly, that feels like bait on the top side especially. Axony and Stormy get immediately to work. And as they start farming out as fast as possible, Nande will be scanned out by Son of Shore and the boys. If they catch the Spectre here, I'm going to lose my BS. But as Nande shows up on the wave, they think that there's people behind him. There's nothing behind him. Can they catch out Nande? This is all what it's about. Nande rolling on forward. In comes Palantimos. A bit more of the grab is all they need. But here comes Stormy. Good with the call. The Clinks is in trouble. Beyond this will be proc. And as they roll on through him, Divine Rapier number 2 on the deck. And as Stormy drops it, it can be picked up by someone on their team. Mobai will absolutely ignore the Divine of his teammate. And as the re-pickup actually happens, I'm kind of concerned. Where the hell is Son of Shore and where the hell is that Divine Rapier? But with this massive amount of chaos, I'm rather focused on Mobai being called. Down he falls as Nande is getting dealt a bunch of damage. Mobai, and of course, with a little bit of help from Exis Vampire, they will find the angle. Exeni is gone, and that next Divine Rapier could just be picked up. Buybacks on buybacks on buybacks. The Spectres and the Ringmasters remain. But as Spartan needs to blink on out of there, and even increase the distance with the Sharpshooter, Mobai is just relentless, and he will just keep on moving. Bushwhack to slow down the Ember Spirit. But even with the Glimmer Cape, that's his Vampire, will not be able to make the find. Tier 4 on the mid lane is in jeopardy, but it looks like with the dieback of the Lina, Son of Shore is just ready to push. One Divine in his possession, the other one on Cringix. Is more than likely he's the one who picked up what the Axe left behind. Well, with 2 diebacks, one on Stormy and one on XNE, it's an all-in or nothing now for Ion. Out come the right clicks, the Son of Shore. Of course, went for the Searing Arrows, multi-shot. Just keep on right-clicking them tier 4s as Nande, with one last hurrah, will blink in with the Blade Mail and try and return a bit of damage with the active Shadow Step. But even with the Dispersion, there's nothing left in the tank, and it looks like with one last fortification, they will try and defend. GG will be called by Nande as he is gone for 2 minutes, and Ion will win series number 1 of the day and be crowned the king of, I don't know, the winless teams. At the same time, you know, Divine Rapiers always just spice up games. They are basically the hot ones of Dota in one shape or the other. Love them or hate them. It's that risk and reward relationship that adds a bit more interest in the game one way or the other. But yeah, at the end of the day, Ion will claim its 2-1 victory over Dandelions, and Dandelions thus are more than likely eliminated from the play-ins of here EPL Masters Series number 1. And at the same time, Spectre just being bursted down like this, despite no break on the enemy side, is kind of unheard of. But overall, high risk, high reward. Nande being super alone separately from his team, and them basically just expecting that obviously Stormy and Nextini can make it over there in time. Kind of ambitious, but I think also the fact that Ion made the move to push out while tier 5s were being acquired was generally what basically won them the game. A little bit of a weird build from Palantimos, but at the end of the day, I do agree with it. Even more healing, more amplification for the rest of the team, even though you're pressing your Satanic, the healing goes somewhere else. Good itemization, some good Dota, but since we are behind schedule, I will throw it over to a break. As of course, for your viewing pleasure, our second series of the day is going to be KW versus Team Syntax. Let's not keep them waiting, but congratulations to Ion for the 2-1. KW, we are very, very thankful for their stepping in their circles. X Insanity's little implosion, per se, has caught us a little bit off guard. And of course, also yesterday's news, Glyph leaving the tournament, of course, for another tournament. It is understandable, but we are, I don't know. I don't know if we're jaded at all in general, but Amaru, of course, Hector's little stack stepping in for a little bit of long range. Dota should be interesting, of course. 120 to 180-ish ping straight from Peru. Should be an interesting endeavor for them in general. But one thing's for certain, KW's first series yesterday didn't go, how should we say, without its hiccups, but at the very same time, I think they debuted pretty well against Team Gens, who also hail from South America partially with Parker. But yeah, I think their debut series was okay, but it does mean that today and tomorrow they need to play back-to-back series. First of all against Syntax, and then second of all against Team Spirit Academy. At the very same time, when it comes to Syntax itself, they have won all 4 of their series compared to other teams, but it wasn't without their hiccups either. Of course, all 4 series were 2-1, so it's an interesting question. If for the 5th time and the last time for Team Syntax this tournament or this play-in stage, are they going to get a 2-1 again, or is it going to be a 2-0, which then puts KW in a more harder position overall for the next few series to come? But yeah, Team Syntax, of course, Stoics and Mikey's little stack overall, and Stoic and Yeezy stack, I'd rather say. Should be an interesting back and forth. And of course, we see Retsu and Monodrama joining the KW stack overall. Retsu having left the shoes to Team Ion's carry position. And the fact that they actually left that one out there, it's going to be interesting to see if Son of Shore will live up to that legacy or not. It is definitely Zen's stack to basically just, how should I say, like, Pastil's stack to control here on KW. And the fact that he did pick up Retsu just goes to show you how much of a wanted commodity he is in the tier 2/tier 3 or tier whatever scene you want to call it. But now with the Ember Band, yeah, I'm very much curious to see what is going to be on the last stage here for KW with Syntax. Possible follow-up of a carry. Not out of the question for me just yet. The Lena's mid lane domination. Lena being the mid lane more comfortably, in my opinion. Definitely need to put the hero up there with the more dominant carries, one way or the other. With KW not having that many good options to be sitting on the Lena. I think Axe, it would be my 22 ban, personally, if I'm Syntax. For KW, ban 21. It's a tough question. Void Spirit, I don't think is a good option anymore. Just not Metavise, despite doing okay against Clockwork, right? Against the Battery Assault, you can just disseminate and get the hell out of there. They go for the Phoenix ban as both teams have 2 seconds of reserve time remaining. But the clock is ticking fast. They ban out the Darkseer instead. Not a good combination with the Hoodwink personally, but sure. Although you could put the Clockwork into position 4 and then the Hoodwink 5 and then basically have double range and double melee, which would be wonky in and of itself, but you do you. Out comes the Night Stalker, despite not having Puck on the Syntax side. Mikey not being on his signature hero. Night Stalker will be Kachal's choice of weaponry. I would have said the Tide would have been fine here, especially with Rebound, Marcy, etc., etc. The enemy coming at you with Stampede. You could just throw out the Ravage in there. But not knowing the enemy's carry, you do want to go for something more on the hunting side. And hunting, shall Syntax go? That does leave support undying. Yeah, Stoic will be taking the zombie. As Mikey is taking Marcy mid. I think I have casted this or actually seen this from him before, but it is more on the unusual side of things where, well, of course, yeah, it was strategized against Team Gens yesterday as well. But it's not the first time I've been seeing Marcy Mikey mid. Yes, and all the way back in European Pro League season 39, Syntax did play this strategy against the Hive, and there it was absolutely successful. But ever since then, I mean, out of 6 games, it has only lost the one so far, which was against Parker's stack yesterday. Good question if it will be successful in this one. As Zen or Pastille being on the mid lane should be an interesting situation with Earth Spirit versus Marcy. I'm thinking about gank abilities and then basically can the Earth Spirit escape with all the zombies behind it? But yeah, quick head calculation and power spikes. I would rather say I am a little bit leaning towards the Syntax team for this game number 1. We shall see if that is going to be the case as game number 1 begins here at EPL Masters Season 1 between Syntax
Prepare for
and
battle.
old BKW. It is interesting to see Kachal still back in competitive form. They haven't been super active throughout the last year, with Bastille having played 28 games throughout the last year, along with 27 played by Kachal. Former Winter Bear players, and kind of off radar, if we're being honest.
30 seconds to battle.
Yeah. Overall, main series of the day, it is understandable. After a 60-minute
The
game,
battle begins.
15 minutes are granted as a break instead of the usual 10. So 5 and 5 minutes, and the breaks all of themselves add up as it's a nice stompage coming out from emptiness. Secure bounding rune number 3. Great start for Syntax. And as I said, I do favor their draft just a little bit more than the enemies. A little bit of back and forth. And goes the dispose on a boulder smash under the tower. Mikey getting a taste of his own medicine, but both mid laners are a little bit worse for wear after that. Is Mikey not even afraid to dive a little? But up top, we do have a little bit of a support exchange back and forth. Monodrama and Yeezy will be throwing things at each other, as is customary at this point. A cog blocking the enemy support is just par for the course.
Dire's courier
Well,
has
Yeezy
been killed.
is going to scarecrow the courier out of existence. Of course, our camera is keeping an eye out for the Earth Spirit versus Marcy matchup. This is possibly the most interesting lane of all of them. Well, the Lena carry in and of itself doesn't sit super well with me, but when it comes to Lenny, kind of trust his judgment. Can't really deny it. The Turkish protege. I did actually play a few higher tier tournaments before we got into this situation. But still, even though Lenny was coach for the Turkish team, Dingo was the carry for the NC team. But yeah, definitely showing that he does have the experience or maybe the trust of the national team. I will be curious to see, though, how deeper of a run can the Syntax team do. Because let's just be honest, they've been extremely promising so far. And even though they, quote-unquote, only have 8 points on the board, they've won their series. The bottom line is that they've won their series. I always will remember the tweet that Knoxville threw out against our admins, and then there was a mild panic in the EPL room. Turns out Knoxville was just having fun. That, okay, yeah, different format. Now he's got to reprogram a different format, summary form on his information site, .dota.com. But at the very same time, he was untruly mad. He was just riffing at the administration staff and, of course, our rulebook. It's hard to say. Can I say it's our rulebook? I'm still a free agent. EPL, PGL, or ESL? Blast? You listening? Maybe? No? Nah, it's all good. Everyone watches these muted anyway, especially with no first blood in sight. More than curious to see, though. First blood possibly happening either on the mid lane or the top lane. Those would be my bets. Because down on bottom, against the Tombstone, all you got to do is run away, and nighttime is about to fall. So Kachal should not be under massive threat. Of course, Loopsy could always throw out the Bushwhack to run away from things. Well, Lenny would need to land a Light Strike array, and without the Tombstone zombies, or a big, massive slow and setup, I don't know if that's possible. There's Kachal. Getting a little bit of that Tombstone deal. Stoic. I'd like to think that good old Stoic just saw that I'm the one casting and thought that he should be picking up the Undying. That is not true. He is way more of a better Undying player than I am. But during On the Bridge, the zombie is going to be chunked on a little bit longer than usual. Acorn Shot bounces on to Lenny instead of the zombie. And Stoic will not become first blood. Not today. Easy ammo drama. Speaking of the drama, I'm kind of torn as to why Monodrama was swapped over. It was originally listed for level up, but apparently he has left the team quite a while now. But frequent are the changes one way or the other.
Denied.
Possible that he's only standing in for Loopsy. Oh, why did I say Loopsy? I meant Stoic. My bad. But yeah, no matter what, Mikey's Marcy is on the work. And it will actually gain first blood against Zen. Bastille.
Radiant's middle tower.
Just not outlasting as he's supposed to.
Dire's structures are fortified.
I will say this. It did make me happy seeing Kadaro yesterday. As Light Circuit connects onto Kachal. Good whippage. Out onto the Night Stalker during the night. that Night Stalker will become a Night Critter, but Zen Bastille will be finding that counter kill. Ceaseless Dirge will let me do bring back the zombie one way or the other. But yeah. For Olbers, of course, we did see Kidaro stand in for one Warlock game. But of course, this is a Spartan. After they being called Kidaro cosplayer for that little stint in and of itself.
Everyone's a critic.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
One thing I did want to check out for Stoic. A little bit of back and forth does continue. Monodrama finally being picked off on the KW side. Good with the catch. Delina gone. And Lenny will be picked up by Kachal. Unicycle for the good old Ringmasters. Out comes the Dark Ascension in the middle of the night to try and secure this kill onto the Ringmaster as well. Loopsy going for the Bushwhack. And they will get the execution.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Chal even dealing a bit of tower damage just to accelerate things here on the bottom lane, while it looks like Bastille will get caught tombstoned, but he will have the rolling boulder to get the hell out of jam. Zombies continuing to follow as Mikey throws him on over forward towards Monodrama. Despite all that jazz, will be boulder smashes straight onto Stoic and Mikey. They will be backing off before things get ugly.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, Stoic's Undying stats are not that convincing, by the way. As was pointed out to me in terms of numbers. He's played the zombie 5 times in competitive so far in the last year. There's only won with it once. I think the tactic of decreasing enemies' base HP pool and then blowing up enemy, it's not that hard of a tactic to follow. So it's not rocket science, and I'm pretty sure his Zomboid can follow through. Yeah, that's good with the Bushwhack. They'll go on the double catch. As out comes the decay onto Kachal, but Monodrama's cog blocking will be effective. Delina is gone, as Bastille will also roll on over, just like in the Limp Bizkit songs. The Tombstone will... I don't know if it was caught or denied, but one thing's for certain, Yeezy will jump over from that Bushwhack. As Stoic turns around with another decay, has 12 stacks, but it's not going to be enough. You get 4 with each decay, but overall, even 1,200 HP is not going to suffice. One by one they fall, as KW will continue the deep dive, and will get 4 kills in total against the Syntax crew. 1k advantage and possibly an added bonus with a 10-minute tier 1 tower onto the enemy safe lane.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
As Retsu rushing the early Desolator, as you do on the Clinks.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Earth's bounty.
The bounty of the earth indeed, as Mikey. I think the bound Samba will be able to pick up the Invis rune under the eyes and the guise of the Dire lineup. 1k net worth lead at 12 minutes, and a decent one so far on the KW side of things. And with Retsu being at 6k net worth, things are looking on the up and up. Mikey in trouble once again, as the hook shot will follow up the rolling boulder. Beautiful cog block coming out from Monodrama. No way home, Mr. Mikey. the Marcy Mikey, also known as the M&M, is going to be eaten for breakfast. Although don't have M&Ms for breakfast. Definitely don't listen to this cast if you want to follow your health or keep your health healthy in any shape or form. It's just new. Just new.
Radiant are
Pressure on as Retsu. Needs 300 more gold to actually finish off the Desolator. Might as well try his luck on the mid lane. Mikey and Stoic are being approached. Easy will say goodbye to life. It's an easy yeet back to the living of the dead.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Zombies available, but as Mikey and Stoic are transitioning onto the bottom lane, Kachal has already pre-scanned out the move
Radiant's middle
of smoke on top of the Night Stalker. Counter smoke immediately coming out for Monodrama and the boys. Let's see Bastille with the haste rune. Rolling on, moseying on over. The Light Striker will be an absolute miss as Kachal goes for the turnaround. Stampede coming out on the other side as Loopsy isn't gonna find a right angle for the escape. Mikey, along with Lenny and Yeezy, are looking to gun down the magnetizing Earth Spirit, but he will take Yeezy and Lenny with him before. Bastille is on a roll here, not just because of the rolling boulder. Monodrama looking for a good cog bounce, misses by an inch, misses by another, but it will be enough in terms of magnetization onto Stoic. Despite the Flesh Golem, I think one of his decay stacks just expired, and so did the zombie, Loopsy. They're just everywhere right now on KW. I don't know. Maybe it's just against certain caliber teams, but Mikey's mid-Marcy is just not working out perfectly. And this guy, I do forget, I think he stood in for Falcons, if I'm not mistaken, or it could have been Enigma Galaxy back in the day. But ever since that great stint of a stand-in, I think it was in the Dream League, right? He hasn't really been finding his footing one way or the other in any org or stack ever since. This Syntax stack, though, is a nice pride and joy of the region. And hopefully, you know, it will outgrow itself. Actually find some success in lower tier tournaments or even higher tier ones, you know. Wishing the best for Yeezy and Stoic, since we have competed against each other in interregional tournaments, indirectly and directly as well. Turkey is always a fun national team to actually fight. As Zen. Good catch onto Lenny. Let's see Retsu coming over with the Demarge. It will be enough as Mikey with the Unleash will try and keep the Earth Spirit in place, as Yeezy will be the one cementing his tombstone under the tier 2 tower. Let's pause after pause after pause after pause. And we did talk about this yesterday with chat. The biggest thing that this causes is a problem, right? You got to get back into the rhythm of the game. What was I doing? What was I looking at? And even if you, it's even worse if you just keep fixating like, okay, so I wanted to go bottom, right? And I'll just keep saying that in my head. Oh, I wanted to go bottom. I wanted to go bottom. I wanted to go bottom. But like your head likes to flow or get into that state, right? If you keep pressing the same button over and over and over again, your brain is just going to be bored of the same action or said action. As Monodrama with a hook shot looks to lock in onto Mikey. A good separation onto the Marcy. As Kachal comes in from the other side, they'll easily take care of Mirana's whistling friend. Moving back over to the mid lane, let's see if KW can keep up the Klink's pressure and follow the shoes of Son of Shore in this case. I'm kind of questioning this. Was this Klink's pick just basically to prove that, yeah, Retsu can basically follow orders or outplay Son of Shore and outcarry Son of Shore. Because if so, I mean, he's not in a bad way in terms of the numbers.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
When KW and Team Ion are not going to be meeting throughout the play-in stage, the only possibility for that will be the group stage. If and only if they get into the same group, of course. Let's see if we can get a bit more from these two teams. There's more than twice the amount of kills on KW. Things should shake out differently.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Retsu continuing the pressure down onto the bottom lane. Tier 2. It's looking a bit worse for wear. Because there's only one Tier 1 tower left on the Radiant side of the map. Kachel
Dire are scanning.
could basically just keep up the pressure all on his own, but the rest of the team might just need him in a second. Thinking about Twin Gates and looking for a hide. Ing spot. In comes Mikey, Stoic, Yeezy, and even Lenny
Are scanning.
to find a realization that they're just not just behind, but they're being out-escaped by the KW stack. Syntax. Could be looking for a catch. In goes Mikey, straight onto Loopsy. Sure, with a Soul Rip, they will manage to take out the Hoodwink. I must say, Marcy overall does not seem right ever since facets were removed. And of course, her little rebound turns into 3 hits of Unleash. Facet ability was basically ripped out of the game. I don't think this tactic or this possibility should be removed in overall, but should either be part of the Aghanim Scepter or even as a shard, possibly be made available to the hero. It's just way too OP in the form it was implemented into the game.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
As a little bit of smackaroony, Lenny will be taken care of. KW's tactics are working out way better for them than I think what Syntax even expected of them in general. Boretsu
Radiant's bottom tower
even getting some mana back from the bottle with a tombstone block off. Monodrama will leave only his cogs behind.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
20 minutes into the game, though, daytime is about to arise, so I think KW's Shenane should end quite soon. Even though there's a Dark Ascension to be had here, one more hunt might just fit. Yeah, I'm looking with the vision relations. Stoic will finally be finding a little bit of vision established during the nighttime by the KW crew.
Are scanning.
Tormentor will still just naturally fall into the hands of the Dire. Pretty standard Dota approaches so far. Coming out from KW, they do see the opportunity for their kills, and they will execute them pretty flawlessly. The bigger difference here, though, besides the Marcy and, of course, the Earth Spirit, which is basically around 2,000 net worth differential, I'd like to point out Lenny. The king of lane domination, or queen of lane domination, is going to be the Lina, but Lenny's Lina LNL and MNM on the same team isn't really working out that well for the Syntax crew. We would have expected the Lina to basically have a Mjolnir at this point, along with a halfway finished Hurricane Pike, as Lenny is just struggling to acquire TP boots or even finish off the Hurricane Pike in and of itself.
Has fallen. Dire are scanning. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
7k net worth lead, as it's just a massive group up from KW back into the mid lane, where you can basically plan out any approach and pick out any target you want immediately back into the map. They gone for the hard camp stacks. I don't think Emptiness is my first choice of targets, but they will commit to it. Dark Ascension coming through as Yeezy and Stoic are trying to keep their Centaur alive. It's not gonna happen. You cannot make Sheik happen. Here's what Monodrama and Pastille will say. Ceaseless Dirge for the respawn. There's going to be a casual what plus tip coming out from Zen. Bastille
Radiant structures are fortified.
is salty as ever.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
As Mikey and Lenny caught out with their pants down. I do see one angle where Syntax could basically just initiate themselves, but they need to smoke up and set up for it. Nighttime hasn't worked out for them, but they've already wasted 3 more minutes of this daytime. Not really going for a smoke and a hunt and trying to find Retsu.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
But as the Skeleton Archer is basically free farming the Radiant jungle, Gachal on standby with his pants down, 60 minutes without the Dark Ascension. Could be the death sentence they're looking for. The Emptiness continuing his how to dominating a creep, and then showing that lane campaign, and then trying to just pacify the other lane all to themselves. I think the top net worth on his team, Emptiness, doesn't really have much to show for just yet. Checking out the other side of the Twin Gates, where Monodrama, all on his own lonesome, could just be breaking this smoke. And honestly, if the Clockwork dies, I don't truly think KW care that much, or do they? In comes Loopsy to help out his Tin Man friend, along with Retsu making the approach, but eventually looking for the disengage with the Clinks.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
This map move won't yield them that much, though.
Dire's bottom tower is under
As
attack.
previously mentioned, on the other hand, Emptiness did leave the bottom lane. He is shoving the other side till his heart's content. Loopsy and Bastille looking for the wraparound. They find a Ringmaster, even drop the Magnetize on the Crowman, as the Dusted Appearance will be busted through. Lenny will look for the disengage, but will he manage to keep a distance? No. Crippling Feared is the Lina, as Loopsy looks for the Bushwhack catch. Mikey with the rebound will manage to save his friend. "25 minutes into play, night will fall, and the daytime window that Syntax had for this game number 1 is closing fast. Another 5 minutes of suffering shall commence, and with Retsu well on his way to the BKB, I'm pretty sure the last item he's gunning for after that is either the Satanic or Butterfly first, and then to finish off with the Satanic. Loopsy. Easy catch onto the Hoodwink. Monodrama joining in, but the Cogs block is just perfect. Mikey's just gone. No BKB on the Marcy. What did you expect? The Stoic will be ripped to shreds too. 22-10, it looks like. KW should recall themselves KE, kill everyone, at this point. Or kill whatever. Whatever stands in your way, you just get rid of it. Team Syntax, despite the creativity and the possible better team fight with the Stampede plus Tombstone, it doesn't really look like they can shake off Kachal's pick-off aggression and, of course, the amount of damage Retsu deals, along with Zen also providing some vision and information to his teammates.
Radiant are scanning.
That's easy. Locked off by Monodrama. The Escape Act is just trying to buy some time, but Mr. Buying Some Time will be Geomatic the Gripped, and Pastille will gladly pick up the free kill. I mean, it's free for him. I don't know how much he paid for it, but Stoic, on the other hand, will definitely just give over the Tombstone and his life on the altar of death. Provides a little bit of information for Lenny that he needs to get the hell out of there as Loopsy.
Radiant's bottom tower
Standing by under vision, Light Strike Array and a jump. Emptiness will grab the kill, but in the meantime, there's something going on the bottom lane where Retsu and Kachal will take over their first tier 1 tower, getting it under 700 HP. Emptiness without BKB will not want to join the fight, and I kind of understand that, but with your Pause 1 and 2 suffering all these deaths, namely Mikey with 4 deaths and Lenny with 5, something's got to give, and honestly it should be the position 3 in a situation like this. Retsu almost done with the BKB, and that it should be go time on the KW side. Aegis or not, I don't really think there's any BKB piercing abilities on. Oof, that's easy. Gets them a big disconnect immediately. "60 minutes into the play, the question is there a recovery angle for the Syntax side? And if there is, can KW just basically stop it? So currently, I'm not finding it. Maybe once the double BKB of the Centaur Warrunner and the Marcy comes through, then I can see a way out of this. But with Lenny being this behind on the Lina, I just don't really see, if you're a full BKB behind the enemy, how you're going to make the approach happen, if you're going to make it happen in any shape or form. $16,000 behind. Gaben will pronounce the 92%. But we've been around this tree before, haven't we, dear audience? Our Dandelions even made it to 96% in the previous game with the Spectre lineup, but then, boom, fell flat on their face. With XNE, and of course, Nande also, or actually it was Stormy, right? Losing out on that second. Divine Rapiro. Good question if this is a Divine Rapier game, but pretty sure Delina needs to get there first. Retsu doesn't really have much reason to actually take one out. So yeah, for him, Divine Rapier, not necessary. I think the Desolator plus Daedalus combination. The D&D combination will be more than enough for him.
Sustains, gold remains.
The only type of item I buy is the one that does damage. Is Pastille. A little bit of vision on to Lenny, throwing out the Magnetize as well. Straight on to the Lena. And even though all that force staffing and all that escaping attempt will be in vain, Lenny loses his carry as Loopsy finds the angle, goes in for the approach. Double edge, along with a little bit of an answer. The Centaur will just get gunned down to size. 300 HP is what remains, as the last outer tower on the Radiant is about to be taken over at minute 30.
Radiant's top tower
I
has fallen.
don't think Syntax is going to ever let this Marcy mid through for poor old Mikey.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And with a 19,000 lead, it's hard to argue. As they are just sardine canned into their own base, there isn't really much for Pro Old Syntax crew to do. BKB finished on the clinch. The Centaur, almost a big catch, but on the mid lane is where truly the drama is at. Speaking of, Monodrama will get caught out by Mikey, but Mikey is being chased down by Pastille and a few arrows.
Radiant's
Marcy lives to see another day, but Stoic will get the tombstone dropped on top of him, while Loopsy and good old Pastille will be keeping their distance. Emptiness jumps on forward, good with a hoop stomp, but that kill's not happening. Retsu, at the same time, still with Aegis, isn't really looking for the reset. We'll need 40 more seconds if they want to sabotage the Aegis in and of itself. It's not going to happen. And as it respawns, Zen doesn't really have more answers. BKB coming out from the clinks, and he is massively on the run, looking to channel all of this barrage, and will get the burn as Lenny will help himself to another kill. Emptiness with the double. As with the Ceaseless Dirge, we do have Mr. Undying returning.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack.
But in the end there, of course, a tier 3 tower and a half a racks. It's nothing too shabby. One dieback, though, absolutely forced by the Syntax side. Could be of a bit of concern. There's Emptiness. Falling a little bit low, but Stampede being available, I wasn't really obliged to say that. Oh my lord, I gotta kill the Centaur. No, definitely doesn't need to be pointed out. He's absolutely fine. What? The boulder smash will be blocked off by the Centaur's body. And with the BKB escape, though, your sprint shall survive.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
This group uppings happening by both teams should have happened 10 minutes before on the side of Syntax, but is it too little, too late? Once again, another daytime goes by with 3 minutes of life just wasted for the Syntax side of things.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Mid Marcy not working out will definitely be warranting a talk one way or the other. With 28 to 15, and still that 20k net worth lead.
Bounty.
All of this weight pressing down on Syntax's shoulders could eventually just break them. And Spa still got the Tormentor. Always forget what the other Spirit Shard is.
Scanning.
Oh, the Geomantic Grip upgrade. Cool. Cool. Mikey moving on out. BKB now done. Along with the Big Link Dagger. Sometimes I've done a great job at just playing around each other and together. It's just... the damage is done, and it doesn't seem like it's timely enough.
Homing in.
As possible catch in the triangle. Let's see it. As Lenny, along with Stoic, will just disappear. Onto the high ground, they can turn, but a good ping will guarantee a triple kill for Yeezy. Hookshot will miss Emptiness, but Pastille is a Giga Chat and will provide vision. Even though out comes the Hoof Stomp, Kachal is looking to just 1v1 hold out against the Marcy, who will be gunned down by Mikey. This should be the GG.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Honestly, Retsu's damage output is just too damn much to handle, with almost a 10,000 gold in the lead compared to Lena.
Radiant's top barracks has fallen.
It wasn't really a question, was it? Not for Retsu.
Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
Not for several members of his team. Would like to point out, of course, Kachal as well, along with Bastille. Just keep on holding as Stoic looks to buy back into the game. Sees the Dirge not available for 160.
Radiant's
His own boy should not really have a great much of a time.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
There's a full Megas who will be secured. KW. But not a worry in the world. We'll just casually walk towards Roshan. Out goes the Wheel of Wonder. A little bit of distraction against the Roche, but Kachal easily dispatching Stoic and Yeezy. That's a dieback on the Zomboid as Mikey just disappears. The right-click damage is just too damn much to handle as Kachal, unwilling to die. They'll take out Lenny as well, and Ge will be called by the Syntax lineup. Ultra for Retsu at the end there. And we did say, we just like the Clinks lineup a little bit better at the end of the day, despite, you know, the zombie lineup being there. I think I've sided with the Syntax crew just because of the Undying Lena at the end of the day. But yeah, it was the Marcy that I've seen succeed. that Spectre action along with the Warlock to help out handle the Manta illusions once ever so inevitably Retsu will pick them up. So it's up to the off lane now. Spectre can be countered with several heroes. But KW decide to lock in the Pastille, or Spirit, onto the mid lane. No Invoker, no Puck. And if I am Syntax, I wouldn't really want to play Earth Spirit into the Ember. Despite all that, of course, the mandatory bans of the Huskar will need to be addressed. And I wouldn't be surprised if one more of those mid laners will be picked up. Well, we do have, of course, in terms of a little bit of news here in the Dota world, the constant rumor from Corbin that AI is making the Dota 2 patches Fishman from the Aeon lineup, I guess, to some extent, although he hasn't played any of the games, I guess. He himself is saying that the patches are just way too balanced for non-human touch in one way or the other. It comes to mind that, yeah, basically a lot of picks could make sense in the long run, except, now that Mikey has lost 2 Marcy games in a row, the question arises, would Syntax allow Mikey to play the hero again, or will it only be busted out against lower tier teams in one way or the other? But yeah. Interestingly enough, though, yeah, the number of Mikey Marcy games being 5 before this season and now turning into 7 with 2 losses in a row might seem suspicious, might seem unusual, but at the end of the day, you cannot have a 100% win rate hero for a long time. I'm pretty sure Bune's Morphling, that is currently on a 100% win rate throughout the year, will eventually suffer its first loss when the time will come. But yeah, now that the Mars is banned, Syntax doesn't really have much reserve time. They are sitting at a meager 9 seconds of reserve time on their belts. With KW, they could just use this next minute and a half as mental damage against the Syntax lineup, but instead they will be picking out the Batrider ban and sending the ball straight back to the Syntax crew. And the very last ban of game number 2 here, Syntax are looking just a little bit worse for wear. In terms of defensive spells, they only have the Shadow Word, and of course there's the Poop Soup and the Fatal Bonds to just share the love of the damage. At the same time, do they have enough damage to pump? Beyond the Beastmaster and the Spectre, I'm kind of questioning. What can beat the Ember Spirit and then add more damage to help out with the Warlock to actually increase the value of the Fatal Bonds itself? Puckaband, Necrogon. I'm a little bit torn. What could be effective here? Full minute for KW to decide how they want to dismantle the Spectre Warlock lineup. With a Clockwork, since there's no Darkseer, I roll my attention back to the Tide, but at the very same time, it doesn't sound that great into the Beastmaster. Other options are, of course, the Dynamic Axe, which we did see in the previous series. Quite frequently, I might add. There's a lot of axe for one day. It just did not get its redemption arc, did it? It's going to be the Lycan instead, so a little bit of Hounded domination back and forth with Syntax going for the Lenny Monkey King? Mikey Monkey King, my bad. Of course, Lenny will be playing the Spectre. Trying to find the vision here. Of course, Monkey King in general, decent against spirits. Used to be noted that back in the day in 2018, the Storm Spirit usually won the matchup, right? Since some ranged versus melee play between the two. But eventually, Thompson showed us how and how effectively he can play into ranged mid laners with the monkey itself. So, mid lane Monkey King into the Ember Spirit should be the Monkey King favored, but Mikey, after that previous performance, is a little bit hard to trust. So, will he take us to the distance? Will he make enough space with Emptiness, who was a little bit passive in the previous game? Is it going to be enough in this game number 2, or will Syntax just basically crumble under its own creativity? That is the question we're waiting to answer here. And while KW have drafted the Lycan Luna something, Joyce D. Try has numerous times and in great detail explained to all of y'all. Let me not be the first one to actually once again go into the depth of why the Luna Lycan is just absolute value in Dota 2. Well, yeah, I would say it's going to be a 2-0 for KW. Previous series, I don't know if I was a turncoat. I don't think so. I was going for Aeon for 3 games in a row. But I am going to be curious to see, though, if this time around that we finally lose out
Not very good.
on the Lena, possibly
Tell me someone saw
the
that.
second time today, I
Tell me
believe.
someone saw that.
That's 5th game of the day overall. It has to be said, we've had 3 Lenas just now. Oh, there's Bastille and Stoic replace present trees.
Wolves need no I've taken a like.
All in Yeezy have already, how should we say, expressed their admiration for each other in the lobby previously, though. So it's now just up to good old Retsu to return into the field of battle. With Kachol's Balkan smile just smiling on through. Trying to read through timings overall. KW does have a way faster one. Not gonna lie. I don't think there's much denial or question of that.
Okay, that was unexpected. This was over before it started.
The big question, can Emptiness finally become a bit more active than in the previous game? The Center Warner played surprisingly passively. There's always this one more extra item that I need to farm out. On the outside, it might seem that he's just like not willing to fight in any shape or form, but it's like the ever increasing grocery list that you just need to buy for your mom, who then basically decides to hold a dinner party and will just keep on adding menu items, and you're stuck in the Walmart forever and ever till the end of time.
Zan Korabos Kor Koramord. Pipsqueak.
Even better yet of a question, right? Now that we're stuck in this pause and we can meander a bit, is will this match be a 1-1? On the condition of that Emptiness and Mikey can actually join up in the jungle, and then basically every primal
This was over before
spring
it
be
started.
followed up by a little bit of Wild Axis plus Primal Roar, and of course with a bit of help from Yeezy. Then there's a possibility of going into a late game where Lenny could be active with the Spectre. But we have seen that late game Spectre fall before. Wouldn't be the first time in the EPL as well. Despite good intentions, despite a decent draft, if the Spectre just doesn't really have that good of a protection, or cannot find those clean pickoffs that it truly, truly craves for, it's not going to get online. As the pause time of KW is ticking down, though.
You fought well and true.
We do go into a little bit of a request form towards the admin side. A total of 10 minutes of pause time is given to both teams, by the way, when it comes to Dota 2 games in general, per each game, by the way.
I've taken a liking to you. This was
So it
over
could be a
before it
long
started.
time since we wait for Retsu to return. Hopefully there's nothing wrong IRL that is truly happening.
This was over before it started.
Caught you in your stubbies, did we? Did you fall out of the nest as a baby?
That was a mauling.
Does look like Retsu wasn't even here for the join in for the game. Sure, for strategy time, basically. So maybe during the middle of the draft, there was the issue that truly dropped down. Yeah, with the current admin group, we are discussing if we should be throwing it over to a break or not. Oh, it looks like lights out. Oh no. Plus then the boys will be needing a bit
This was over
more
before it
time.
started.
What did you learn?
And yeah, admin gave us the green light to go on a break, so we are going to send it over to a technical break screen. Sending production the info now. We'll be right back as soon as the lights of good old Retsu return. And thankfully, the Syntax crew is understanding for it. But yeah, we'll be right back as soon as the Luna returns into the game. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. We are back with game number 2. It looks like Retsu has regained electricity. Let's see. Can the 2-0 happen for KW, or are we looking at a marathon day number 2 here at EPL Masters? I do believe production would absolutely appreciate a little bit of rest. As, of course, another gruesome day. The last day of play-in should commence on tomorrow as well. I will say this. I mean, players had every right to ask for a bit of a delay or a push for yesterday's games. So we pushed over to the next day, etc., etc. But, what? Okay, this time it looks like Loopsy will be the one disconnecting. Okay, W with the issues. But Loopsy's back. Hell yeah.
Tick-tock, time to die.
TikTok? TikTok strategies from Monodrama? Question mark?
Tick-tock,
And
time
they're
to
waiting
die.
on the Discord. Hopefully this wait time is not going to be as long as the previous one. But yeah, during the pause, though, the two teams have had a lively discussion in the all chat just before the resume of the game. It does seem like the two teams are pretty friendly with each other. As we continue the game, let's see. Well, the Razorback find all the information they wanted. As it expires, then a Monodrama will break their smokes. Emptiness, on the other hand, will more than happily continue our Rugaing as his opponents. Although widely considered one of the best Roar taunt lines, it's actually the Lone Druids. Level 25 taunt. He's an eye from Emptiness with the long boar send around over to the Dire Jungle. An easy kill. So down bottom, we have a nice little Clockwork in trouble. Loopsy. Down to 50 HP. We'll get Shadow Bladed. 20 HP is all he's got. Stoic will go in with the Shadow Word. And this should be, emphasis on should be enough. But Loopsy under the tower should be surviving as well. With 50 HP and the very last charge of Tango. The Clockwork lives to see another day. Another set of the Shadow Word and the Spectral Dagger. First Blood will be guaranteed on the bottom lane. On Loopsy. The racing time, are we surprised? Not really. Overall, the Clockwork should not have a good time here. And once again, it brings into question, why not just play it against the Hoodwink? Cogs are great, of course, against taking out the Acorn Shot tree planted by Yeezy. Can basically break the Bushwhack catch. And even though Emptiness and Yeezy should have, what should we call it? This synergy between them. If Emptiness just clearly doesn't level up the Wild Axes, it shouldn't be an issue with the Hoodwink overall. So Retsu. There it is. Of course, we already found the first Bushwhack catch on the top line. Down on the bottom. Isn't really much of a threat of a kill either. It's up top where the action truly is. With the Luna and the Hoodwink falling relatively low. Though Monodrama shouldn't be safe for long either. Go with the Bushwhack catch. Acorn Shot joining up for the fun. As even with a tame, the beast, the rodent, cannot be tamed. Despite the efforts. The best efforts of the Ringmaster. On the mid lane, though, we did talk about the Monkey King just dominating the lane overall versus the Ember, and so far so good. Mikey is keeping true to his word. Didn't have that great of a time with the Marcy versus the Earth Spirit. And yeah, I think this Mikey Marcy contention is going to be in question for a long time. One thing's not in question, though, is that he's going to be keeping with a hero starting with the letter M. That in and of itself might just be the rule for Mikey here. At least he's not wearing the clown costume that is available from the treasure. That was the Boundless. A little bit of a hold. Four minutes into play, only 2 kills so far, but in favor of the Syntax crew. Let's see if they can pick up number 3 on Monodrama here. Emptiness, a bit more of the chase. Wild Axes, a little bit more of a spin. And even with Lucent Beam, Retsu could just be next. Yeezy and Emptiness looking for the dive. The Razorbacks are chasing. Good with a Bushwhack. Yeezy will sacrifice himself, but for what? As Wild Axes 1 will hit, but 2, the return will not catch the Luna. Now come the Razorbacks. Going in for the chase. Retsu falling low, but of course Monodrama arriving in time to save the Luna from the embarrassment. Little Cogs block. It's KW. They gotta get the lid out. Yes, Kachel's having a decent time. It cannot be said that Retsu is on the okay side of things. The early range of the Luna makes things kind of rough. After PT Mask of Madness and a bit of time to farm, of course with the Dragon Lance, things will be on the up and up. But it will take some time to get there, as this time it's going to be the Syntax side that will need a bit of pausing. Stoic, basically cosplaying a StarCraft character at this point. Could have been a smoke pause. Who knows? We will never get to find out. Emptiness's eyes truly seem like they're truly empty. Retsu wanting to get on top of this activity here. Will recruit the Clockwork as an assistant. Stoic also hanging out on the lane, so it could just be a 3v3 situation over here. There's Monodrama just outside your screens, a little bit above. And they go with the Tame the Beast. We'll catch 2 as Retsu falling low. Yeezy will find the angle for the kill. And Stoic keeps on joining up. Cog block number 1 a miss, cog block number 2 a miss, and the third one, it will despawn before it makes contact. Monodrama all alone. The Clockwork, it's not perfectly working for KW so far, but now in Loopsy's hands, at least it has a little bit more contact. Loopsy, go over for the cog contact play, but even Yeezy is just going to be casually safe. The Acorn Shot doing so much work at level 2 already. This spell is just a pain in the ass. Mikey, the cog block will not cut off a tree, and now it is Loopsy at Monodrama, surrounded by Wukong's command, along with Retsu. Down they fall as a 2k net worth lead will be established. Post power rune number 1. Mikey with the shield rune coming on over to the top side is absolutely not out of the blue. I think it's absolutely understandable that you want to go for this plane. It's more like Bastille just dragging his feet over to the enemy Shrine of Wisdom to try and secure it for himself. is kind of the unusual part where Yeezy
Radiant are scanning.
standing by and will not be using any of the bushwhack techniques. Obviously knowing that there's a remnant waiting for Bastille on the mid lane. As we switch over to net worths, hopefully on the production side as well. I don't even know who's had the worst time, but overall the numbers do not really lie. It is Retsu, who's almost at the same net worth level as the enemy warlock, Stoic. Basically in one creep kill range of the Luna. But as Kachal chasing out onto Lenny. Getting closer and closer to a potential kill.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And this is already indicating that once he will take the tower, he will join on the bottom party. But until then, he kind of wants to enjoy the empty lane all to himself. It's going to be a long climb until the Luna's back in play.
Is under attack.
And I'm not going to lie, it's not really looking good. Kind of feels like the curse of the 1-1 is strong today, just as well as it was last night.
Has been
But just as the Beastmaster was caught on the top lane, Kachal falls really low on the bottom as well, but the Shapeshift will keep him alive for a little bit longer. And with the Shadow Step, but the Spectre's illusion is not going to be strong enough to get the kill. Using Shapeshift to farm the first night. Not really the ideal situation. This Bastille and Mikey. Not want to receive too much on the Mikey side, but not want to give over Jingu Mastery. Bastille continuing his efforts to actually become the core the team needs to provide themselves a bit more of a distance. Primal Roar straight onto Monodrama. There's the Strongman Tonic that could help a little bit for Monodrama, but out goes the Funhouse Mirror. And Monodrama should be fine. Where was this syntax through the previous game? I think the answer lies with the Marcy and its pickup.
scanning.
As easy.
Radiant's top
Approaching the grab, perfect bushwhack onto the Lycan as Mikey comes out with the Wukong's command as well. Primal Spring wasn't even used yet, but it could just be coming out right now. Loop C with the block. The cog block is effective, and as Monodrama throws out the Tame the Beast, it seems like no kill will happen for the Radiant side.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Bastille, Bastille, Bastille. It's all about him now. As the Spirit Vessel's almost finished, the Ember Spirit will be tied to a tree with his loopy friend.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
10-minute power rune given over to poor old Mikey. Quote unquote poor old Mikey. You know, I'm really sad for him in general. Let's get Chal. Shapeshift number 2 used. This time it will be gunned. That's Stoic for the hunt. Lenny
Middle tower is under
throwing out the Spectral Dagger, but the chase is not on at all. I would have thought that with Kachal there would be a bit of contact onto the Spectre, but obviously Kachal, knowing the abilities of the Spectre, that dispersion would basically kill him solo. "12 kills in 12 minutes. Finally, we are on an average game.
tower is under attack.
But adding insult to injury will be Monodrama going down to Yeezy and Mikey.
Radiant are scanning.
MT is continuing his strategy gaming tactic, right? Well, Retsu is recovering pretty okay with the Luna. And the Mask of Madness is done. And he's moving over to bigger and better items. Let's just see how much time the team can get him. Until he will need to join in with the cavalry. And throw down the Eclipse. Selamene commands as Mikey. Commands out a Prime or commands a good old Jingu Mastery to keep himself alive pretty with ease. Keeping with the damage as well. Onto Monodrama and Kachal he goes. As the Boundless Strike will be available in 3. With a turnaround, it's going to be an easy kill onto Monodrama. As with the changing of the guard, he will look to escape. Oopsie will also die. But as the monkey will be surrounded, Retsu will finally join in. And they will secure the kill onto Mikey. Or Lenny. Maybe Lenny? No, it was Mikey first, and Lenny will be escaping with the Spectre. As Easy is next. But Lenny with a Shadow Step, just confusing us a little bit. Escaping and appearing for a second there, Loopsy. Clockwork keeping his distance. His Emptiness, finally, deciding to join up his teammates. Kachal, Centaur, War Conqueror will be stomped on the place he stands, while Pastille will be found by Mikey. Just below his remnant, there's a monkey sitting on a tree. /3K net worth lead currently for the Syntax crew. But just showing that nothing is written in stone. Out comes the Fatal Bonds along with the Chaotic Offering. The Rock drops straight on top of the Lycan. As Loopsy going for the Cog Block in an attempt to help out the Lycan. Play Retsu coming in with the Eclipse. Stoic falling low. Kachal and his little Granite Golem that could is trying to work things out here as Yeezy with the Haste Rune on the run. Rocket Flare will connect. Does the Golem will be given a back rub by Emptiness. In comes Pastille, but we'll be Primal Roar straight into the river. Mikey joining in to keep it a chain stun, and they will take out the Ember before it can do anything. Mikey wanted to join in on the fun. He'll try and mischief his way out of it, but it's just not happening that easily. Shapeshift once again. Straight up trying
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
to go for the Beastmaster, but the Beastmaster's fine. Mikey and Stoic with the pressure. Let's see if Kachal can make the catch. Approach onto Stoic. They'll be happy with the Warlock, as the Warlock will be thrown straight onto Kachal. The Lycan will take the meal for free, although let the creeps keep up the chase. Out come the Wolves. Eventually Loopsy will take it with Rocket Flare just to secure. We did say the early tempo will be going to Kachal in terms of the Helm of the Dawn. The Helm of the Overlord, with Emptiness gunning for the greedy play. We're going for the Aghanim Scepter post Helm of the Dominator. I don't know if that speed will suffice for them, while Retsu is just basically increasing farm speed minute by minute. Not an easy recovery, let's say, for Retsu. But now with the Yasha done, moving over to Manta style, things could be on the up and up. Primal Roars, once again, straight onto Pastille. But Pastille this time, escaping to the other side of the river. Out goes the Wheel of Wonder, but Mikey and Emptiness doesn't really care. And goes the Haunt. Let's see what kind of catch the Spectre will find. It will be Loopsy's Clockwork. "70 minutes into play, 25 kills already achieved by the two teams together. But 5 more on the side of Syntax.
Radiant's bottom
As I am a little bit shocked as to how Pastille is still suffering. There's so much action on the mid lane constantly. Sure, he did die twice, both to a primal roar coming out from emptiness, but there's just so many easy kills for them to be had. As go with the Tame the Beast, emptiness will finally get caught out. Kachal
Radiant's
will take care of his first tier 1 tower
dire structures are fortified.
with the good old Beastmaster. Tier 1 number 3, though, on the mid lane is about to be taken by Syntax. And the question remains,
Has fallen.
I mean, the farm speed is there. Kachal now is number 1 net worth on the board. What is the next item he's going to be gunning for? And how fast will he be taking objectives in this case? Bastille will be dodging out the triangle, even with the AD rune.
Is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Doesn't seem to be wanting to engage. Zen picking up the arcane as well. There's no place like home. There's no place like now. There's no time like the present to make a good little cut. Arcane rune not to be joined up. Sharpshooter will be dodged. Zen. I don't think he's Zen right now. He's fatally bonded, but not fatally wounded. So keeping his distance. Let's see if that recovery has been paying off. Now with the Manta done, he's moved to the Dragonlance now. The passive pressure on dead lanes could definitely bring back the Luna into the game now. Second place on the network chart at 19 minutes in is definitely a recovery, where he basically had the equivalent net worth of the Warlock on the enemy side. Stoic in the meantime, speaking of the Warlock on the enemy side, will be wolfed and triggered and tickled and everything that you could imagine and could hate. His emptiness. And with a hook shot, Loopsy looking to distract. As out comes the haunt and a possible catch. Loopsy and Monodrama do say goodbye as the back lines of KW. We shall see if Kachal can keep up the join in. Once again, a shapeshift used aggressively against enemy heroes. But without the presence of Kachal,
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Zen bringing up the illusion rune casually and going for the standard build of the Mate Slayer on
Radiant are
to
scanning.
the Ember Spirit. Kachal with all the wolves in the world, not even committing to another howl. Will easily guarantee the jetpack to his good old friend the Clocker. Mikey on the hunt, but all this time hunting hasn't really led anywhere for them and Lenny. The 21 minutes in, Retsu recovering really quickly with this Luna. The Spectre doesn't even have a chance. Lenny does have a Radiance though. I will give him this as Loopsy. Hookshot still available, but still looking for the angle. Out comes the block, and with the jetpack, Loopsy will live to see another day. As Retsu now done with the Dragonlance. Every time we look at the Luna, a new item appears in Retsu's inventory. And we shall see if the Spectre can get to that tempo.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
As there's a Chaotic offering good grab in the middle of that fight, but at the very same time, with Loopsy and Kachal gone, Retsu can just come in with a follow-up and the Eclipse will do the work. only grabbing Yeezy in the middle of that fight does feel a little bit empty, and pun intended for emptiness, who basically, with the drums of Slom, was looking to survive the onslaught thrown out by KW in any shape or form. But Bastille basically being the reason why this team is behind, is proving to be in a cumbersome position. Remnant slide straight into the mid lane, but emptiness just casually walking it off to the beats of the drum. Gonna do the rakatan. I can't really imitate Lexi Lee's. My heart's beating like a jungle drum, I believe was the song's name.
Middle tower is under attack.
Did some very solid beatboxing in that song, I believe. Or is it called beatboxing in that case? I guess so. Loopsy. Another Fatal Bonds grab, but the hook shot will help you get the hell out of there. Now, Skachol and Emptiness are relatively on even scale. There's basically Retsu plus a pack behind him by 2,000 gold. If they can keep the distance, Emptiness and, of course, his entourage of Yeezy and Stoic will not be able to actually keep up the pressure on the side lanes. All Kachal needs to do is just constant split push with his Black Dragon and, of course, the Wolfies.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Thanks. It's not even my birthday. Like it's
Nike, on the other hand, done with the Disperser, does have an Orchid as well. Wonder if he will finish off the Scotty first or move over to a Bloodthorn, but one thing at a time. Bastille is the number one target. And of course, the Orchid working out well against Spirits is just a common notion at this point.
Nothing will stand in my way.
Not looking at a Dispel counter build so far on the Ember Spirit. Although Yules, and of course the Mantis comes to mind for most of the players. It never feels good to build the Manta on Spirits, in my opinion. I'd much rather have the Yule Scepter for the faster movement speed. Of course, even just a potential setup
Dire's middle
for a
tower
little bit of Searing Chains and Sleight of Fist in the case of the Ember. Emptiness moving all over. Primal Roars straight onto Monodrama off your screens. But we see the whole thing, especially the Sharpshooter landing straight in the face of the Ringmaster. Might just be that Syntax played the event so hard that they've grown to despise the Ringmaster himself.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Mikey. Gunning for the last item needed to actually face off the last enemy that could potentially kill him with the Eclipse, that being the Luna. Once the BKB is there, I don't think he's going to be super worried about the Luna ultimate. But as Retsu is feeling very confident, he is going to go for the Butterfly first of all, and then decide from there, most likely, into Satanic and possibly the BKB. While Emptiness, it's like a totally different player compared to his Centaur from the previous game. Will still have the Aegis for 2 minutes. We shall see how good of a grab he can get.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Kachal in the meantime, trying to take out tier 1 objectives and pressure tier 2s. The top tier 1 will be taken by the Black Dragon, while the Wolfies
Radiant structures
work on the mid tier 1.
fortified.
Emptiness on the surge, the Sleight of Fist will be responded with a Primal Roar. And Emptiness, after screaming like a Karen, will basically abandon the lane. I want the manager, and then he just leaves the lane in general, which is weird. See, with the Warhead Monodram, we'll still have tips and tricks to avoid the Mikey and his boy, but Loopsy go with the grab, even better with a little bit of the cog block, but Stoic and Yeezy coming in with the help. Crimson Guard, along with a Road of Atos, not allowing the move. Despite the chaotic offering, not much chaos has been done on the Dire side. Let's see the cog blocks. Mikey needs to be on the run. Stoic will be the stoic face of confidence as Kachal searches for an approach. I love how Stoic seems like the most cold, dead, focused pan man here on this Warlock. But absolutely confusing to me is Pastile's approach. The 2K network differential is mostly on the 3 cores of Emptiness, Lenny, and of course Mikey. But even if with 5K somehow would drop into the lap of the Ember Spirit, Pastille, I don't think would be strong enough to actually face off their current adversaries. He needs way more than that 5,000 extra gold. He will go for the Kaya, and then transition to the Shiva's Guard.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
But enough is not the first word that comes to mind as soon as I see this build order. Emptiness with another Primor Roar, straight up catch onto the Ember. And even though his team will get the tier 2 tower on the bottom lane, the Ember Spirit being sacrificed for it will not be the satisfactory victory that KW wanted.
Is under attack.
36 kills already, and we are continuing. The grit, and grit. 1 more minute left of this night. That would be a massive kill. They see Mikey, but the hook shot misses. In comes the Black Dragon, a good find onto the Monkey King. Out comes the Eclipse again, as it will be enough this time to take out the Journeyman of the West. Black Myth Wukong no more. Or at least, not for a minute.
Speedy rune of haste.
Retsu needing the wave. We'll move in with the Mask of Madness. As long as the glaives bounce, you're going to be fine. Satanic is the aim. Post Butterfly. There's no BKBs aimed at just yet. KW. Trying to show off the power of the Luna that has farmed for 30 minutes and has recovered well from an atrocious landing stage. Out comes the chaotic offering and the poop soup as Retsu will be forced away out of the brown inkling. His distance will be kept. Retsu will get his hands on a regen rune, but not really happening much in any shape or form. There's a high ground approach coming out at 30 minutes in. Could definitely shock the Spectre lineup. Lenny, with an Orchid of his own, the question remains, how fast can he get those stats up and running? Wolf chase from Kachal. Can he find Stoic? Either keeping my eye on Lenny, and of course the same thing for Yeezy, who will be grabbed. And even with a sharpshooter, a little bit of a whiff from the projectile isn't going to be providing much protection in any shape or form. Out comes the Haunt, a good little swapper Rooney. Lenny trying to keep up contact. As out comes the cog block. Loopsy trying to keep the illusions off his back as Mikey, provided by Division, will take on the Ember. And Ember, I hardly even know her. Escachal will make it out of there before Emptiness can join up with the Primal Roar. Four deaths available is Yeezy. Almost dying to the Tormentor, but will guarantee himself the boomerang.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Up top, though, the Black Dragon is doing the work. And even though the tier 2 doesn't fall, Mikey and Yeezy will be needed to take care of the Black Dragon. $2K net worth lead, and $2K net worth lead is enough for a lot. But in this case, shaking off a constant threat of a Luna pushing in is not going to be one of those things. Satanic done on Retsu as he's transitioning over to the Silver Edge, the final breaking element against both the Monkey King and the Spectre. Question is, who's going to be the lucky person to receive that break?
Are scanning.
I would argue that even Inner Beast is a nice one to take care of, but speaking of nice things to take care of, is going to be the Wukong's Command. Boundless Strike straight onto the pause 1-2 of the Dire lineup. Primal Roar joining in. The Ringmaster is in trouble. But even so, it's not that much as the Chaotic Offering lands. It looks like the poor Ember Spirit will just get crushed with the Boundless Strike. Steel is gone, but can they get more than what they pay for this? Shadow Words, Fatal Bond, Stoic in trouble, as once again, the Orchids are just being cleaned off fair and square from Retsu's Luna. As Retsu keeps up the bounce, we're at 2K in the distance. As Lenny joins in, they are willing to throw out the Eclipse immediately. Mikey looking for the angle, tries to get on top of the Luna as Kachal is falling low, but let's see if the Glaives will be enough to be a bounce. Retsu with the Satanic looks to heal back up as Lenny will just die in the Glaives bounce. Loopsy looking for the angle. The Cogs will not connect onto Mikey. The monkeys around, but the rest of his team will fall for this. As it was a 4-for-4 exchange, but it did require the buyback of Loopsy to even have the potential of catching out the monkey. High ground push number 2. Just about 13 minutes after the first one.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Let's see if Retsu continues here. They want the outer objectives first. They find Emptiness, and he's just absolutely empty and dead inside. Primal Roar going out. It will be enough to take out Loopsy. That's a dieback on the Clockwork. But Mikey fighting in his own Wukong's Command. Retsu's beating him tit for tat. And as they take the Shrine of Wisdom with Bastille, I think Zen could basically try and keep this Luna alive one way or the other, but the chain stun is going to be a lot. But still, Satanic is there, and it will help against Mikey. Retsu will do it with the butterfly. He'll have the damage, he'll have the courage, and he'll have everything. Rooted down into the ground, Yeezy. There is no escape, or is there? Gleipnir out, and on the run. Sharpshooter available in 3. But as these annoying Prowlers keep on coming, Yeezy is gone. 2 men down while there's a 1-man deficit on the side of KW.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
They could just be the first team to actually have a clean series after 6 series of 2-1 in a row.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Actually, it's even more than 6, right? There's an additional 3 from July 22. So it's basically a total of 9 series of 2-1 that we've been suffering through here at EPL. But KW cleaning up the top lane and then moving over to the mid. They could just settle it with Megas.
Has fallen.
A casual 3K net worth lead for the Dire. As the hook shot misses. The opinion of Gaben also shifts. Bastille falling low. Retsu, though, all eyes on the Luna. In comes the Spectre. There's a Silver Edge to be had here. And even though Retsu is broken, he is definitely not shaken in this situation. As Kachal finishes off the Megas, Lenny will die. Stoic bought back for what though, as there's no chaotic offering to offer from the Warlock. Mega creeps achieved with only one casualty in the form of the Clockwork. And even though Lenny is dead, Mikey pushes on forward with the Monkey, but will not catch any of his prey.
Radiant are scanning.
Spectre timing versus like an early game. It's just a lot of pressure that Kachal is dealing out. And the amount of space created for Retsu, which is abundantly clear to be enough, as with the Primal Roar, an easy kill onto Pastille, but he is the bottom net worth core in the whole entirety of the game. At the same time, let's see if Retsu, one more round of this Eclipse, gonna be enough to take out Stoic and Emptiness. Mikey is next, as he is trying to hide with the changing of the guard, but even with the BKB, he cannot get any kind of Jingu stack to save his life. The Monkey is just gone. As 39 minutes into the play, we have a little bit of KW supremacy.
I wasn't sure this would work for me.
As one last push coming out from Retsu. The tier 4s, they're made out of
Radiant's middle
as
tower
Retsu will just casually keep on right-clicking. There is no more fortification on the Radiant, as Lenny, one last haunt, trying to get on top of the Luna, but even so, that guy has Aegis. And as for 90 seconds gone, the Spectre will be dealt with. And for the first time, EW will be the first one to get a 2-0 in just 2 days. Long and exciting series aside, we are going to be still behind a little bit of schedule. What can you do? But of course, my good old friend Waxon will be covering the next one, so I don't have to. At the very same time, KW with just the Luna tempo, and I think Lycan tempo, and then basically the Luna just getting the free farm to recover from the abysmal laning stage that Emptiness just handed over to him. Still, praise is needed to be said for Syntax, despite the fact that they got 2-0'd, right? I think this time around, Emptiness was way more active, and Mikey found great targets, actually having the highest kill count in the whole game. Mikey does need a bit more praising than he deserved on his Marcy. That didn't do so well in game number 1. But this time around, it is Lenny who was the one that didn't get to play his game. They went for the double Orchid to just continue bullying Pastilles / Zen's Ember Spirit. And at the end of the day, sure, you get one person out of commission, but KW, both Kachal and Retsu, had enough time and space to actually recover themselves from the laning stage and then basically take care of your side of the map. Now, with a little bit of oversight, we shall see if Syntax will bounce back or not. This is basically their first loss of a series, but they will finish on the board with 8 points. On the other hand, KW, let's not hold them up for long. Match number 3 of the day will be continuing pretty soon, which will be KW versus Steam Spirit Academy. See you there.
carry needed here in the academy. And no Beastmaster now, no Enigma, and over 2 minutes of reserve time. Very good. Now let's see if they're gonna go for a final carry, maybe something like Never mind. Wow, it's gonna be Kiseki on the carry Necro with Techi's support from HYDRA and Salen. Not what I was expecting to see as the 24th pick, but Techi's last could be a bit of a surprise. Right now, Okay, well, looking at the picks, I think I have to say, I do think there's definitely more late game on the KW lineup, but this Necro can scale infinitely, and I think we find ourselves in this meta where the lower cooldowns you have, and of course the Reaper Scythe is pretty big cooldown, but it's not that big of a cooldown if you think about it properly. Is because the cooldown is big for the Reaper Scythe, but you're playing with the Heartstopper aura, you're playing with the heals, you're playing with the shard. I think this is going to be very, very good. From Team Spirit Academy, if they can convert in the early to mid game. We'll see how what build can this Batrider go. I think, of course, about a year ago, we had that Batrider meta where you just go right click. I don't think 86 will be heading that way. But I like this. This is got a fun little draft from both of these teams, and I hope they will both deliver to the highest level as we are now getting ready to jump in the first game of this best of 3. Can Team Spirit Academy find their first 2-0 victory of the tournament, or is KW going to continue ascending? And by the way, KW, if they win here, they will actually surpass Team Spirit Academy in points. Team Spirit Academy, one of these rosters that has a lot of potential for the future, but KW, they've just defeated a really big team. Syntax was undefeated until this previous 2-0 series. So, we're kicking things off with a little tactical timeout. Well, I'm joking. It's no tactical timeouts, chat. It's a joke. It's a technical timeout, of course. And we're going to take a look at the players. We got Monodrama on the Ring Master. We have, which is a great set. Loopsy on the Clockwork support. Kachal on the Night Stalker. Retsu on the Wind Ranger. And of course, last but not least, we're going to have Zen on the Earth Spirit. Whereas, for Team Spirit Academy, we have Kiseki on the Necro. 86 on the Batrider. Salen on the Bane, HYDRA on the Techies, and Batyuk on his Centaur Warrunner offlaner. It will be quite interesting to see. We have a KW with this lineup that wants to get on top of you, but Team Spirit Academy can disengage with the Stampede. They can also initiate onto you with the Blink Lasso or just a Lasso from Batrider, then pull you back with the Stampede. Gonna be quite fun. Bane, another one of these great initiation tools. Big three big single target ultimates here from the side of Team Spirit Academy. Salen and Monodrama. Each other's smokes will get broken. I think the runes will be traded. We see the Wind Ranger quite close, but there's no way she can test the Centaur Techies, as they have a nice observer word placed right there to can spot. Clock. Oh, Loopsy. Already stopping Kiseki from getting first last hit. Another deny. Great start. Of course, Necro, one of these heroes that benefits from finding last hits. That's just kind of his whole shtick with the innate ability. Taking a look bottom. A Monodrama will try to harass a lot with the Impalement Arts, but HYDRA and Batyuk seems to have their eyes set. Zen versus 86, a very strange mid matchup. Batrider versus Earth Spirit. I think 86 will come ahead of this one as soon as he puts 2 points in Sticky Napalm. But Zen will prioritize getting the water runes and of course finding extra last hits early on. Already has 6 sticky stacks on top of him. I assume he's running with a stick. Yes, he does have a stick and a Fairy Fire. Good side pull here from HYDRA. Actually even gets the last hit on the center. 86! Ooh, has to use the Fairy Fire there. Zen, we're level 3 before the Batrider, using the Geomagnetic Grip to get him quite low. And now 86 has to play back because of the Stone Remnant so close to him. This is what you wanted to see from the Earth Spirit. Early on control and pressure onto Bat. A Courier got claimed somewhere. Some little harass for HYDRA. He was excellent in his showing on stream yesterday. And so was Batyuk. This Bane Nightmare is so pesky, Loopsy. Oh boy, gets overwhelmed by the magic pure damage. And that's a great first blood going inside of Team Spirit Academy. Loopsy was being very conservative with those clogs. Meanwhile, in mid, Zen really taking a ton of harass from the Batrider. It's payback time now that 86 has level 4. Looking at the last hits already, the Necro has the lead, as you can see, also finding first blood. The cogs are being very annoying. Salen has burned through a lot of his mana. He's got a lot of stuff in the courier and does have a healing Lotus. The Wind Ranger, even in last hits more or less with the Centaur. As the action continues.
Radiant are scanning.
Admit it, you expected that.
Sorry for that. We're back into
Scanning.
this very slow laning phase from both teams. So far this tournament, I would say, at least the matches I've had the pleasure of casting, have been very kill heavy in the first 10 minutes, but right now, other than that first blood we saw, maybe now with some action and rotation, Retsu does have a point in wind run, pops the wand, turns around, shackles, and now the Nightmare was definitely perfectly weighted, but the blood grenade actually interrupts the Nightmare. Retsu, can he dodge this? He cannot. Tries to turn around. HYDRA, will he die to right clicks? One more will get the job, but the stick is there, and the Wind Ranger survives. Sorry, the Wind Ranger doesn't survive. It's the Techies that survives as the Wind Ranger dies.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Such power.
Arcane Drone ready here for Zen. Has the ultimate. He could go for a play. He's got some assistance from the Ringmaster. This Bat Rider could die here, but no, they're opting to not commit to it. Cogs pushing Bachuk back. Nice sidestep for the second Cogs. And wait a minute, pause. We've been following the action bottom and mid, but Necro has 51 last hits. They really need to kill him. They don't connect with the stun, and now he just walks away. They are gonna reset the magnetize, diving the tower. They have the ultimate turn around. Okay, a little bit of a misunderstanding there. The magnetize does continue to be reset. This Necro is very tanky, very beefy, so hard to kill. One more magnetize reset is gonna get the job done. Kiseki falls, and now Salen. 2 seconds until he can heal again. The magnetize resets for the 5th time. Long range kick, and it's a double kill for Zen. Elsewhere on the map, the Ringmaster did get punished by the lasso level 7 from 86, but still, it took them a long time. It wasn't easy, but Kiseki did end up dying, and so did the Bane. Very needed kill, as Kiseki, looking at his last hits, he was starting to be way too farm. Even after this death, he's still the first in net worth. Twingy it out. To top. They would like to find this Necro again. The Stampede is available, and the Centaur will allow for Kiseki to escape. Yes, he can. Kachal cannot lock him down. And the rotation from Retsu finds no kills.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Spirit Vessel. The first item Zen is going for a needed one versus a Centaur and Necro specifically. Connecting onto Kiseki. He does need a bit more assistance up top. He's been, you know, just him and Salen can definitely not survive this nighttime Night Stalker, as we can see Kachai again finding another casualty, creating another casualty. Bat Rider does have an Invisor. Okay, this is a dead Wind Ranger. Blast off, lots of grenade damage. Retsu tries to run away. He does have to wind run. Never. What? How did they not have sufficient damage? How? What is? Okay, 3 points in sticky. That's why. And the fire is only 1 point. Firefly only 1 point. Only 1 point in flame break. Wasted lasso. It's a good look for KW. Despite the last hit discrepancy, are finding still some space on the map. Blood Grenade thrown onto 86, who now has 3 points in Firefly and will start accelerating his farm. Seems to be speedrunning a Blink Dagger, also wants to find the minute 10 power rune, and takes the 50-50 successfully. Back bottom, Bachuk, the most farm hero on the map, 5,000 net worth at minute 10 for him.
Dire are scanning.
Wow. Look at Kachal. He wants to convert this pretty good start he's had into Radiance. 86. Now cutting, farming a lot in the triangle. Very good with the Firefly level 9. He's gonna have the Tranquil. Oh, the Clockwork, I believe, might have stolen one or two of those last hits. At least revealed the Bat Rider farming. Bat really needs to finish these stacks off. He's the least farmed core on the map, despite having a pretty good start in last hits and finding a kill already. Wind Ranger has the Javelin and a Glove of Haste. Kiseki also has enough money to buy the Sacred Relic. Will be Radiance v Radiance here. Bat Rider back to base to heal himself up. Spirit Vessel will be flying on the courier to the Earth Spirit. He's got no charges though. Minute 12 Power Rune jumping in on top of him. That's a nice blast off. Can they block him? Perfect placement from HYDRA. The hookshot comes in, but it's not enough to protect the Earth Spirit. The Kachal ultimate flying in for the darkness. And the Techies will be the casualty. It not went his way, go his way, as the rotation from the Night Stalker popping the ultimate more than enough to get that kill. As they're kind of dependent on these timing from Kiseki. Team Spirit Academy, they don't have the blink for him, they don't have the radiance for the blink for the bat, they don't have the radiance for the Necro. Trying to fight for the Power Rune. It's not working out for them just yet. Heart of Tarask though from Batyuk is very, very close, as he is about 800 gold ahead of the opponent Night Stalker. Both offlaners extremely farmed. Batyuk, is he gonna block his camp? No, he's not. He's a pro. He knows what he's doing here for the TSA squad. Smoke, and I think this is the blink. They've got the lasso, they got the blink. We have yet to see a Fiend's Grip that finds an effective kill. The only one not with them is the Necro. Well, the Centaur is just in lane, but that's where he's been for the last 4 minutes. Blink reveal, Wade Run is perfect. Ooh boy. That's a bit of a mistake, and a Wind Run turn around. That's going to be a wasted Bat Rider lasso blink reveal, but can they find something else in exchange? They will manage to get on top of Retsu. In the backline, it's HYDRA with a long-range blast-off, and now Bane coming in with a Fiend's Grip, wants to get Loopsy, but now the Magnetize rolling in from Zen. Among two players, Salen and HYDRA, they both want to get away. HYDRA gets out. Salen, it might not be so lucky as the Spirit Vessel Magnetize find a trade, but still very favorable exchange for TSA. It looked very dire as the Bat Rider could not lock anybody down, but he runs away, TP's back to safety, and the Wind Ranger still dies. And all this time, yep, you see it on your screen, the man himself, the carry Necro, continues to farm. Big lasso. He still has the lasso from last time. The blast off is there. Proximity mines coming galore. Zen tries to sidestep. Hook shot. Escape box. They really want to block his escape. And now the Wind Ranger shows up to the party. And the tech is reactive taser or not. The Spirit Vessel will get the job done. If not, the Impalement Arts will. Focus fire thrown onto Kiseki, who gets out of the Crippling Fear, walks away after he stole a kill with the Reaper Sight, gets the first stack for his ultimate. It's a 1-for-1 support trade, but this is going to open up the map, as with the darkness, they will manage to pick up the tier 1 mid. It's not darkness, it's the Dark Ascension, but it's dark, you know what I mean. Bane going for his Aether Lance. By the way, this Centaur is AFK farming, and he's got a Tarrasque. It's lied to him on the Courier, on top of the Dominator. I do love the fact that Centaur is viable, and I think his playstyle was fun at first, but it's just not it, guys. It's just not it. I don't know what they do. I know they nerfed the Dominator. Clearly not enough. Hookshot coming in from Loopsy in the jungle. Can they catch the Bane? The answer is yes. As we see Zen just pummeling him down with the last right click. And KW reclaim the kill lead. Smoke, counter smoke on the other side of the map. And they're heading for the Wind Ranger. That would be the bigger one. We also have an amplified damage rune in the bottle for this Bat Rider. Retsu, just farming. Blink, lasso, this time connects with the Firefly, play him closer. Stampede is there as well. A perfect long range jump in. Zen actually rolls among 3 players. This could be a very mistake. Stun comes in on top of the Earth Spirit. He's really struggling. He's gonna sacrifice himself. Really thought he could get there faster, or the teammates would also join him, but clearly not the case. And they also cannot do anything to Batu, who's level 14, by the way, on the Centaur. Wheel of Wonder comes in, hypnotizes him. They want to get the kill. The Battery Assault, the Cogs, interrupting the blast off, and the Centaur will fall. But at what cost, as Loopsy is also dying. The escape box cannot protect him. Techi's TPing out, and he will do so successfully. It's a 1 for 3. But you did manage to kill the biggest one on the map, the Centaur. The fat boy did die. And that means it's going to be a pretty big influx of gold going towards the Necro. The Necro? No, the Necro wasn't even in the picture. Towards the Night Stalker, and that's why he surpasses the Necro in gold.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Retsu about to purchase his Hyperstone. No, Retsu, you gotta stack, man. It was 52. Amateur mistake. Kachal, by the way, had the blink, the Radiance, and now is going for the blink. Now pressuring T1 bottom. They do have 1 tower lead currently. Greedy Essence Ring crafted by Salin's Bane. Kiseki, Travel Boots going for the Manta style next. Manta style? To dispel the geomagnetic grip? You can't dispel crippling fear, and I guess it helps you to get out of cogs, but it's honestly, it feels like it's just for geomagnetic grip. That's kind of interesting. Okay, Blink Lasso, and they got the hero on the map. The cogs coming in with the hookshot to protect him. Ringmaster dies in the back line. Loopsy wants to sacrifice himself as well. I do say sacrifice, but he's turning around with the cogs and the magnetize of the Earth Spirit, and they will get a trade kill onto the Bane. Magnetize reset once again, but 4 heroes on top of him, and Kiseki claims the 2nd kill of that team fight with the Reaper side. Salen says, you know what? If you're gonna feed my carry and his ultimate, I'm gonna die every single time. Gives a tip. Dark Ascension gets popped. Retsu also with a wind run. 2 versus 4. I don't know if this is a promising attempt here, as we have a quick pause coming up. Lag galore, left, right, and center. Dota servers, you know, it's still in beta, the game, guys. Don't worry. It will come out of beta at some point. Right? Right? Okay, G's in the chat. We're back into action, and they're actually on top of the Centaur. The Wind Ranger is coming, but the Wind Run is on cooldown. Flame Break, push him back. Kachal, below half HP, does have that Radiance, gets right-clicked by the Bat. Yeah, very ambitious play there in this 2 versus 4. Kachal continues the pursuit with his Blink. Would love to find at least the dominated creep, but sees the pump fake hoof stomp and decides against continuing his exploration. Amplified damage run will be bottled up. In Spirit Academy, the best team in the tournament at claiming these objectives, and even if you spot them with a rocket flare, how are you going to interrupt it? The answer is you are not. And now we got the techies picking up his shard for NAD in mid. Lasso onto the Ring Massacre. The escape act only will delay his death, as 86 is now dominating 4-0-7, involved in 11 out of the 13 kills for TSA. Win probability 71% in favor of TSA, but I think it's actually not real. Speaking of not real, maybe I'm wrong. I was just about to say that the Retsu will scale more with the Wind Ranger, so she of course had to die. Zen picks up back-to-back Shrines of Wisdom. He picked up the 14-minute one just now. He's going to pick the 21-minute the second after, prioritizing his levels over the Night Stalker, who was in the vicinity. BKB not too far off from the Earth Spirit. Wind Ranger, with that death, hers will be delayed even further. Full Black King bar for the bat. Oh boy. Yasha's done for the Necro. Blink for the Centaur. Aether Lens for the Bane. And I think Tekis even has a full Force Staff on the Courier flying his way. Did he get spotted by the rocket?
Dire are scanning.
But there will be no jump. 5 kills behind, 6k gold behind. 5 Radiant Heroes behind your tier 1. Can they deny it? They could. Guys, you can't bring 5 Radiant players by the tier 1. A single catapult, and you don't deny it. Anyway, hookshot long range. They get on top of the Bane. And he cannot cast the Nightmare to buy himself some time, as the Battery Assault perpetually interrupts the casting. Our Spirit has his BKB. The problem here is KW knows that Team Spirit Academy would love to go for Roche, but TSA, I don't know if they got the best Roche lineup this time.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
'86 blinks in. The cogs will not interrupt him as he's got the BKB, and it's an instant Reaper sight. And Zen! Okay, I think he popped the BKB, which was a 9-second BKB. But the big point is the Necro did not get the stack.
Radiant's middle tower
Yeah,
is
Necro
under
didn't
attack.
get the stack because of the BKB. You could argue it's long range worth it because you're slowing down the scaling of the Necro somewhat.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
He was still a kill on the mid laner, you know? And that's rough. Both mid laners having a bit of a stinker of a game, I have to say, chat. Playing Lasso, okay. Blast off on top of Loopsy. Hookshot on the spot. Flame break out of the cogs. Arcane Rune stolen by Kachai. Instantly pops the Ascension. Now knows the bat has no BKB, but the Force Staff Provider is more than enough. Kachal at least secure the Arcane Rune, so he's gonna have a lower cooldown for the ultimate. It just needs someone to join with him. The problem is the rest of the team is very underfarmed, and the supports are not really good at like playing with a Night Stalker. In a sense, it feels like both the clock and the Night Stalker provide the same thing. You do not have either. If you have a jumping clock, you need an offlaner that can fight and deal damage. If you have a jumping offlaner, you need a support that throws in damage, and they're both jumping in. They're both great at providing vision, but so far it hasn't stopped them. And honestly, the vision given by the techies' proximity mines has been more significant. And with the nighttime vision and the rocket flare vision, They haven't really managed to slow down these lasso jumps in. But of course, they are currently playing the long game, hoping that the Wind Ranger and the Night Stalker will outscale the Centaur and the Necro. But the more items I see from the Centaur, the more doubtful I become. Level 18 is Kiseki. 323 last hits at minute 25. Incredibly farmed for, well, for anybody right now. For anybody whose name is not Bachuk, who's got almost the same amount of last hits but more gold. Roll in. Doesn't quite reach HYDRA. Stampede to help him escape. Flame Break will push the Night Stalker away. Another roll in. This time it's being tanked. Oh my god. The Centaur almost kills the clock in the backline. Double BKB and Lasso comes in. Triple BKB in mid. He needs some more damage. Zen resets the Magnetize. Wants to get out, but the Reaper's side finishes his days off. Retsu will find a support in the backline. Nice hook shot in onto the Necro, but there is no follow-up. That's what I'm saying. You don't have damage to come through it. Kachal, though, will punish the mid laner as his support, the Ringmaster, will get killed by Bachuk. Bachuk dealt with both supports in that team fight. It's a 2-for-3 trade. Team Spirit Academy continuing to ride the coat, shoulders of this Necro and Centaur. Retsu now actually might show onto wave. This is a mistake. The Centaur is not that far behind him. He's got some assistance of the Bane, who has yet to use the Fiend's Grip. Retsu, spotted by the Watcher, does not have a TP. Bachuk jumps in, hoof stomp, but look at the Night Stalker, dare to stop and bother the Bane. They turn around, instant focus fire, they get the kill. Necro, TPs to wave. Quite hard for him to catch up, and based on that attempt, it's a 3-for-3 overall. Very extended team fight if you consider this final kill. But this is what I said from the draft, right? In a hypothetical world, the Wind Ranger scales item-wise better than the Necro. The reality is, Necro scales infinitely due to his abilities. Retsu is taking a ton of damage bottom. Retsu is getting chased by Bachuk. Stampede gets popped. This Wind Ranger needs some help. They're not getting onto her, and the Necro shows up to get the assist as Bachuk finishes things off. Yeah, this Centaur is out of this world. He's destroying the game completely. BKB. Lasso. Pulling the Night Stalker away. Who does have his own BKB, but the Reaper side comes in. Another Fiend's Grip, this time onto the ring. And it's minute 28. They're taking your first tier 2.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
It's looking very dire for KW.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
The
attack.
Spirit Academy have come to play today. Second tier 2 will fall.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
By the way, the Bat Rider is rocking a greedy Dormant Curio. Zen. Let's finish his Kaya, going for the Sanj Kaya completion. I think TSA will head Rosh, right? This is their specialty. It's been, now they could probably kill him. The Centaur and Necro are big enough to get that big Roshan down. The question is, can they do it with a minute on the clock before it switches sides? That is the question. Radiant will try to scan the Rosh. They know what they expect from TSA, but they're not in the pit. They're gonna still rocket flare it for double safety. Yeah, Team Spirit Academy actually do not seem interested at all in this Roshan until it goes back top. That's why they want to take the tier 1. Can KW kill it in 25 seconds? I'm not sure. Oh, but Bachuk is going to know someone's there. They're going for the pit. They're going for the focus fire. Okay, 18 seconds to go. Nasty piece to the tower. This is not good. 86 is ready to jump in. We have the Stampede connecting onto 2 with a Hoof Stomp, blink in. Lasso is going to get onto the Earth Spirit. The Magnetize was popped already, but his BKB is still available. Going to get out with the escape path. Perfect Fiend's Grip onto the Night Stalker through the BKB. Cannot get out, and the Reaper side will finish him off. Buyback is available, but they're not going to go for it. Roshan starts walking away, tossing people left, right, and center. The Ringmaster needs to get out. Tries to use the Mirror's Image. Salen is dying to the Magnetize. The Spirit Vessel is on top of him, so they will find a measly Bane, but they've lost 3 for 1, and they couldn't even get the Aegis. BKB TP out is next. As KW tried. They didn't quite succeed though, did they? They did a lot of damage. The problem is Team Spirit Academy, that have so much sustain, and they're so tanky that, yeah, you dealt 7.6k damage. You got the Bane, really? We will have to check the stats at the end of the game to see how much heal did Kiseki do and how much did Bachuk tank. This Earth Spirit continues to take the Shrines of Wisdom, does not want to go for a insanity play, although the Rocket Flare will reveal them, and they're actually slowing down a bit. Blink up top, Lasso is available, Shackle Shot, Focus Fire turns around. This Batrider is in big trouble, went in for a solo play. Yes, he enabled the team to find a Roche kill, but when you're so far ahead, you don't really want to feed your life away. Hookshot connecting. They also follow up with the Earth Spirit. They want to get the techies. HYDRA has no mana, and he's being vesseled. The Bane Nightmare will buy some time. The Wheel of Wonder is going to be perfect there. The Techies isn't dying. My gosh, Magnetize forced to come out, but at what cost? You're just dead. BKB was on cooldown for 2 seconds. 2 for 2 trade. I guess.
Radiant's top tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I guess it's buying time, right? They traded evenly for a fight in which Team Spirit Academy had the Aegis for, well, the second portion of the fight. Quick pause here from Zen. At this point, he needs an Aghanim Scepter, man. They're about to get a Nullifier. Well, about 1,000, 1,200 gold away from the Night Stalker having a Nullifier. How do you kill Bachuk? 8-1 and 13. I think he died in the laning phase or something. Or maybe early on in the mid game. It's a genuine question. Oh, unpausing and back pausing. Honestly, I have no clue how you're actually killing this Centaur. And not only the Centaur, you haven't killed Kiseki more than once either. They're both 8-1, 8-1-9, 8-1-13 respectively. Guess on the bright side, they don't have the best tower killers, I suppose. But you don't have the most wave clear either, especially with constant casualties on the sideline.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Now the tier 3 will start getting sieged by Bachuk and Kiseki.
Radiant's
And
top tower
you need to make a choice here. Do you want to go back and defend or sack your first set of racks? You're going to use the Fortify. You're going to clear the first wave, but the second one is coming right around the corner. Windranger trying to trade the tier 1 bottom.
tower is under attack.
Looking to finish with Daedalus. Night Stalker has a Nullifier now. Actually forced to disassemble his Radiance. Ugh. Okay, well.
Tower is under attack.
There we go. 86 blinks in the tier 4s with the BKB. They pick up the Ringmaster. Shackle Shot is there. Does connect. BKB is out. They want to kill the Aegis target kill. Focusing in. Linking the backline is the Night Stalker, creating separation. Fiend's Grip is onto him. They're turning around. Reaper side and Retsu is dead. No buyback as he purchased the Demon Edge. They find the Bane. And Zen completely continue to get punched and kicked, magnetized on top of 4. It's not, there's nothing hype about this, guys. I'm sorry. I know my job is to hype this up, but it's definitely a one-sided affair, and it's most likely final team fight of the game. Both supports dead. Cannot find either of the cores. They're actually all full HP and mana. And the different change of pace from Team Spirit Academy is
Radiant's top barracks has fallen.
great to see.
Radiant's middle barracks.
Clockwork purchases a drum of endurance. Another blink. They catch the ring this time. The escape act is not a Shadow Demon Disruption. Wheel of Wonder does come out, will hypnotize the bat, but they're just getting killed by Bachuk and Kiseki, who are completely ignoring all of the spells thrown at them. 5 on the sideline. Second racks will fall. And KW is most likely using this final few seconds before they call the GG, and they do now, to talk about some of the things that went wrong, the timings maybe that weren't hit, and how they could have taken this game later and maybe beat Team Spirit Academy around minute 55. Honestly, the best way I can use to describe this showcase from Team Spirit Academy is a masterclass. It was clean from top to bottom. There was nothing that really bothered me at the eye test, at least. And we're going to take a look at the stats here. As yeah, we have the damage, we have the net worth, but on the side, I'm just going to quickly check myself, guys, how much heal was done there. And Kiseki finished 13, 1, and 10. He had only 5 Reaper side stacks, but 8k heal from him. Not that much, okay. On the other side, my gosh, Bachuk. Earth Spirit and Clock, who can be a little bit tanky, not necessarily the tankiest. Okay, well, they obviously need an offlaner, and the Centaur is banned, so is... Okay, the Night Stalker will stay in, as it's going to be 3 of the 4 heroes they lost with in game 1, which tells me KW understand what was their mistake. The big problem I have with this one is, do you think it worked versus the first draft that Team Spirit Academy ran? They're not running the same draft. They don't have a Wind Ranger. They don't... Sorry, you had the Wind Ranger, rather. They don't have a Necro. That's what I meant to say. They don't have a Necro. They don't have a Centaur. And now you're going to start banning offlaners. Slardar banned out. Team Spirit Academy will ban the Shadow Fiend, who had yet to be picked. The Drow Ranger is still in the pool. So is the Clinks. 2 heroes that have seen a lot of play as carries. And I don't think you want either of them into a Batrider, to be completely honest with you. I think you need something either tankier or a little more... Well, I guess Clinks is quite elusive. We shall see. Another potential ban here for KW would be the Tide Hunter. Right, no Largo, no Centaur, no Slardar, no Lycan. Some teams have run the Brewmaster, but not the biggest fan. Dawnbreaker. Makes sense. You got a lot of setup. Fiend's Grip into Solar Guardian. And they're going to pick the Clinks. Fine. Spectre is not going to be a choice. Yeah, Spectre would have been quite nice, actually. Way tankier and can be quite elusive if they are the ones initiating onto you. You're very hard to fight him around the map. So great ban from Team Spirit Academy. They picked their poison. Allowed the Drow and Clinks to be picked by KW. Time is running low. Time is ticking for Team Spirit Academy. Never mind, actually. What am I saying? The time is not running low. They just started on the reserve time. Excuse me. They've got so much time. They got time galore to figure out their offlaner. They can swap the bat for the offlane, but I don't think you necessarily care about that. And the Clinks wouldn't do too great. Tide Hunter, I do like the Tide here. I know he's not going to have a great lane, and you can say that they're always getting on top of him. But I don't know. I like the Tide here. I think I like him more than the Brewmaster. The Brewmaster would be stylist a lot of times. You could go Bat there and... Oh, wait. Yeah, this is a Lina carry, right? And the Bat mid? That's what we're saying. I think so. What other S tier picks we've missed? We've seen a Marcy mid earlier. I was not impressed. We've seen a Pangolier, also a bit of versatility. You can play Pango off lane. It will be the Brewmaster. Okay, I'm myself not a fan, but maybe it's a bit of a personal preference there for Bachuk that will be running this one. Kiseki really enjoying playing this high tempo carries today. First the Necro, then the Lina. And it's similar to game 1. KW have the opportunity to scale further if it goes really late. I'm just wondering, can they be the ones initiating, or are they going to get surprised and overwhelmed by so many Soulbind potentials there from the Grimstroke and his companions? The thing is, right, what they missed a lot in game 1 because they had the Ringmaster. They were really struggling to have some follow-up damage. Now the Clinks can join very early on if needed, and the Hoodwink deals a ton of damage, right? The Bushwhack into Acorn Shot and the Sharpshooter, if either the Earth Spirit, Night Stalker, or Clock are there, are going to be more than enough for them to have a lot of damage. So maybe KW just understood the piece that was missing in their execution, or in their draft rather, and now they will execute it much better in this game too. I like it. Promising draft from KW, slight improvements here and there. So I would say the chances now are maybe about 40% Team Spirit Academy favorite, as they are, of course, riding the momentum, and they have this fun draft with Soulbind Fiend's Grip, Soulbind Laguna, Soulbind Lasso. I just want to see tons of Soulbinds. That's basically what I'm praying for right now. Imagine this is the game in which they get obliterated. It would be quite sad. But we are jumping straight into it.
That was lame.
I'm sapping your will to live.
Thirty seconds to battle.
Smoke up from both teams.
The battle begins.
Loopsy is not going to get this one. Trading 2 for 2. There was a show of presence from Batyuk up top, but he's not going to get into it, so... It's the rematch from game 1, by the way, in mid, between the Bat and the Air Spirit. Top, Retsu. He's gonna have trying to have more impact than he had with the wind. Kiseki hits the Lightstruck Array onto Loopsy. This Hoodwing's dead. Easy first blood going their way. No chance in hell he gets out, even with the Fairy Fire. Bane's setup for the Lina is looking very good. We also saw them do something similar with the Necro. Lina, considering she has another stun, even better. I'm checking what's happening exactly. Yeah, okay, we got this Night Stalker trying to farm. Of course, the Lina will zone him out a lot. It's going to be quite a problem if you're a KW fan, because the range of Lina will keep Kachal even further, and the higher the levels for the Lina, the more difficult it will be, as the Bat Rider takes a ton of damage, him versus Zen rightly, and it's gonna be Zen dying 86 with a solo kill. Zen almost had him, but 10 sticky napalm charges are way too strong.
Incoming.
Quick pause. All right.
Will to live. I've been dreaming of this.
The question is, which offlaner is going to have worse time, the Brewmaster or the Night Stalker? I mean, the Night Stalker is already about 7 last hits compared to the Brew, so you would think that's the case. And the Cinder Brew is a great ability, even versus the likes of Klinks. Okay. Back to mid, Zen. going for a D word. As he now has level 4. Still ahead of Lassus despite dying. Of course, the gold will not be favoring him and neither the XP. Another roll in. This time actually it's a roll out, my bad. Yeah, 86 has definitely secured his lane victory, I would say, with that kill. We now see with Inkswell from HYDRA trying to pursue Monodrama. Nice cogs used, pushed up the way to high ground. HYDRA taking losing a lot of mana, but he's going to steal the bounty rune. That's going to be pretty fun for him. Lupsi and Zendo will secure the water runes, which means the Bat will have to go all the way to his bounty rune if he wants to refill his bottle. HYDRA might have stolen the bounty, but gave Zen the kill, which is going to be a very good power gold spike for the Earth Spirit, who was kind of in need of that one. Nightmare. Taken by the Hoodwink. Kiseki long range LSA. Right clicks onto Lupsi. He's gonna go below 200 HP. He will most likely have to use the Healing Lotus, but he doesn't. He gets greedy and Salen finishes things off again. Similar to game 1. Instant pause afterwards. Hopefully it's just it's not a BM pause. That wouldn't be too nice, would it? Earn already done for Bachuk, who's, by the way, not losing the lane. I mean, his 4 creeps behind the Clinks is flying through. Bachuk might just be the MVP of this series for me so far. Of course, it's early moments in this second game, but my god, what a Centaur performance and what a start already on the brew. Action resumes yet again. Bushwhack, just to keep the Bane away. He did not have enough mana anyway. Clockwork? Who's ganking who? Because HYDRA's presence there is causing a lot of issues. They're really trying to go up high. The Blood Rain comes in. This is a nice usage of the Crippling Fear onto 2. They will find Alina. The Clockwork escapes as well. And now they turn on to Bane. I think there was one more Bushwhack if needed, but they're just gonna allow him to get out of range. Perfect usage of the Stroke of Fate. Salen does not get to deny himself, though.
Your flesh sustains me.
Alrighty. What a great game. Much more action than the first one, who I believe was a 1-kill affair for the first 7 minutes. HYDRA dies again. Clockwork, Hoodwink, and Night Stalker are doing applying a lot of pressure here. Kiseki wants to turn around and get the trade onto Lupsi, but I think he's going to escape. They do find the Clockwork, but the Lina dying back to back. It's going to be very, very disappointing if you are looking to get online as soon as you did with the Necro. Now a roll in, level 6 for Zen. I don't even know if he needs the Magnetize. Perfect. Geomagnetic Grip, Dark Ascension, and the Bane will die. Salen, who had a very good start, he's level 5 in minute 6, will find his second death of the game. And all this time, while KW is having success for rotations around the map, the Clinks is free farming top. Well, not free farming, but the Brewmaster can't really contest. And now look at him, Retsu going even deeper to zone out the Grimstroke, almost killing HYDRA while stealing his Shrine of Wisdom. And this Grimstroke is going to be level 2 at minute 7.5. Golly! Look at the level discrepancy between the supports. Trying to punish him now, and Lasso, Primal Split. Okay, Yeah, well, Retsu will die for stealing that, and this is gonna help 86 and Bachuk again.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Perfect rocket flare reveals both of them. Kachal was already infiltrating. Nice dodging the inks while Pop Zen rolling in, and KW, this is what we wanted to see from them in game one. Long range bushwhack, bish bash bosh, and they're all turning into kibosh. Zen is gonna go for a reset in the magnetize. No way in hell Sailing gets out. And just 3 on the trot, dead. As KW stuck to their guns from game number 1, and we're starting to see why. Bachuk is gonna die as well. No chance. At least he's gonna get an extra earn charge for his death. It's a triple kill for Zen, finding 4 on the map. It's a bit of a stack stolen here from KW as well. Another roll in. They're going deeper. HYDRA killed again at level 2. Kachal. Kachal getting pursued big time. Oh my god, did you manage to grip the turnaround? The roll in. The 86, the bad runner will get caught and dead again. At least they did find a kill into the Night Stalker. Wow. How much gold did he get for that? Let me check the fight recap. Well, it was a 2 for 1. And the Night Stalker is actually the least farmed core on the map. Wow, that's surprising.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Retsu wants to take this tower. Very hard to contest right now. No levels. Still barely level 3 on HYDRA. They want to take the stack, but Bachuk would really benefit from it. I think we've seen a Brewmaster yesterday go for the Midas, and he wants to do the same thing. They haven't taken the tower mid just yet, but the Bat also wants a piece of that pie to catch up in his farm. Almost level 6 for Monodrama, needs 1 creep to die. They're trying to find the Lina, who's farming very, very conservative. They're rolling Thunder. There's no Pangolier on the server. The Rolling Boulder would not connect. Look at this. This is a desperation play. At least they haven't lost their stack because there are no stack takers. Clockwork will see that, and I believe took 1 last hit. But yeah, they will share the XP, give the gold to the Bat. It's going to be a very slow game. Nightmare. And Fiend's Grip available. I think this Clockwork's cooked. The teams don't seem to be in the vicinity. I do say that Loopsy is there. He's going to try to interrupt it, but that's a nice Phantom's Embrace. Just get the Hoodwink out of there. The problem is, where's the follow-up, man? Okay, 86 comes in, and they will pull him back. Zen rolls in with a Geomagnetic Rip. They want to trade HYDRA. He is getting out of there, but the way with the Magnetize being applied and reapplied. And look at that Cogs pushing Bachuk into the Crippling Fear. The Brewmaster gets caught with his pants down and punished by this combination. Kachal and who is it? In Monodrama, showing us what they couldn't put on display in the first game. Oh, hook shot coming in, and it's going to be back-to-back death for Bachuk. Second time his ultimate gets interrupted. These cogs have been perfect from Monodrama. catch the Night Stalker. First reveal of the Laguna Blade, and they get the kill. They're going deeper. HYDRA does have level 6 now, but he is not going to be... He is able to! Perfect lasso, catching onto a couple. The Air Spirit, the Clockwork, they both get caught. The Cogs are not really helping them. They're actually allowing for the fire and the right click to come through. Magnetize coming in. Sharpshooter will be long range snipe kill onto the Wind Ranger, but what a great team fight from Team Spirit Academy. They want to get on top of Salin. It will not catch him at all, as Loopsy will have to get away with his squirrel tail out his legs. And it's a favorable trade for Team Spirit Academy. 3 for 2. That is what the strength of the Soulbind was all about. I thought it wouldn't matter because the Laguna Blade was used before the Soulbind to get the first kill, but I was wrong because I didn't see the Bat Rider coming. Would go with the double lasso.
Incoming.
Hookshot. Oh, interesting. Nightmare versus Hookshot. It was going to come on top. The Nightmare is because he stopped to cast it before he could get hooked. Kiseki tries to turn around to kill Retsu as he was getting destroyed, but this Desolator will prevail, and he gets the first 2 charges on him. Rolling from Zen, wants to get something, but that's a nice lasso. Primal Split from Bachuk, manages to get popped without being interrupted. Long range Sharpshooter, the Soulbind is only onto the Air Spirit, which means he will die as the Brain Sap comes in for a bit of extra damage before he falls. Kachal now tries to run away, gets hit by the tossing boulder. Chase does continue, but the Cogs are good enough to separate the two. Klinks is slowly making his way from the bottom lane to the mid one. Yeah, this is no way in hell this Bane gets out. The Crippling Fear is going to be there for a few more seconds. I do say that Bane is out. Nightmare's perfect. The Klinks! How did he get caught? I don't even know. He's going to pay with his life. And look at that. The Fiend's Grip's perfect. Hookshot comes in long range. Monodrama wants to separate them from the Night Stalker, but it doesn't seem like he will succeed. And Delina enables yet another kill. The Clockwork is also next on the line to die and sent to the afterlife. He is for death on the side of KW, and the only thing they found was a measly Grimstroke. They had the lead. The lead is basically gone. How did the Klinks get caught?
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen. Radiant are scanning.
Haste. Set in stone.
Hookshot misses. Nice Sharpshooter. Grimstroke somehow still alive and will pop the Soulbind before. 86 cannot blink forward as the Spirit Vessel interrupts his blink. Go for it! Still catches them on the edge, and now Laguna Blade onto on as the Soulbind expired. He couldn't even kill Kachal. They're gonna miss it. Turn around. Night Stalker came a little bit closer. He felt like he wanted to die there. I don't know what he thought he was gonna provide him. What a nice long range Nightmare. Loopsy tries to walk away. Doesn't seem like he will be able to. 86 pushed back by the Cogs. Prince is there. Would like to find a kill. Turns around. Strafe starts right clicking, and the Bat Rider will die as the Vessel takes him lower and lower. It's a 2 for 2, but the HYDRA has respawned. Comes in with the Inkswell, popping the Primal Split. They want to get on top of the Klinks, who is out of position. Gets caught. Klinks tossed in the air. And this game is a little bit out of the realms of a victory for KW, who lose 4 in back-to-back team fights. They found the Grim and the Bat Rider, but after they used everything, and from looking at the graph, my gosh. Another kill, south and bottom. This time it's Kachal dying. Team Spirit Academy, man. They are one team that is very, very, very ready to come back all the time, right? It's one of these rosters that seem to have a very deep and in-depth understanding of the game. Have not. They're IGL.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Sphinx is still the most farm hero on the map, and he still has a lot of damage potential to kill them, but again, the last two team fights have looked very difficult for KW to take. They spot the Grimstroke coming in. Is he going to cancel TP? Yes, he is. They actually throw Rocket Flare, Distiller, Sharpshooter charged, but they find a tier 2. And despite this 2-kill lead, the last two team fights, like we said, have given Team Spirit Academy a lot of gold. And look at the towers advantage they got. They claimed 4 towers to the 1 of Team Spirit Academy, and they're barely even on gold. So TSA definitely have the tools necessary to be in this one. Also the change up. Oh, they're gonna see someone. It's the Clockwork. The Clinks also eats that Stroke of Fate. The Cogs create some separation, and that's gonna be a nice stun, hitting them out of nowhere. Disengagement. Counter smoke. Ready for KW. They're going for it right away. But all the ultimates are still available. The question is, Team Spirit Academy got to expect this. They're going for the Tormentor. This is their specialty, and now the Dark Ascension comes out. They're wrapping around, they're blinking forward, they see the Grimstroke, this is the big target, and they will take him out, but the Laguna Blade is buying time, the Grimstroke's walking away from the silence. Yes, Kachal gets the support, but he dies in the process now. Monodrama. Zen rolling in, catches the Magnetize onto 3 players. The Zen Geo-Magnetic Grip is perfect, good silence, another reset with the Magnetize. The lasso comes in, they want to get the kill onto the Hoodwink, he's running away, but the Lina has fallen. It's 4 dead for 3. Bachuk, the one man standing, wants to find someone. The only one he could get is Zen. Gets caught. The Hurricane would be available, but nice roll out of there from Bachuk, who now finds himself surrounded. Well, he's not surrounded. He just has the Clinks chasing him down, and Team Spirit Academy will lose that exchange. KW showing us they still have the tools needed if they prioritize the right targets in the team fight. But that means nobody picks up the Tormentor kill. Clinks, though, now has 12 Desolator charges on the back of that team fight. 6, 3, and 4 for the carry of KW. 10, 3, and 6 for Zen, by the way. Kachal had to sacrifice himself there. Definitely playing a way different match on the Night Stalker. None of that Radiance from game 1 is a Blink Drums machine. And now, this might be the first time since I've been casting Team Spirit Academy from in EPL Masters Plane when someone takes a Tormentor and it's not them in their match. Yep, they found it.
Radiant are scanning.
'86 goes back to farming.
Coming in.
Okay, so slow down a little bit. I say that there's a Blink Lasso onto the Clockwork. Guys, someone in the chat tell me, what was Monodrama doing farming the creep wave on the Radiant mid-high ground? I'm sorry, what am I watching? That is unacceptable for a player of his caliber. Absolutely unacceptable. Retsu is actually still pushing the map.
And it's off.
HYDRA tries to get out of there. Sells a soulbind. There's a BKB there, and now they're both going to be linked. BKB or not, Lasso is ready. 86 will start pulling them back. The boomerang doesn't connect, and they find a kill onto the Bane. Can they do it? He's still alive. Bane wants to use the
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
heal, but he cannot get to it as this Hoodwink was up in the air for about half a lifetime.
Dire's middle tower.
Also, the brains have put it not probably kept the Bane alive since he's got 2 points in it anyway. And Team Spirit Academy, they might have not gotten their Tormentor, but they're going for Roche after killing this Earth Spirit. Oh, Bad Rider? Bad Rider? He just gets killed! The Retsu starting to showing us the elusiveness and the strength of a Clinks. And now, with this dire scan on top of them and 15 seconds to go until Roshan moves sides of the map, that Roche attempt will be halted.
Radiant are scanning.
Now the Roche is open for a taking for KW. They also have the vision advantage, they got the damage advantage. This Klink's Desolator is shredding through it. They're trying to come and contest. They've got the smoke, but it's getting broken. Great positioning from the supports, and this is going to be claimed by the Klinks. Instant TP out. He doesn't have the mana. Do not want to fight into this one. And KW, despite a few iffy team fights, find themselves in a pretty good position right now.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
86 has to go back to deal with the creeps. And I think Team Spirit Academy will just have to be a bit more passive for the next, well,
Bottom tower is under attack.
4 minutes until the Aegis is gone. There's an Aghanim Scepter on the Bane. That's pretty good.
Haste.
Sharpshooter was thrown away. Didn't hit anybody. Very slow. Minute 27.
Radiant's middle tower.
This is favoring Team Spirit Academy as the Aegis timing is running lower and lower. They've also managed to split the map, apply some pressure up top as Batyuk has shoved in the wave. Minute 28, Shrines of Wisdom seem to be getting traded soon. Also very interesting, yesterday we saw back-to-back instant, well, back-to-back Aghanim Scepter rushes from the Grimstroke. Not the case today. Much more conservative usage from purchases from him, prioritizing the Bane's farm, and also he's died quite a bit. Hoodwink has Power Treads, Blink, and the Distiller he started with. Blinks right away. Hook shot, stun, Sharpshooter, Flame Break, buys Batyuk enough time to walk away. The Cogs will push him back a little bit. The Primal Split will not get committed. The Lotus is deployed, and they start disengaging with the Jetpack, I believe. BKB was used for no reason there, as 86's life was already ended. It's a 7-second BKB, so it doesn't really matter. I mean, it does matter that he's dead. Also, I'm looking, what's the next item? Oh, Night Stalker has his 9-second BKB himself. Air Spirit, 8-second BKB. Klinks has is gonna have money for his BKB after the Aegis expires. Takes the stake in tier 2. They spot the Lina top. Night Stalker wants to chase her down. She's gonna. Kiseki's TP gets interrupted. He had no BKB to get out of there. And now, look at the hungry KW player Zen. They get sidestepped for a second. But with the Spirit Vessel and the Perpetual Crippling Fear, he's gone. He's out. On the deck. 2 cores killed with this Aegis. And with a minute left on the clock, they will claim the final outer tower.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Boom, there it goes.
High ground is not going to get even tried, actually, by KW. Again, a team that understands, both teams understand very deeply how important every map victory is. For those of you at home not familiar with the system, if you win a map, you get a point, and you take a point away from your opponents, even if they end up somehow winning the series. Klinks onto Kiseki, who doesn't have the money for the BKB. He does not have the BKB. The Nightmare will buy some time. Shot only hits 86, but Clockwork will die. And this is a good escape. The Hurricane Pike and the Nightmare allow the Lina to get out of there. Monodrama will be a casualty, and that's going to be money for the BKB. Kiseki is going to have a 9-second one for the next team fight. Ooh, blink for blink. Loopsy's out as the Brewmaster's in. Buying some clarities. You can see very clearly, though. Anticipating very well when the teammates want to get on top of him. The teammates, the opponents, rather.
Radiant are scanning.
Zen. Hope to find a power rune. Actually, we'll reveal his position. That's going to get the Batrider a perfect opportunity to use his Blink Lasso from the smoke. The BKB is out, but it doesn't matter as the Fiend's Grip's there. They even use the Primal Split to guarantee nobody will attempt any shenanigans of saving him. And they actually catch a tiny squirrel with the Storm Ruling. This is what the Team Spirit Academy wanted. Obviously, of course, Captain Obvious, of course that's what they want. They want to win, right? Oh, we have a Lina almost getting caught. It's the Bane gonna take it. Oh, what a hook shot! The Lina would also get caught. BKB from Kiseki. He needs to run away. He's running out of Fury Flex. The Force Staff is there. Turn around with a Soulbind. It's a stolen Soulbind with the usage of the Lotus Orb. They're turning around onto one another. They're trying to get out of there. The Clockwork will die, and Kachal is gonna be freed from the terror of Clockwork Soul. BKB of the Night Stalker. Pretty much redundant there, as he was tied into his clock. And the Lotus was good, but not enough to get a turnaround kill. It's a 1-for-1. Smoke up. From the Radiant side. They don't have a Soulbind, but the cooldown is very, very low, I think. 7 seconds, yeah, until he's having the Dark Ascension cooldown is way higher, and they find the Hoodwink. It's actually just Loopsy dying to the Tormentor to get the Jetpack for Clockwork. That means I was wrong earlier when I said the clock got out with a Jetpack, and this time, you know who's not getting out? Is Zen again getting caught by TSA. Their movements have been impeccable after that Aegis from the Clinks, well, expired. And now, Lasso's in cooldown, so is Laguna Blade, but they still have Soulbind, Primal Split, and Fiend's Grip. They're gonna try to take their first tier 2, and they will. The Fortify expires. Blink for the Bane now. Woohoo, boy. Salen's pretty farm, despite being the least farm hero on the map. We also see a Hydra's Breath for the Clinks, but they're knocking at the tier 3 high ground, already taking about 60% of the HP of the tower. And the tier 3 will fall. This is, that was their Fortify. They need to come defend. Earth Spirit has no buyback. They're jumping in. They want to lock in. It's a perfect cogs usage from Monodrama. Batshuk gets obliterated. And look at that. Lina pushed back and forth. Has to be out of there. No hook shot to stop her. Shoot will continue as Sailing will not be so fortunate. He's going to still pop the ultimate to buy a little bit of time. As he dies without a buyback, he will have the Fiend's Grip again when he respawns. But a lot of structural damage was dealt there from Team Spirit Academy. And now this opens up Roshan. This is a tennis match, ladies and gentlemen, going back and forth between these two Titanic teams.
Roshan has fallen to the Dire.
Things has the Aegis again. They did well with the Aegis. They did poor without the Aegis for most of the part.
Bounty!
Dire are scanning.
Oh boy, they're jumping in, and the bait is down. Yeah, he's gonna get, actually, okay, I thought he was gonna get Sharpshooter down, but no, she just dies there.
Boom, there it goes.
Minute 38. And now we wait. We wait. Okay. Tactical timeout there. This game seems to be the Klink's team favorite, but Again, you can never count out this unexpected soulbind combination with the lasso. I think is the Bad Rider gonna go for an axe? Yeah, he seems to start farming it. He actually purchased a splint mail, so he will finish the Shivas first. Bushwhack? Oh, okay. I thought it connected. Kiseki was about to eat the sharpshooter to the face, but he was advised. Pushing bottom. With the Aegis, again, they haven't found anything yet. I think KW is actually giving them a little bit too much respect. You should try to go for something. With the Aegis, it's going to be gone in 100 seconds, so we'll see if they go for it. Otherwise, this game is going to be extended for at least another 10 minutes or so. Hook shot coming in. They want to get the Bane. Bane turns around with the Fiend's Grip. The Clockwork is out of position. I think the Bane will probably die here, but they're trying to get the Hoodwink as well. They're pulling them together, and the supports are being traded. Bane somehow still alive, actually. He's not getting traded, but the Clink shows up to the party alongside the Air Spirit. They're both being soulbinded. They used to be bees, but Clinks gets caught by stuns, turns into ashes as his Aegis runs out. Down to 1 HP, will respawn in a second. Now they're getting on top of the Grimstroke. Bane and Grim for the Aegis and 2 supports.
Guess it's my shot.
Dire are scanning. Radiant are scanning.
Got ya.
Bombing in.
Blink, Bane onto the Clockwork. That Fiend's Grip is gonna obliterate him, and it's out for 54 seconds, no buyback. KW, they turn around. Actually, Retsu gets lassoed through his BKB. The Clinks need some help. The team is so far away. Retsu doesn't do anything significant as 5 Radiant heroes get on top of him. KW on the back foot, and this is what I said. The gold might have been looking their favor, but the conversion, it's not as easy. Dota is a game of micro things.
Dire's top tower.
And so far, Team Spirit Academy have shown time and time again that they are experts on when it comes to this micro stuff.
Dire's top tower is
Bachuk
under attack.
pops the ultimate.
Dire's structures are
Primal Split to siege the tower. Fortify will get used. There's no significant pressure elsewhere on the map. KW actually sending Zen on the back line. Pops in. Shiva's Guard jumps in straight for the Magnetize onto the Grimstroke. Will fall. Primal Split throws the Night Stalker up in the air, so the Dark Ascension will be wasting some time. Bachuk blinks away as the Clinks has bought back. They need to find one of the bigger kills, otherwise this Clinks buyback is for nothing. Long range hook shot, and now, do they have anything else to interrupt the TP? Oh, that was the TP interruption! This is a bit of a disaster here for the Brew. Gets caught and hexed, and the Clinks will be more than happy to claim his offlane, the opponent offlaner's life, and the gem off the ground by the Night Stalker. Blink, Hex, Bushwhack. Oh boy, nice save by the Bane there. The Zen Air Spirit is a little bit too deep. The Fiend Script turns around onto him. He's trying to magnetize everybody's BKB's running out, and so is his HP pool, but he can break the Batrider as well. Yes, he can. No buyback for 700 gold. It's a buyback from Batyuk, though, still playing with a man disadvantage. KW. They're very dispersed. The Night Stalker was between their Tier 2 and Tier 1 bottom. It's kind of weird. Link forward. Again, another Hex. This Hoodwink setting up for back-to-back kills. This Brewmaster does not have a buyback. The clockwork. Cogs are not enough to lock him in, and Batyuk barely gets out. That would have been a dieback for the offlaner.
Do it with flair.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
Boom, there it goes.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
The game is back to the status quo. We got the slight advantage for KW as they've only expended the Klink's buyback and everybody else could get money for it. On the Radiant side, they've got 2 cooldown buybacks and 3 players without money, although the Grim and the Lina could easily get it. Monodrama is the one using the gem that they picked up from the Brewmaster's death earlier.
Dire are scanning.
68% win probability in favor of KW, despite the fact that their carry does not have the money for it. Lina has hit 25, so she's got 150% attack crit on targets affected by the slow burn. Smoke from KW. Hoping that Roshan is up. It is not. Their lanes are actually shoving in for them. Into the TSA boys. Monodrama will throw the rocket flare. It is nighttime. But there's no Dark Ascension on the Night Stalker for 20 seconds. I don't know if this is a little bit too optimistic at this moment in time. The Roshas respond. Retsu just goes for it. Does not hesitate. This is the third Roshan of the game. The roar comes out. He's armed him for a second. Below 60% HP. Is melting fast. Rocket flare to buy some vision. You see them walking up high ground. There is no smoke for them. Primal split. Actually, Blink gets interrupted by the sharpshooter. Blink in. Soulbind. Pop. Lincoln lasso onto the Lotus. Klink stands his ground. He does have the Aegis though. He managed to pick it up first. Bane gets obliterated. And the Batrider follows next. Retsu though will lose his life. And that's also BKB. Kiseki running out of BKB. He's manning up 1 versus 2. He needs to get a kill. He doesn't have sufficient damage. Needs some help. Kiseki is alone. He's getting bushwhacked. He's getting controlled. He's surrounded by cogs. And the Fiend's Grip comes a little bit late. Team Spirit Academy have 3 on the sideline without buybacks. Batyuk caught as he turns back into the God of Breweries. 4 on the deck, no buybacks. What in the chat voice line from the Earth Spirit? Nobody other than the Klink's buyback in that entire exchange, and I think this might be game.
Radiant structures are
6
fortified.
dead for 1 Aegis. They're going for tier 4s. They realize this is it. GG gets called by HYDRA, and here we go again. Game 3 is gonna be upon us as KW you successfully managed to take it to the ultra late game for themselves, late game at least, and the Klinks to deal so much damage that they take TSA out. It was a great, exciting game of Dota. I enjoyed this much play, and I'm glad to see that they've successfully managed to utilize 3 Clock, Necro. Why do I keep calling Night Stalker Necro? clock Night Stalker and Earth Spirit successfully, as they really opened up with them in game 1 and they felt underwhelming. But the trust in the players is what you need to have at this level. Just a quick check on some stats. charge it onto him, he blinks in. If there is a lasso, even better. If there's a soulbind, of course, as well. Yeah, this is an interesting change of dynamic for Team Spirit Academy, but in a vacuum, I would argue that the draft is still very similar to the style they ran previously, and KW will go in a different direction with a Magnus. All right. I like this. Why not? Change things up. You've got the vision from the Clockwork Rocket Flare. None of that Night Stalker again, because it was banned, as you can see. Giving you way more team fight and power for the Earth Spirit, and this tells us that they are potentially looking at a melee carry. I think one of the carries I've seen often be picked to go ultra late game and punish a Drow Ranger is the Ursa, and Ursa Magnus sounds beautiful. The problem with this is Team Spirit Academy is most likely going to ban the Ursa here. I don't think we live in a universe in which they let it through. Slark will get taken out. Okay, Slark actually is in some play here, and they're in tier 1 Dota. What is another hero? Let's say they definitely got to ban the Ursa. I've got no doubts. KW taking out the Slardar. What other offlaners are still in the pool? Brewmaster, which is what we saw last game. Bachuk has played that, and he was pretty good with it. Unfortunately, it wasn't his fault they lost. I think a great offlaner here for Team Spirit Academy with Underlord. I think Underlord would be great. You have that global presence, you rush the Ags, you have extra team fight with double pits, they're larger, you interrupt the Magnus, the Clockwork, and the Air Spirit don't really get to play their games. Air Spirit needs a BKB, but the pit lasts longer than the duration of BKB. I think that is probably the better way to see this from Team Spirit Academy. KW, are they going to realize that the Underlord could cause them so many issues, or are they going to go for a different direction of a ban with maybe taking out the Brew or the Tide? Of course, they still need that carry for themselves, so they could also be thinking about something that counters the carry. They could go for the Clinks here. It's not really cohesive with the Magnus, but it's still in the pool, and obviously we saw a great victory for them there. Void ban from Team Spirit Academy. They're going to pick the Ursa 100%, right? No, they're going for the Clinks. They won game 2 with it. Why not play with the Clinks? Maybe the Magnus was creating a bit of a ruse, right? Throwing it a spanner in the works, making Team Spirit Academy think that they will go for a melee carry. Okay, well, this still... Underlord is going to have a difficult lane, right? That's to say the least. If the lane here is Bane Clinks or even Clock Clinks, the Underlord would struggle. But I think you should still consider him as an option. Then you could also play a Doom. Maybe not. Actually, you know what? Why not? Go for the Doom. Bachuk wants to carry. If you want to carry, just get someone that can really scale, and you can go for that big, fat offlaner to posture in front of your opponents. Throw a Doom on a target, take the Air Spirit fully out of it, not allow for all of those spells to come out. It's not the worst Doom game. It's also not ideal. The KW draft doesn't seem very united overall, but it's covering a lot of gaps. Whoa! All right. I mean, Bachuk, I've seen him play a Timbersaw before. It is a great hero for him. Tough for the Clinks to kill him, as he will have a lot of armor. They don't have that much magic damage to burn through him, and there are some strength cores on, well, some strength heroes on the side of KW. It doesn't provide the team fight I was hoping for, or the protection for Team Spirit Academy. But the one thing that Timbersaw does do all the time is disrupt. Right? He's a huge disruptor, although he's not the disruptor in the game. It's not, I mean, I don't know what to say. Yeah, Timbersaw is nothing, not what I was expecting, but I suppose, right, you got the Oracle and the Grimstroke, and they can try to play with you, Oracle to protect you, Grimstroke to throw the Inkswell onto you, Timber Chain in, you've got some follow-up, a lot of follow-up for 86. It's Hey, if it's in the playbook of Team Spirit Academy, who am I to judge them? Who am I to go against them, right? I don't know. I'm I want to call it Team Spirit Academy favorite, but the Magnus and the Timbersaw, they're both kind of out of the picture for both teams. And is the Magnus going to be able to find these opportunities to jump in the backline and catch Kiseki and Salen as well? Or is the Timbersaw gonna, and the Firefly and the Phantom's Embrace? There's gonna be a lot of stuff thrown at him, and the Frost Arrows, the multi-shot of the Frost Arrows. If she goes Ags, just procking from creeps, it's gonna be a difficult game for Kachal. He looked pretty good on the Night Stalker both games, different playstyles for both of them. So we'll see if he can be as efficient on jumping in and locking in on a target with the Magnus as he was with the Night Stalker. But so far, I'm gonna favor the Team Spirit Academy draft. I think, despite the Timbersaw being completely, I would say
Prepare for
their
battle.
draft is just slightly easier to execute.
You will die in a house fire.
Great Oracle voice line, I have to say. KW smoked up. Walking up into the Radiant Triangle. Counter smoke from Team Spirit Academy.
"30 seconds to battle."
Smoke breaks. Bachuk is not a target you really want. Clockwork breaks the trees. Throws a cog.
The battle begins.
The battle does begin. Oh boy, Loopsy. Gonna have to get kicked back by Zen, and he's gonna survive. Have to use Nightmare, get Nightmare level 1. Not the worst ability, but I think you still prefer Brain Sap for securing that range creep. He's gonna walk to base and then TP bottom, where he will join with his Magnus. And this is gonna be the lane where we're gonna keep our eyes out on. Actually, even a bit of a pause here for Loopsy.
Perfect timing.
You've a mind.
Third night in a row. 8 points. Bat Rider, Earth Spirit, back to back face-offs. 86 has solo killed Zen last laning phase. Let's see if he's gonna be equally successful now. We don't really know what the problem is. I wonder if this Timbersaw is gonna be a little stronger.
You've a mind like a child.
Than the Brewmaster. Because the Brewmaster had a great start versus the Clinks, I have to say.
You touch my horn, I break your face.
Zen, I think 86 is learning and improving more and more every single game.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Because this Earth Spirit is already having a very difficult start. Kachal. Happy to no longer be on the Night Stalker, I believe. As all of us have a Magnus inside of them. As in everybody likes playing Magnus because of the RP. Stop, chat. I don't want to hear it. It's not okay. It came out wrong. Anyway, how? Yeah, the Timber Saw is already striving top, bottom, Loopsy and Salem trading blows. Bane is definitely a lane dominator compared to the Oracle, so he might be able to offset some of the range differential between a Magnus and a Drow Ranger. Monodrama. Coming in with its clockwork, body blocking, HYDRA. Inkswell, right click. This clockwork takes a ton of damage. The blood grenade is there. He'll have to use the cogs. This is the first one to hit back. The second one, I think, will connect. And he should be able to walk away safely.
Denied.
Nightmare. Instantly taken by the Drow Ranger. And then dispelled by the Oracle. Very good gameplay there from the two, position 1 carry and position 5 support in lane. Understanding that a Nightmare into a Skewer is very dangerous, so Kiseki knows he can be dispelled by the Oracle. Easy to get out of there. Free card. Zen has managed to catch up back in net worth. Magnus takes a ton of damage bottom, but he's still alive for now. Nightmare again interrupted by the Oracle. Lotus claimed by him. 0-0 minute 3. Shades of game 1 with very few kills, of course. And initial phase of this laning phase. Initial phase of the laning phase. 10 out of 10, guys. This is why I speak for a living.
Radiant are scanning.
Initial portion of the laning phase is what I meant to say. Bachuk just tanks galore top. Bottom. Oh, actions happening both sides of the map. Magnus. Push them. Actually had to. It was forced to use the Skewer aggressively. Or actually defensively. To push the Drow and the Oracle away from the Bane. To keep the Bane alive. Everybody's still playing for that first blood. Selling. Bane. About to find a kill. And this is not something you often see. Oracle, better laner than a Bane. The Bane start with Nightmare level 1. I'm not even joking. Anyway, a bit of a natural counter you could argue here in the laning phase. Kachal, though, does have some creeps on the tower now. Will start catching up in last hits as he's by far the most behind core on the map. In last hits, a full 2 creep wave initially. Batrider gonna get creeps under his tower. Now HYDRA pushed back by the cogs. Great rotation from Loopsy upon respawning, and they're gonna find an easy kill. Oracle was also there, but not as much as he can do as the Bane. Kiseki though gets caught as Zen has left the mid lane to go gank this Drow Ranger, and with Gusting cooldown for 2 seconds, even with Salin arriving to the party, it's not going to be enough that they can do to stop that.
What have we here?
This is what we said we're gonna see, the Inkswell and Batrider combination. Loopsy does get caught, lassoed further away from the clock. He's gonna still arrive. The Firefly is running out, but the Cogs not pushing him further enough. And the Bane does fall. The Grimstroke also fall. Oh, wait a minute. He had an Invis bottled up. Great escape there. 1-for-1. Oh, walks for Sentry connection. Kick. Zen getting his little payback after game 1. No, that's a lie. After game 2 is when he got soloed. Game 1, it was fairly even.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Great predictable roll in there.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire are scanning. Dire's bottom tower is under
Minute 7
attack.
wisdom. They were fake going towards it. Realized it was a bit too risky, so they're gonna fall back. Traded wisdoms, but Kachal takes his. That means the clock or the Bane will be a little bit behind in levels. Clockwork comes in, spots the stacks. There's not many. They don't have many heroes or any heroes actually that could probably take these. So it's going to be quite difficult to contest. 86 walks up top, perfect flame break, monodrama out of position, cogs or not. You know he knows he's dead. He's just trying to buy some time. But you can 86 will share the goal, but 86 gets the last hit. Loopsy. Really wanting to catch HYDRA. The second point in Nightmare is enough to enable the range. Zen then rolls in. Question is, can Zen roll out? Lasso is available. Nice illusion. Turns around, misses the magnetize, but at least gets away with his life. Zen really wants to steal some of these stacks. Actually, the Timber Soul will steal some of them away from the Batrider. All this time, Retsu continues to farm. He carried game 2 on the Clinks. We'll try to do the same here now. Taking the Twin Gate after pushing the wave. They're gonna go for this Drow Ranger, who was already wasted Gust to push Monodrama away, but the body block is pitch perfect. Skewer to get in range. They have level 6 on the Magnus, who doesn't get a point into the RP, but the damage is more than enough. They find a kill. And now they're going to turn their sights onto the tower, or is Klink's going back top? No, he's going back top.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Smoke to kill the Ancient stack. Butchuk will come in easily. Oh, well, that was kind of a nice. How long is Stroke of Fate these days?
Radiant are scanning.
Wow. Fairly long. Anyhow, they will claim the stack, and Timbersaw is gonna jump. Actually, he's gonna keep his spot as the second most farm hero on the map, right behind the Clinks. Lots of gold, lots of rich people in this top lane.
Fly, my pretty, fly.
Dire are scanning.
Haste, Dust, Lasso. Timbersaw doesn't have the mana though. Retsu's just gonna walk out of there. TPs are there. They're turning around. They're just gonna kill Bachuk. This is such a forced team fight. Luckily for them, Retsu wanted to throw some damage into Timbersaw and didn't just run away, because I think he could have. So it will be a 1-for-1 up top, as bottom Kachal and Kiseki are trading blows. The Cogs are doing a lot of good work, but Kachal doesn't have the damage to kill the Drow. And now Monodrama is getting right-clicked down by this Grimstroke. Another Stroke of Fate, more than enough. Final right-click will get offset by the Fairy Fire. Okay, he's got a lot of tools. He does survive and he beats the Grimstroke in, but it doesn't matter. The Magnus still died. And that's because this Magnus is playing a right-click farm build. He's got 4 points in Empower, 2 in Skewer, and a single point in Shockwave. If he had more Shockwave points, he would have killed the Drow there. But we digress.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Lasso in mid. Coming up hot. The Magnus takes a ton of damage, and he's dead.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
86 is on a killing spree for 1-0. The only dead he had is that one time when he got caught under the invis by Zen's rolling boulder. Clinks about 700 gold away from having full Desolator.
Radiant are scanning.
Lasso, Inkswell, pulling back, and Zen, he's Phantom Embraced. He's cooked, basically. No way of him getting out, and now Monodrama goes into Roshan Pit, gonna go for the TP out. There is no interruption just yet, and he survives, but the mid laner is dead again.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Alright, so they need some items, man. I don't know. They need something, and they need it soon. Retsu is the only one farming. This Magnus dying a couple of times has already been punished by it. He does have the blink though, but okay, he's gonna blink RP, and who's gonna follow?
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
This smoke hasn't found anybody yet. They're wrapping up behind the Sibachuk. He's not alone, but his teammates are actually behind the tier 1, so actually ahead of the behind the tier 1. Bachuk gets caught. Skewer, Fiend's Grip, he will die. Can this HYDRA 86 combination go for a Soulbind Blink double lasso play? And if they can, do they have enough damage without the Timber Saw? They seem to think otherwise.
Radiant's top tower is
Yeah,
under
they will just
attack.
retreat out of there. And
Radiant's top
might try to catch the Clockwork Maid. I think they will be fairly successful in that one. Not much the clock can do to escape. But it's definitely not the impact they were hoping to have with this rotation. I also think this is the Blink reveal? No, he had it before. What am I talking about?
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Magnetize. Hook shot. There is an ultimate available, but he's getting controlled. But that's pop it in the end. Fortune's End is there. Skewer will get... Okay, a bit of misunderstanding there. Nightmare and Skewer used at the same time, and the Oracle gets out of there safely. False Promise is in cooldown for 100 seconds, but did grant his escape.
Wish fulfilled.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
Regen. This Bane is rushing the Aghanims.
Tower is under
It's kind of good. There's not that many ways of stopping the Fiend's Grip, especially when you've got 3 of you doing it.
Radiant
Smoke from
are
86 and
scanning.
HYDRA. They've got Soulbind Lasso again. They're heading towards Zen in top.
Dire
Zen
are
shows on the
scanning.
tower. And with the Timber Soul not too far, they're gonna catch him. Lasso, pulled back. Timber Chain. Well, miss, but the Whirling Death and the Chakram more than enough to burst the mid laner again. Zen doesn't even have the Spirit Vessel yet. He doesn't actually when he has the Kaya. Different start to his game.
Is under attack.
Although I think Spirit Vessel would have been very important into a Timber Saw. Oh well.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Dire gets fortified. Tower's fortified. 86
Radiant's
back in
middle
mid.
tower is under attack.
Kills the Crypt. That push will stop.
Dire's top
Very
tower
content with the
is under
status quo
attack.
seem to be the Dire boys of KW. Blink out. Oh, Monodrama is there. Blink RP. Skewer. Soulbind turnaround. Instant Phantom's Embrace. Instant interrupting of the Fiend's Grip. And they're getting destroyed by that impeccable Inkswell. Not finding the single support kill. Fiend's Grip charged for about 0.01 seconds. And Team Spirit Academy win an easy exchange.
Dire's structures are fortified.
And now they're going to convert into a second tower mid.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle
Suffering a little bit
has
from what they did in game 1 is KW. They have a lot of initiators, but not significant damage to follow up unless the Clinks is there, and the Clinks wasn't there. Clearly. Like I said, this was sort of predictable from the draft. The Bane cannot save his carry. They are all out of position. Clinks is gone. They're gonna find Loopsy, a long-range Fate's Edict. It's actually his Fortune End, but it doesn't matter. Monodrama is gonna go for a Hail Mary TP out. Makes it out of there. But Team Spirit Academy are beelining for a victory here.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Kiseki wants to take this tier 1 bottom. And they can honestly go for tier 2s as well. They already expended their tier 2 fortify. Monodrama looking for an angle, but he doesn't have the hook shot. Either just turns onto him. Batyuk is in the vicinity and they're gonna blow out this Clockwork HP. Timbersaw is free farming. He's got 12.5k net worth. Most farm hero on the map. And yeah, I'm glad our observer is going towards bottom because that's where they're going. They're always going for Tormentor at minute 20, but Zen seems prepared for it. He doesn't have the Rocket Flare vision. This is going to be very risky. Is Zen going to have the perfect read on this? He needs to do it sooner. He needs to jump in. He's got to roll in. Connect. Magnetize coming out. Onto 4. Needs some help. It's actually onto 5, but he's getting silenced and destroyed. Good attempt from Zen. The Rocket Flare lands. Sailing doesn't die to it. It was a fun attempt. They got the last hit. I'm sorry. What? Never mind. Monodrama got the jetpack. Zen's play worked out. Yeah, he couldn't find the kill, but I think the Rocket Flare might have killed the Tormentor. and he gets rewarded with that with a jetpack. Why not? You know, 1400 gold for 670, mathematically favoring them. And when you're playing from behind, you need to do this type of funky plays. Retsu wants to kill HYDRA, gonna show up, and he's gonna find him right away. Drow wants to turn around, and with the help with the Bat Rider that's already there, Nightmare from the Bane, can he come into him for the save? The answer is yes. Retsu's actually getting healed by the Oracle Purifying Flames, but the low, too high. Multi-shot arrows do clip him at the very edge, and Retsu does fall, and so does the Bane.
Dire's courier has been killed.
His courier does get killed. Loopsy's courier gets killed. Magnus continues to farm. He's about to have the harpoon and 40 gold. With these kills, at least Klinks has found his 4 stacks on the Desolator. It's not the most. It could be worse.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Zen going for the kick and the pullback. Starts working on his BKB. He is very far behind in gold. Very far behind. Kiseki. What is he gonna get next? He might even go for the Glacier Shard here. Monodrama. Jetpacking away. And they fight Zen. He's getting brutalized this game. 86 throws a tip. He's 10, 1, and 6 on the Bat Rider versus the 3 and 5 on the Air Spirit. Definitely making a statement. And now Roshan is opened up by Team Spirit Academy. Rocket Flare comes in. But there's no Air Spirit to go for a Hail Mary play. HYDRA, look at the cockiness and the confidence. Blinks up high ground, Inkswell by himself. Wants to almost solo kill this Clockwork, who has the TP back to Fountain. And the Aegis goes in the hands of the Drow Ranger. Another blink, this time it's the Oracle. Going forward, they are jumping in. This is a perfect turnaround. A little bit of a bait from Loopsy works out perfectly. Nightmares one, Fiend's Grip the other, and the setup for the jumping RP and the Retsu arrows is impeccable there. You know what? The other harpoon, so we can get active again. This is unexpected. You're never seeing this one coming. Blink out of the harpoon. HYDRA does escape. KW catching a bit of a timing and punishing Team Spirit Academy, who wanted to be the aggressors now that they had the Aegis. But will be slowed down a little bit. Roll in, they catch the Timber Saw now. That's a lot of damage from the Klings, and with the Magnetize and the Harpoon and the Skewer, the Timber Saw. What are you doing here, Batyuk? Rare mistake from the Team Spirit Academy offlaner. He almost never makes plays like this, but overconfident in the Aghanim Scepter, maybe thought the Klings might have left. Really wanted to protect his tower, but he's gonna pay with his life, he's gonna pay with his tower. As the Fortify will not be enough to deter them, or will it? Seems like the creeps might still take it. Yeah. Tower dead. That was a lot of gold. About 1100 gold from the Timber Saw falling there. Our Spirit has his BKB now. He's a non-factor in these team fights, man. He has a brawny crippling crossbow. Honestly, he should probably get a greedy if at this point. I know it's insane to say you want a Earth Spirit core to get a greedy, but he doesn't seem to find the farm. He doesn't seem to find the damage in team fights, and he's going magic anyway. Loopsy Nightmares himself up on the cliff to D-word. There was nothing there. And I was just going to camp a little bit with the Fiend's Grip to see if someone comes in the vicinity.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Visibility and smoke. The Spirit Academy will continue to siege some structures.
Radiant are scanning.
KW will get scanned bottom.
Tower is under attack. Dire's structures are
2 minutes remaining between the Drow and losing the Aegis. And the Clinks is going to start hitting this high ground, I think. Rocket Flare to just spot the players in the backline, and we'll see a few. The Bad Rider TP will get spotted as the tier 3 gets
are fortified.
protected by a fortification. Kachal with the smoke jumps in, Harpoon pulls out the Bad Rider. This is massive, but the BKB comes in time. The Fiend's Grip though will obliterate. Soulbind turn around, RPO to a couple, and look at the damage from the Clinks. They really want to blow them out, but the Oracle comes in with a nice ultimate to protect the Timbersaw. Roll out from the Earth Spirit. They still manage to find 2 kills. The Drow is nowhere to be found. She's at the mid tier 2. KW, oh my god, Kachal goes in again with another skewer, and Retsu punishes the Oracle for wanting to save Bachuk. This Timbersaw is baiting his teammates into the hands of this hungry Clinks, who has a triple kill now right now to his name in this engagement. It doesn't matter, the Drow has the Aegis, they're not even killing her. As I say that, she gets pulled back by the Harpoon. Kiseki, oh my god, clack, clock. As the clock is gonna put the cogs at her feet. She doesn't have a BKB. The roll will miss. That's kind of a weird one. He usually connects them Zen. So Kiseki escapes because the Earth Spirit, definitely what the hell was that? But Kachal with the Harpoon punishing them easily. My gosh. Team Spirit Academy. I don't know, man. They've been losing a lot of the team fights. I'm not even joking. It's a bit scary, I have to say. The team leader has brought them the lead, and the team and the clean decisions that they've had throughout, well, yesterday's game and today's, haven't really, well, been here.
Wish fulfilled.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
They're going again. They've got the smoke. They're ready. Kachal just wants to fish someone once more. Retsu continues to siege. There's 4 Radiant Team Spirit Academy players in the Dire jungle, and yes, the mid and top lane are pushed, but they're so scared, and they should be.
Radiant's bottom tower.
This is what I meant when I said earlier, everybody has a bit of a Magnus inside of all of us. XDs. What a fun game of Dota 2, ladies and gentlemen. This is the deciding game 3 of the third actually series of the day. So more Dota to come your way. Tell your family that EPL Masters playing is a joy to watch, as we see a jetpack TP out from the Clockwork. Region popped by Zen because he bottled it for too long, and he's going to spot the amplified damage ruining the river, takes it, and leaves. Timbersaw and 86 on the Bat Rider, playing with one another, very close to each other. I mean, Sailing not that far off. Bane will TP back to Fountain.
Radiant are scanning.
No, it's actually to tier 2. Tormentor This time will not be contested. Assailant picks up the Rain. The Reign of Destiny. How does Oracle say it? Reign of Destiny. No, it's much more flair than that. I like making voices, but accent's not my strong suit. Timbersaw managed to reclaim the #1 network spot, but the story of the last 10 minutes or so has been this Kachal Magnus. Realizing his importance of staying alive, he will now opt to start working towards the Lincoln Sphere. Amplified damage rune will get popped. Clockwork. With the jetpack spots Batyuk, throws the cogs out, forces the multi-shot. A lot of information gathered there by Monodrama. Gem in the hands of the Timbersaw, level 22 for him. Clinks now, #1 the network spot. Everybody seems to wait the second Roshan to respawn. This Earth Spirit needs another 1200 gold for for Shiva's Guard and another half a level to get to his third point in Magnetize. He's going to bottle up a shield rune. And we resume as the G's in the chat. I don't know what Batyuk wants to build next. Maybe a Hex after the gem. Maybe just buys a shard between. Like, you know, trades the gem, picks up the Hex. The shard is also going to be fun, but they do need buybacks, of course. No buybacks on the Radiant side right now. KW has 3 of them. Oh, never mind. We have a Specialist Array being purchased now, so reduced to 2 only. Earth Spirit has now started to outfarm the Bat Rider. Our Ranger needs a level 20 for an extra boost in the talent tree. We'll most likely go for the Gust self-movement speed, as it's a very valuable piece of mobility for her. Unless you get a Drow with Ags, you don't often see the multi-shot damage increase. Full Hydra's Breath done for the Clinks, similar to what we saw in Game 2 from him. Magnus has hit his level 20. That means he's going to have the extra shockwave damage. Any other big things coming up other than level 20 on the Drow? No, everybody seems to be quite conservative right now. Maybe the Grimstroke level 15. Soulbind spell damage increase. Or even the Inkswell spell movement speed is pretty good. If we take a quick look at the graphs, it's only 47% to 53 favoring KW. They're going to get a Roshan to roar. KW is not really in position to contest, and they don't seem to be interested in it. This is very unexpected. They're going to actually start sieging high ground. Tier 3, can the Clinks get a Rax? The clock will see how low the Roshan is, but it doesn't seem to be deterring them. Kiseki picks up the Aegis, and they haven't even found the Tier 3. Clockwork buys some time, tries to go for a sneaky TP out, and he will not be successful in his attempt. Meanwhile, elsewhere on the map, this Clinks is getting soulbinded into the Bane. He's getting controlled. He doesn't have a BKB, and the explosion from the reactive armor of the Timbersaw is more than enough to find the kill. Alright, KW. You sacked the Roche to then feed your carry's life. Nice. This is reverse coaching 101, guys. What you should not be doing in a game of Dota. And now he has no buyback. Your opponents have Aegis. They've got a Drow Ranger who hits pretty fast. You know why I said that there was a 47% chance for the TSA squad? Yeah, it jumped up to 70, by the way. 71 now. So I don't know what you're doing. The banner's out. She's sieging your high ground. You've got to fortify, but Clinks cannot join us back in for 600 gold or 40 seconds. So the tier 3 will fall.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Okay, they pop the 40. It doesn't really help as the range creeps and the catapult will stay alive. And the only players showing is the Drow Ranger, so if you pull her back in, she still has the second life. Yeah, that's the easiest melee Rax claim I've seen in my life, as KW has committed a grave mistake, allowing Team Spirit Academy to claim confident control of this game. I'm very disappointed, actually, to see that from KW. I get you don't want to rush. I get you want to siege the high ground, but they even siege! They got a tier... They siege after the Aegis was claimed. But they lose the range Rex as well, as the illusions deal with it. Lasso from the Batrider, pulling the Clockwork out. Monodrama tries to force step himself to safety. It doesn't seem like he will be successful as the Magnus walks in the fire. His blink gets interrupted and RP's on cooldown for 2 minutes. This is what I talked about during the draft. There will be so many things on the ground that will Kachal be able to be consistent enough with his blink. Pulls the harpoon. Nice manta dodge, only granting the illusions. Nullifier thrown onto the Drow. Dispel, Fate's Edict, Purifying Flames for the heal. Zen does not have an Aghanim Scepter, so they can't even dream about a kick. At least the advantage of KW is I don't think the missed RP was spotted by TSA. They probably did not have vision on the high ground, so that's why they're respecting them. And falling back a little bit. There's a lot of farm with the tier 2 top. The question is, do you want to go back up to siege with the 2 minion Aegis or go back to farm? And I think the correct answer should be the former. That's why they're sticking around the triangle, and Timbersaw is the one going to go deal with the creeps top. Maybe when he shows top, there will be a full sense of security and someone might walk up to the dire triangle. That's the bait they're hoping for. I'm not sure. Oracle actually will also disengage. The scan gets on top of the triangle players and they know they're there. Kiseki, gust movement speed. The wave did get caught though. And the Clinks and the Air Spirit are there. Oh, not the Lasso. Monodrama. The only drama here is his amount of deaths. He's been caught time and time again. Oh, it's 6 for the poor Clockwork. Very difficult game for a support here. They cut the wave bottom. The wave top is pushed, dude, but there are creeps mid. That's why Kiseki continues his siege with 70 seconds on the Aegis. Kachal still doesn't have the RP. Now he does. They're losing the melee Rex, going in. This time the Manta dodge did not work. They pull Kiseki in. Timbersaw jumps forward, magnetized, connecting onto a couple. BKB, their arrows connect onto the Drow Ranger. She's low in HP. She dies. And that's no BKB for the second life. They're jumping in forward. The magnetized continues to deal problems to HYDRA. Hookshot onto 3. The Clockwork doing a lot of work. And it's a perfect RP, catching them on the retreat. Kachal enabling the Clinks to shred through the cores of Team Spirit Academy. The Drow, the Back, the Timber, they're all out. So are the supports who instantly buy back, but not in time to come and save their carry. And the only buybacks there from KW were also the supports of Clock and Bane. Much more patient this time was Kachal with the RP, and it pays off dividends for them. The game turned on its head, back and forth. Here we go again. Like I said, this is the type of Dota we have here at EPL Masters Play, and so entertaining the last few days have been, and oh boy, there's so much more to come.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
No buyback on the Timbersaw for 900 gold.
Radiant's middle tower is under
The
attack.
bottom racks are open. Kachal smokes and walks forward. He wants to catch someone with a harpoon.
Has fallen. Radiant's structure
Fortifies there. They see 86 with a jetpack. It's a jump in. Perfect vision. Even the hookshot for good measure. Fortify comes out and the Batrider needs 50 gold to buy back into this one. Great pick off there. KW, they have the gold lead. The Drow Ranger is back. They would love to force a buyback as the Batrider gets it online.
Radiant's middle tower has
They continue to siege. Yes, seems like they are. This Empower Clinks is hitting for about 520 damage. Skewer onto an illusion. Good Manta style used by the Kiseki Drow. Even Fiend's Grip was wasted there, by the way. So Team Spirit Academy hold without having to force any of the core buybacks. It's back to an even. Supports with buyback and cooldown on both sides. And then the Magnus, Clinks, Drow, and Bat have the buybacks. Bat Rider is gonna actually start working towards his next item, which is the Aghanim Scepter. Whereas Timbersaw and Air Spirit need to farm theirs. How far is the Air Spirit from an axe? He's got it! He has the kick. Alrighty, he's also going for the blink. Zen was shut down a lot in the mid game.
Radiant are scanning. Dire are scanning.
Oh boy, they got the Timbersaw and no, nothing to interrupt the. This is a bit of a disaster. Hook shot in, coming onto a couple. It's a perfect soulbind. Nice kick, but he's going to the wrong direction. He's still safe for now. The Bane will die, but Chuk with the buyback almost kills Retsu. He needs to disengage, but there's no save for the Clinks. As the Mags BKB of the Timbersaw will be enough to find the opponent carry. Clinks might be forced to buy back here. 80 seconds with him on the sideline. No Bane either. I don't think they can hold as a 3 versus 5.
Dire's top tower is under
Kachal would love to find a pick off. The illusions are coming. He's not going to get debated. He's got level 25 on the max. Goes for the RP. 3-man. Instant buyback. Roll into a couple. The Drow is obliterated alongside her support. Now Machik on the high ground wants to create some problems, but he is getting singled out. Down to half HP. Zags will blow out. Another lasso. This time it's connecting onto the Magnus. Soulbind comes a little bit late as there was no retreat. Batchuk. Timber chaining to the low ground. Retsu wants to really kill this Batchuk Timber, so who goes for the dieback? The Bat Rider also dies. The gem is on the deck. KW might have managed to win this game on the back of the RP buyback. RP from the Magnus, buyback from the Clockwork. And he has to purchase himself back into it. 86. Definitely need to do it there.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
1 minute without the Timbersaw. The Oracle will be back in 10 seconds. They are smoking. They're trying to avoid being harpooned by the Magnus.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Blink in, lasso, instant lotus, Fiend's Grip on top of the Batrider, just jumping for him, both the Earth Spirit and the Magnus. The Drow turns around, can she deal enough damage to kill at least one of these targets? The Earth Spirit takes a ton of damage to magnetize though, getting to work, the BKB running out, she has to force tap herself away, Batrider's dead, she's out, Drow alone, 1 versus 5, no more teammates for 30 seconds. Zen turns around, tip galore for 86, who's getting punished for his early match cockiness. Kiseki with a Shadow Blade. Oh! RP attempt from Kachal. Barely sidestepped there, but couldn't connect. The Ra will find the Bane. Has to fortify. No, the Bane gets forced out of there to safety. Kiseki really needs to do something. The Zen, jump, kick, silence. Manta is not gonna buy the time as Retsu finishes off the Ancient, and KW go for the reverse sweep and make Team Spirit Academy suffer another loss. What a phenomenal game. What an exciting map 2 and 3. KW, they do it, and they do it in style. And Retsu, my man, back-to-back Klink's performances, but we have to talk about Kachal. A single mistake that cost him the racks, granted, because of that fire, but otherwise his Magnus was impeccable. What a playstyle, what a positioning, how many skewers were great. Magnus is not even a go-to hero in this current meta, and he made it look flawless. Batyuk tried his best. Timber saw a lot of damage, most on his team. It just didn't really feel like it had similar impact to the Magnus. I don't know. I think if they had a bit more control in team fights and a bit more space, that's something like a Tide or an Underlord could have been able to provide, even a Doom to throw onto Kachal, or you were the initiator. would say, because these teams are doing everything they can to make it to the Masters main event. And Zero Tenacity, looking right now, they are one of the only two teams currently fully confirmed qualified in the play-in, but seeding will be important. That's why they will fight to continue getting better and better points. They are tied in group, they're tied overall as first in Group B with Team Gens from Group A. 3-1 for Zero Tenacity. They did suffer a defeat to Level Up, who has shown impeccable form so far, only dropping a couple of maps after their campaign at the EWC just a little over a week ago. So they've got that fresh experience from playing versus the best teams. Yeah, Zero Tenacity now effectively playing for seeding. Their opponents today, Ibris Esports, have 5 points, and nothing is set just yet, especially considering the fact that they have one more game tomorrow versus Team Ion, who of course will like to overpass them. With a victory here, though, with a 2-0 victory for Ibris Esports, they will pretty much guarantee that Ion and the Dandelions would be eliminated. It all depends on what Ibris Esports does here. If they lose 2-0, Ion and Dandelions still have hope. If they don't, it's pretty much the end of the road for... If Ibris loses, there's hope for the other two teams. If Ibris wins, it's the end of the road for the other two teams. That's what I'm actually saying right now. Now, we're looking at Zero Tenacity and Ibris going for the Timbersaw and the Luna. We just saw a Timbersaw performance was it 20 minutes ago or so, that was unsuccessful from Batchuk on the side of Team Spirit Academy. I approve this ban. I'm so tired of seeing the Bane. We kind of need a break from the Bane. There's too much Bane in my life. Please, someone stop picking this hero for a few minutes. I know the hero is great. But we just need to take a chill pill from him, right? That's effectively it. Too much Bane in my life. The Bane of my existence. Terrorblade will also be taken out. So will the Lifestealer. As Ibris Esports are thinking Zero Tenacity want to take some more direct carries. I don't think either of those would have been good. I know Lifestealer is fairly decent versus Luna, and Terrorblade can scale much further. But I think Zero Tenacity could just go for a Drow Ranger here, who's still in the pool. Klink's very much viable as well. As they're going to ban the Doom. All right. They banned the Bane just for funsies. Realized, oh wait, they have support, so let us ban the Doom. The Doom would be a great pick, though, to just deal with the Ember and the Timbersaw. Anyway, Ibris Esports will have to show us their hand. Most likely an offlaner here. What do we still have in the pool? Centaur is available. And they don't have the most catch. Yes, you have Searing Chains and Blast Off. Enchant? No, I think this is a Centaur game 100%. No! Never mind. They're going for the Axe last pick. Fair enough. Fair enough. What else is there for me to say? Not exactly the hero I was expecting to see here. Also, Zero Tenacity is playing with a full roster today. I believe yesterday MOUZ was substituted by Till the End. We still have Nesphere, Warwick, Mixa, and MLS. Desire is not on the server, so maybe playing with one stand-in. But of course, having MOUZ back, he oozes the experience, and it's wow. Alchemist last pick. This is going to change things up. This is going to change the pace of the game. Dream, a very experienced carry. He is one of my favorite carries to watch. Where is this? Another? Now I'm really confused. Oh, Dream is for Ibris Esports, of course. What am I talking about? Yeah, he is one of my favorite carries to watch in this tier 2.5 level. I've casted him many times over the years, playing for the Kyrgyzstan national team. Right now, he is joined by Norma, Nish, Ponlo, and Woki, which I believe is a substitute for Zayats, unless Zayats plays with a different name. I'm not entirely certain. Ibris Esports also has had Monodrama on their team. And Monodrama might be a familiar name to some of you because we just saw them play last match in the KW roster. He was playing instead of Lizard, I believe. So lots of changes in these teams, but it's only normal. We find ourselves at this point in tournament where, well, not a tournament, to a point in the season where teams are very much looking to find their best choices for the next season coming up. If you didn't make TI, this is the final tournament you can play before the new season, the EPL Masters Season 1. So a lot at stake here as we have a massive prize pool coming in. Prize pool. As we're going to get into the game in just a moment. This axe from Mixa is very dangerous, I have to say. Looking at it, I'm a little bit scared for the side of Ibris Esports, but the tempo that the Alchemist dropping Aghanim's for Niche and Norma brings to the table is going to be something that Zero Tenacity might struggle to keep up with, but I love both of these drafts. They look very complex, very fun, like I said, very fast-paced, and it's a nice change-up from what we had in the first series of the day. So let's not waste any more time. Let's hop into Game 1 of Ibris Esports versus Zero Tenacity. Who do we have here? Who's going to smoke first? That's the big question. Ta-da-da-da-da-da. And nobody's smoking just yet, as we can still see my beautiful face. We haven't quite gotten into the server.
"30 seconds to showtime." The game is on. High hopes for this one.
Niche and mid. Ember into the Viper. Warwick is most likely going to obliterate him. Already goes to right clicks. He won the block. This Ember Spirit is already looking at a Whirl of Hurt. Warwick continues to right click and is below 50% HP. This bottom matchup is also going to be, well, it will be much more fun to watch than that Viper Ember extravaganza we have going on in mid. Norma versus Nesphere up top.
The Radiant's courier didn't make it.
Walkie pulling the wave for his Timbersaw. Otherwise, he would be very zoned by the Undying and the Luna. Nesphere pulls the Radiant Wave under, well, actually behind his tier 1 tower. He's going to start farming away, denying extra creeps. Both teams copying what each other do and adapting very nicely. 4 last hits, 4 niche. Obviously, he's got 1 HP. He's expended all his tangos and he's pulling a salve. I hope you all appreciate the beautiful Dota music. Hopefully, we're gonna get rid of it in a second so we can focus on the gameplay. But no kills yet, so it's fine. It gives us some Odyssey vibes.
Dire's top tower. You know the drill.
Wookie turns around with the reactive taser. And you can't kill him just yet.
Denied.
Dream. Only 6 lasted so far. He's literally struggling versus Mixa's axe. Those are concussive. Concussion, rather, not a concussion.
Attend us.
Dream. First blooded bottom, as we see it.
I can take care of
Easy
myself.
find there. Couldn't quite get it. Couldn't quite hide, but at least Dark Widow will get it. Not the battle hunger of the axe.
Denied.
Come get healed.
Bro, nice kill from the teamer. So up top onto Mesfear. MOUZ wants to actually get some more action. Undying throws a lot of zombies on the ground onto Norma.
Dire's mid tower's having technical difficulties.
And the Luna tries for the techies. A bit of an overcommit there from Zero Tenacity. Water Rune picked up by the Ember. 11 lasses to 24 and 16 from the Viper. Going to the side. Oh, jumping with the blast off. And the axe gets caught. Easy kill there. Palma will find the kill. The Dream is going to be more than happy to get axe out of his lane for about 20 seconds. MOUZ throws the tombstone down, but Norma finds the freest kill of his life, and now he's even going to get gold for the tombstone. Niche is dying to Warwick as the Viper strike was strong, level 6 for her to find this poor Ember Spirit. Only level 4 for him. Now they want to get Walkie, who's also going to die, and Warwick is having a time of his life. Paulo, next casualty. They can't even find a trade onto the Dark Willow. It's Warwick with a triple kill for his Viper. This is how you punish Ember Spirit first pick, boys and girls.
This is our moment, Jax.
Minute 7 around the corner, we see the Dark Willow already invading the Shrine of Wisdom portion of the map. MLS under the invisibility rune. Is he gonna get pinged? Norma
Radiant's top
pinged. Norma
tower's
has
in
level
bad
6.
shape.
And And oh my gosh, there's 4 Dire heroes coming here. Norma, yeah, the Wisdom Zoom is not coming your way. And he's gonna go straight for a TP, and he's out. The TP out to safety, still dies in Fountain. Oh my god, I thought he's safe with the 1, but definitely not enough. And MOUZ picks up their opponent's trying to Wisdom.
Radiant's gone and fortified their structures.
It's crazy.
Radiant's
Both shrines go
top
towards
tower's
0 tenacity. Ibris Esports have a difficult
Dire's
start.
mid tower could use a little help. Radiant's top tower is taking hits.
You see Niche pulling the wave, farming a neutral camp, trying to get himself back into this one after the Viper destroyed him. They got Techies, Walkie, World Hop with the blast off, missing the Willow, but Willow's running out of mana. They don't have enough follow-up damage though, and with the Axe and the Undying, this is as dead of a Techies as it gets. Mixa will continue the pursuit. Ponlo, never mind. Showing there, Mixa says, you know what, I'm wasting my time. The Alchemist could be around, and that was a good call because the Alchemist was around, so Mixa just goes back to farm the wave.
Radiant's bottom tower seen better days.
Dream claims the #1 network spot.
Radiant's mid tower's getting banged up.
Loads up the concussion. Run onto him. Niche is going to show up to the party. Either of them getting the last hit would be a great thing, and Niche is the one finding it very needed. Elsewhere, MOUZ is invading the Radiant Triangle. Applying pressure onto Norma.
Radiant's top tower is taking hits. Guess what's happening to Dire's bottom tower?
Eats the Eclipse, dodges the Brambles, walks up high ground. Oh, wanted to really get MOUZ there. And I think he will fall in the end. He forces out the Tombstone. A lot of spells were used. He bought some time. It's fine. Considering the state of the game, I would consider his death a small victory because they wasted 2 ultimates and, well, a Tombstone, which is effectively an ultimate, and the Eclipse. ML wants to go for a solo kill. The Brambles are there. Shadow Realm, Bedlam. Yeah, this isn't gonna help you this time. Reactivators there is useless versus a Dark Willow. And she finds a solo kill onto the opponent's support with his quick level 6. The strength of stealing both wisdoms. Level 4 on the Enchantress, level 5 on the Techies, respectively to a 5 and 6 on the Undying and the Willow. Vanguard, Angel Soul Ring seems to be the name of the game for this axe. The Alchemist, about 100 gold away from having this sacred relic.
Radiant's bottom tower ain't a pretty sight right now.
It's a very dubious 4 Protect 1 because Ember Spirit and Timber Sword are not really the type of heroes you would consider viable to run a 4 Protect 1. Anyway, the Catapult
Trouble brewing at
starts
Radiant's
sieging.
bottom tower.
Fortify even coming out as Warwick is rotated to 100% guarantee. This tier 1 bottom will fall, and this is going to grant them better, easier
Radiant's
access to
bottom
the
tower's seen
Alchemist
better
jungle.
days.
Ponlo will spot them
There goes
with
Radiant's
his
bottom
Stone
tower.
Conqueror.
Dire's mid tower's having technical difficulties.
How long can you delay the game? That's the question.
Radiant's bottom
they already
tower
started
ain't a
taking their
pretty sight
objectives.
right
This
now.
Viper has 4 kills, but she's not a flash farmer. If you don't give her the opportunity to keep on farming, it's not bad. Axe, by the way, is stealing stacks from the Radiant jungle. You're gonna come in with the Remnant, trying to punish. The Alchemist is there with the concoction on top of him. Mixa gets punished
Radiant's
for
top tower
his
could use a hand.
overconfidence. He was playing under that observer ward. And now Tech is drawing in the
Radiant's
map.
mid
They want to
tower's in
reclaim
trouble.
control of their jungle, at least for now.
Radiant's
Speed.
mid tower's getting banged up.
Illusion.
Niche. Oh boy, almost eats a whole terrorize. He's just pulling the wave. He's messing around with them. They don't have that much catch. Which is one of the reasons that despite his slow start, I think December could still have, well, still have the potential to have a game eventually. Niche and MLS are actually tanking each other, and the Bedlam gets forced out. Ember will remnant out of there to safety. Nesphere continues to farm. Almost has money for the Manta style. Couple of creep waves will get him there. Timber Soul Ring Kaya
Radiant's top tower's in bad shape.
goes back to
The
farm the
Radiant got
side
one less
camps.
top tower.
Walking. Chased by Mixa. Yeah, this axe is not gonna get the kill onto him. Take you safely out of there. Moves up high ground. Starts right clicking Walkie. And one more will get the job done. Yes. Yeah. Safe kill there for MOUZ.
Blessings upon a loyal
Tekis gets
warrior.
taken out. As the pause continues, this alchemist is using his radiance to farm his blink.
To my heart.
Polo dies in the river. The question is he gonna get the Aghanims after the blink, or does Dream realize, you know what, I think he needs to get, no, he's looking at a BKB actually. He needs to be able to mana fight. By the way, he just blocked his own camp bottom. At the same time, can he scale fast enough by himself without dropping the Ags? I'm not sure. It's a, you know, he probably knows better than me how the alchemy should be played in such circumstances, but does he realize how much the Ember is struggling? That's the better question. They're smoking up around him, trying to maybe punish a jump onto the alchemist, but there's nobody in the vicinity. It's only the Undying doing a side pull. Not much.
You sure?
Not much else offering on the lane from the dire heroes of Zero Tenacity. Ember spots moves. With the Spirit Vessel on top of him, this Undying is gonna die with the Blast Off jumping on top of him. The question is, can they get a trade kill? The answer is definitely yes, as Tekis gets taken out. Nish finds a killing spree, but the pursuit does continue. Another remnant to the low ground. Interrupted! Nish lagging away as Warwick finds the kill with the poison. The TP was almost there, but the Lucent Beam coming in from the high ground to the low ground takes him out again. And Zero Tenacity managed to trade that Undying very effectively for two heroes. Warwick, he's got something on the courier. I'm not entirely certain what it is. Oh, it's a full Hurricane Pike. He's gonna need to use it, but Spot's Dream doesn't pike him in time. The concussion is there, and now they're gonna go even deeper. Timber chain forward. Esport want to fight MLS. Oh my god! Just got deleted. As Dream,
Dire's mid tower.
his superior net worth,
Dire went and fortified
shows
their
up to the party and has
structures.
some impact. Already purchases the Ogre Axe.
Dire's mid
most likely his
tower's
BKB.
having technical difficulties.
Yeah, the Viper dying after getting that kill is going to be a huge
Hope the
gold for
Dire
him.
weren't partial to that mid tower.
Look at this fight recap. 1,200 gold exchange in the favor of the Radiant guys.
Gotcha.
I'll take that.
Good observer ward, very deep placed from the, I believe, Ponlo Enchantress. Not spotted by the sentry that Zero Tenacity was trying to anticipate it with. Drum's already done for Ponlo. Catching the Dark Willow, terrorizes there, Viper Strike, and the Bedlam damage. Foil Hurricane Pike through another Bedlam. No chance in hell for Niche to get out. And that is going to be death number 3 for him, and kill number 5 for the Viper. Actually, this time it would have been 6, but he splits it with the Willow. He's making space, right? The question is, if he will be given the Aghanim Scepter, is he going to have an impact with Vessel Ags? It's a good question, and it doesn't look like he's going to get an Ags anytime soon. Dream doesn't care. Dream just wants to farm. He doesn't see the value in any of this dropping Aghanim Scepter.
Double damage.
No, he's got BKB. He's going Silver Edge next. Dream is trying to carry this game. Does that mean the Timbersaw will have to build his own Aghanim Scepter? No, Timbersaw's getting BKB as well. Interesting timing play here for the Radiant side. First sticky bomb point placed by Tekis just now.
Dire's top tower's getting beat down.
Tier 1 top is getting under siege from the Radiant side.
Right now.
The Alchemist is actually showing as well, and they realize we
Dire's
cannot
top
fight
tower.
this man. He's got a
know the
BKB.
drill.
Until we get our own BKBs and
Trouble
Nesphere
brewing
starts
at
farming
Radiant's
his.
bottom tower.
I believe we also
Dire's
saw
top tower's getting beat
consecrated
down.
wraps for the axe.
Dire's got one last top tower. Radiant's bottom tower's seen better days. Trouble brewing at
of a
Radiant's
lag
bottom
here.
tower.
But, you know who's not lagging? This Viper, who, despite that one death, he's going to finish the Yasha next.
Regeneration.
Legion. Picked up by Nesphere. And he's going to probably join up with the rest of the squad for the smoke. Meanwhile, Niche and Woki in the Dire jungle. Mills. And Mixa showing up mid. The smoke doesn't find anything. Dream continues to accelerate the farm even further. He's got the Hyperstone for the Assault Cuirass. Change his mind, instead of the Silver Edge, going for something that will aid the team a little bit. But this Luna is doing great in keeping up with farm to the best of her ability, I have to say. Axe, no blink yet. Lotus Consecrated Wraps for Mixa. Fascinating choice, I have to admit. Lots of farm bottom to be had. Start sieging this, not sieging, well, taking the Tormentor. It's so weird because the Tormentor is technically a neutral, but it feels like a building. Where it picks up the shard. But this time the Alchemist is taking Roshan. Are they going to realize in time? They are under the smoke. They're going to rush this. And it's not a fast rush at all. Half HP down, but no, they're not. Okay, they're gonna get out of the pit and smoke themselves. They saw someone under the Twin Gate. They're gonna beeline for the Luna. This would be a massive pick-off before finishing Roshan off. I think they spotted Roshan is down to half HP. Axe, start breaking the proximity mines. He's on the low ground. He has no way of blinking out. Nish needs to catch someone with the Searing Chains. Nixa does not have a BKB, just reminding, but he's a tough nut to crack. He gets spotted by an observer ward and he will get battle hungered. Kills a creep, spells it. Norma, pump faking going in. Brambles, instantly dodged. Terrorized, pump fake as well. Picks up. Wants to kill this annoying wolf. And Roshan is still in his pit. Sphere. 1300 HP, but has a shield run for 1100. Also has that BKB Dream pushing the mid wave. Really wants to finish the assault Kuras before the fight. But there's another smoke from Zero Tenacity yet again. They want to get involved. Proximity mines keep on being broken by Zero Tenacity boys. Alchemist farming. Purchases the recipe and still needs the plate mail. Two minutes have passed since Roche was first attacked. And nobody has actually gotten back to finishing his off. Both teams kind of going back to their own way. But I'm going to go on the limb and predict that Ibris will go for a fight as soon as this Alchemist finishes the AC. I'm definitely expecting a smoke there. Also, they're going in the pit. Luna's there. Realizes, wait, you soften him up for us. Let's just finish things off. And Enchantress and Timbersaw are in the vicinity, but they don't seem to go for it. I don't know. The Satyr is coming. It's gone. It's too late. Satyr gets killed. They will spot the Viper. Timbersaw needs to go in. The Timber Chakram is not enough. Not the kill. And the chain, there was no trees around. You even see here the Alchemist stunning himself in the trees. And Zero Tenacity picks up the Aegis for the Luna, and Nesphere more than happy. Warwick denies that Arcane Rune. Okay. Still very cautious with their play. Axe now has a blink. So does the Undying, which makes me want to believe that he has a shard. Yeah, he does. I'm gonna play the Undying save. There's a 9-second BKB for Niche.
Radiant's bottom tower ain't a pretty sight right now. The Dire might want to mine their top tower. Radiant's bottom tower's seen better days.
Oh, Blink, Viper Strike, can they chain the Ember even if he gets out of the
structures right
yeah.
now.
Calling Blade there, perfect from Max.
Right now.
And it's the first one he finds in the game, despite the 13 kills they had before this. Ember continues to be the least farm hero on the map. But we have the Alchemist ready to fight. He's got the AC, charging the concussion and jumping in. Nesphere turns around with the BKB Eclipse. Dream starts walking away, tanking it a little bit. Now has to will use the BKB. He's getting glaived down to below 30% HP. Mixa's there ready with a blink. The call does not catch the Alchemist though. Does catch his teammates. Warm up. Has the Timber chain away with the BKB. Fauna will die. Viper Strike through the BKB. And the Timbersaw needs to chain again even further out. Does not have a TP. Luna continues to chase. But Norma will get out of there safely. Axe coming in with a call. The damage is going to be enough. And no Calling Blade. But the decay damage is enough to finish the Timbersaw. And that's his 9-second BKB. Not finding even an escape. They tried to get cheeky. They thought that Luna might preserve her MOUZ, tanking a lot of proximity mines. Yeah, they tried to get cheeky. They thought that Luna might save the BKB for the second life, but no. She realizes her strength turns around, doesn't even lose the Aegis because of the perfect usage of the BKB. And you can say whatever you want, man, but a 2k lead individually on the Alchemist is not sufficient.
Good day to fight.
Dream loading up the concussion. Warwick could get jumped, but as the actuals face, they kill the techies. Dream goes in the opposite direction, heads towards east. He's farming on the low ground. He's getting spotted by the axe. This is very, very daring here from Dream. I actually don't know what he's cooking. Blink from the axe. There's a blink on Dream. Distiller will still spot him. No, Distiller was popped after the blink. That's why they couldn't see where he blinked. Great play from Dream. Honestly, very risky what he's doing there, but he realized he needs to, well,
Radiant's
split the
bottom
map,
tower
buy the
seen
time,
better
waste
days.
ages. Why he does this? This Timbersaw is actually managed to break into
Trouble
the top 3
brewing
net
at
worth.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Now has the full Lotus. He starts working on hard to ask.
Come on, sprites.
Paul, it's only on to Paul low. Even the Eclipse for that. That's maybe a bit of annoyance there from Zero Tenacity, but he's constantly being kited and being forced to go back and deal with the creeps. Dream starts working on his first BKB, but Nestor is in vicinity. You can't kill him without the Eclipse, as Dream just blinks away out of there. Who is going to be the Axe target? Is it going to be Timbersaw to deal with the backlines, or are you going to give it to the Ember so he actually starts having more of a game? Hell, you might even give it to the Enchantress at this point. You can say what you want, but Little Friend
Radiant's
spawned to
mid-tower
enemy
could use
unit
a
group
hand.
is pretty strong. It's just not a first axe drop is cheap.
Radiant's mid tower's coming apart.
Second tier 2 is under siege.
Radiant's mid tower ain't doing so good.
We'll take that.
Dire's top tower, you know the Dire's top tower's gone.
Dream gets out again. Very nice played with that word, but it will get taken out. Axe.
Your place is here.
It is in the vicinity of Warwick. You can't really jump onto Warwick. MOUZ buying some time with the Tombstone, the Viper. Managed to get out of it afterwards. MOUZ will die. Warwick respawns. Does not have a BKB. Well, he appears rather than respawns and just kill him. Nothing to say. Nestor, what is he doing? Blinking forward, goes in with the Eclipse. Axe call onto the Alchemist. No BKB in time for Dream and the calling right there. Nixa coming in hot with a double kill. Strength of this Luna is not just evident, it's obvious. As she's actually surpassed the Alchemist in farm. Alchemist needs the point booster for the first axe. Looking at win probability, 68% in favor of Z10. Great play there from Mixa as well. One of the most experienced offlaners in this play in the group stage, I have to say. And you can tell why. Warwick on his Viper. I mean, he's not been impressive after the laning phase, but he did so much work in the laning phase that Niche has yet to have significant impact on this Ember Spirit that I have been praising. So, he's done his part in the game. What other item is there for the Alchemist to get after this? I mean, maybe an Abyssal? Swap out the Soul Ring for the Abyssal after he drops the first axe. He's also about to hit level 20. Picks up the unstable chemical rage base attack damage. Ember also looking for his level 20. Timbersaw has hit 21. Has the exposure therapy heal for 12 HP per tree destroyed. Very fun, interactive scaling innate ability for him. Axe, level 19, also looking towards his 20. Willow has fit 15, has a plus 30 Bedlam damage.
Thanks be to you.
And we have the Ember Spirit picking up the Aghanim Scepter. Alright.
Guess what's happening to Dire's bottom tower?
It's gonna scuff a little bit of the net worth chart, but will propel the Ember forward. And now, let's see if he's gonna have a game.
Something about that bottom tower.
Smoke from 0 tenacity. We're looking at buyback status. You better not look, because the Willow and the Enchantress do not have anything.
Dire's bottom tower's getting the business. Guess what's happening to Dire's bottom tower? Dire's bottom tower got blown to bits.
Are they gonna expect this smoke onto them? They're actually tormenting right now, and Polo will die. Dream is the one that gets caught. This is a disaster for them. Dream, the cooldown is gonna enable the BKB TP out, and the Enchantress is already gone. Okay, getting a little bit greedy there by going for the big fat Alchemist. But with only the call to go to the BKB, yes, the only target he could have actually found was this Enchantress. Ember making space up top. They did spot that he's got the Ags, and it's a MAD for the techies picked up as they did kill that Tormentor. $10 to 20. Minute 34, that's what the scoreline looks like. Enchantress has her shard. Spoink! Spiggity spoink! Spoink and spoink. And you have the Dragon Lance, a very ambitious build from her. But you know, repositioning yourself in the middle of a team fight with a Sproink is always good, and if he finishes the fight, she's gonna have double tools for repositioning. Polo hasn't had the most impact compared to his normal save, I would say. Normal self. Right up. And this Fury is the one up high ground. He has the Satanic and the BKB, but he's blinking forward. Ponlo spots. That's a nice smoke break. And look at the Alchemist going straight for the Luna. The Luna. Can she BKB Satanic? The answer is yes, as the call is there. And a turn onto Dream, who tries to run away. MOUZ will continue with the chase. And this Alchemist, there's no way he escapes this, is there? As Nesmi continues to blink onto the low ground, concussion. Stuns both of them. The techies is there, but is that Hunger on top of him. Was able to blink continually, and it's another kill for the Luna, who's on a mega kill streak. 5-1-5 for Nesphere.
Dire's bottom tower's getting the
There was
business.
no follow-up. And even more of a problem. Not only there was no follow-up,
Dire's bottom tower.
the counter initiation from the Axe was great. Opens up the Roshan now. We're going to hit, which means the Aegis will get lost. Ibris Esports. Really looking at a difficult next 5 to 10 minutes. At that point, I think the target you want to find is maybe the Axe or the Undying to not be allowed to save them. I think they need to still get both of them. They got great counter initiation with the call.
The Dire took down Roche.
Invisibility.
They have the Aegis and the banner. Interesting 4-staff attempt there. Will not go right. Mixa actually sidesteps the proximity mines, and now Luna blinks in forward. Nice chain, but they obliterate this support duo as Nesphere has hit level 25. And I'm looking, there's no buybacks on The Ember and the Alchemist.
Dire's top tower
Enchantress,
seems
who's
to
dead,
be
will
down.
use hers.
Radiant's bottom tower
Banner got
seems
plumped
better
already. They
days.
got double catapult wave. It's gonna be a very, very tough Hydra hold. They're gonna try to use the chakra. I'm actually going forward. Noma wanted to kill his first Aegis life. Luna makes some misses a call. Ember.
Dire's top tower.
Up by the Bramble. Now Enchantress gets to work onto the banner. Nestor turns around with the Eclipse. Enchantress points away. And the Eclipse will not find a kill this time. Nice impetus shots flying into Nesphere. But he still keeps his Aegis alive. Tombstone, well, die. It's gonna be 200 gold for the Timber Saw. They hold high ground. I have no idea where the Alchemist was all that time, by the way. His net worth has not increased since. So, yeah. Haste picked up by Niche. They did not get the high ground. Well, they got a tier 3 high ground, but no racks just yet. So with another 3 minutes left on the Aegis, I think they will go back to this bottom lane. We'll see the drawings on the map from Nesphere himself, who has sold his boots and is just walking around with the help of the Swift Blink. My question is, what is he going to do with the Dragon Lance after the Aegis expires? Because I don't think you want to complete the Hurricane Pike. Maybe you get a Hydra's Breath? You don't really need a Hydra's Breath when you're a Luna, right? The Specialist Array doesn't provide you much since you already have the Glaives. $3,200 net worth for her. It's a very odd game. It feels like you were playing for Protect 1 for the Alchemist, but Luna is the one on the server. The timing of the Aegis is running out. These split pushes from Ibris Esports are delaying some of it, but are they only delaying the inevitable? That's my question. Because how do you kill this Luna? Like, genuine question. Okay, we have the Basher now for the Alchemist. I think Dream has fallen off a cliff. He's 1-3-5, and he got involved in some team fights initially. I don't know. Very difficult sight to see from them. Zero Tenacity has very much shut them down. Another wave cut from Niche. And the only issue that Zero Tenacity seems to have is, well, stopping this side lane push. Viper about to pick up a full Scotty. Woohoo! That's a lot. That's a farm Viper. Timbersaw did find his 25. That means he chose the Timber Chain range projectile speed. Alright. It's kind of funny.
Regeneration.
He's not going to get an axe anytime soon, though, as the Alex still really wants to finish this Abyssal to lock down a target further. Aegis is gone. I don't know what happened. Zero Tenacity did not go back to the melee racks, although we did see Nesphere just like circle the racks bottom and the bottom side of the jungle. His team didn't listen, and yes, they are in the same area now. But does that mean they want to wait for the next Aegis? Do they really value the banner that much? Like I said, this is a very important game for Ibris Esports. Zero Tenacity playing more or less for seeding as they've made it to the Masters. Proximity Mines, not going to do anything as Nesphere jumps up high ground and obliterates the Techies with 0 and 10 right now. Enchantress, Impetus, nice concussion. This Viper is about to die. The Lotus buys her time. Another stun ready for the Axe, who is getting controlled by the Spirit Vessel. Now Luna bringing in. No more BKB for Dream, but the Glimmer Cape might protect him to get out of there. Walkie will most likely die back here, but can they turn it onto Luna? She does not have the second life. Still has the BKB. Satanic is on cooldown as the BKB gets popped. Axe, perfect call, catches the Alchemist, pulling back in. The Alchemist needs some space, needs some help. He does not get either of those. The input to shots and the sleight of fist. I'm bringing the Luna down to half HP. Now the Axe is going to be the next target. Look at the Timber Chain from downtown all the way onto the Axe. 2 dead or for each team. MOUZ with the Glimmer will get out of there for now. Timber Chain continues to chase as Norma would love to find this Undying. Blinks forward, Whirling Death, Chakra, and Undying gets obliterated. Spawns right away. 3 but Spear goes in. Travels onto Niche. He does not have a Remnant out despite running an Arcane Rune. Norma. BKB, walk away. Panlo. One of the most optimistic TPs that works out. Split second for the crown to pop. The damage was not fast enough from the Luna through the Untouchable, and the Enchantress exits safely. And this is a genuine 3 for 3 as the Techis died twice. Wow. Drums, he popped. This Abyssal is done. Finally, after what feels like a lifetime, the Tormentor gets claimed at bottom as the Undying almost dies there.
Gold!
Illusion!
We got a butterfly, and that's what happened. She sold that Dragonlance after the Aegis expired and got the butterfly, and now she's looking for a full Aghanim's Blessing. Axe. Being interrupted by proximity mines. Paulo actually shows face. This is a bit of a confident showing there. Ember goes onto a couple. The Timber Sword chaining into all of them. Going for the Axe down to half HP. Their fight is very dispersed, and now that's a nice concoction onto the Luna. The Luna illusions are doing a ton of damage, stolen by the Enchantress. A Glimmer there. Look at the impetus shots as well from Paulo. He's starting to hit pretty hard. Almost level 20 on this edge. The Roshan is up in the bottom side of the river. That's why we see these exchanges being traded. Alchemist looking for his buyback, 700 gold away. Luna has hers. Another very long extended game. Minute 45, double the kills for Zero Tenacity, 40,000 gold Luna. The bomb that's here, jumped. They wanna just force the BKB out of her, and all comes in onto the Timber Sword. He is very tanky, but he's losing HP. Oh, the Timber Chain is not good even with the BKB. Dream in the backline trying to kill Viper with the Warwick Viper. Eclipse is running low, and Niche is gonna go deep and find the Dark Willow. BKB, Ember, Remnant out, and it's a 1 for none as the Timber Sword gets out of there safely. And now we've got no Eclipse, no mana for the Luna, and no BKB, which is way more important. They're jumping straight to the pit. They're going for the Roshan. Hanks, can he delay it long enough? Warwick also does not have his BKB. This, I think, was a one team fight by Ibris. This Ember is starting to become a bigger problem. Ooh, Norma being funny with the chain. chaining in, blinking out, creating vision. Dream does not have his ultimate. He's punching away at this Roshan. Aegis, Cole coming in time. Aegis was claimed though. The Alchemist uses the BKB. Can he get out? Abyssal to Luna. Cole down. Almost. Also need two shots. And look at the damage. Timber chain. On the sleight of fist, the axe is running low. Mixa does not survive, and Nesfear, once the man up, pops the Satanic, turns around and kills the Techies. On the sideline for the side of Zero Tenacity. Leash gets caught by the Viper Warwick, and Warwick gets the kill. Now he's getting single targeted by Polo and Dream, and they lose the Viper. Double kill for Norma. He finishes Nostir off, and he was on a godlike streak in mid. The Luna dead. This opens up the realm of possibilities for the Alchemist and the Timber Saw. A lot of gold there.
Dire's
Another
mid
teamfight
towers have
victory.
technical difficulties.
Yes, they lost the Aegis.
Dire's mid tower could use a little help.
On the back of that Luna. 2,500 is what she gave away. Only her second gift
Dire
after
just
getting
couldn't
the dream.
save that bottom
Bringing up high
tower.
ground.
Dire's
Mixa does
mid
not have
tower
money
won't last much longer.
for purchasing himself back into this one, so I think they're just gonna lose racks here.
Dire's
The Luna and the
bottom
Viper
tower's
could
getting
buy back.
business. No breaking
They're gonna
through
do it
the
when the
Dire
Axe is alive, I
structures for
think.
now.
Fortify is there. Kills the initial creep
Here's
wave
what's
that is
happening
sieging,
to
but
Dire's
there's
bottom
creep waves
tower.
coming.
Dire's
Mid, top, and
tower
bottom.
got blown to bits.
Rambles. Connecting there. Doesn't matter. Dream finds them.
A fond farewell.
5 seconds until the axe is
Dire's
back, and I think
bottom
Dream will just
barracks.
consider a retreat here. Axe also needs to start farming his own buyback. Very important will be... Oh, wow. Late Orchid here for the Ember. Axe goes in for the call. His teammates are not buying back, bro. 8 seconds to go, they're not buying back.
Structures.
Chemical Rage is going to be on cooldown for around 10 seconds. And I think Dream is finally going to retreat after dealing some damage to that tier 3. And they're out of there. Gonna try to steal the Dire Shrine. Dire actually scanned that themselves. As it was Mixa pinging it. I would have loved to get closer to level 25, but it will get stolen from them. Win probability right now swing fully in the favor of Ibris, up to 85% after the C10 had 77%. Gentlemen, this is what Dota is all about, and this patch, man, whoo. Some long games. $10K in the bank for next year. He must have enough money to buy back and the blessing, right? He definitely must. Enchantress, just the Demon Edge. Paulo just doesn't care, man. We'll see if this was a good idea at the end of the game. We're gonna check his damage. I'm actually quite curious. Also, Norma says, you know what? My Alk is griefing me. He's not dropping me an axe. I'm gonna buy it myself. As the Alk purchases one. So, what is the communication there? Who did he give it to? He gave it to the techies. He valued the teamfight incoming. Jump in, Enchantress gets caught, and she will die right away. She's not gonna deal any damage to that demon yet. Buyback right away. Trying to trade axe, but Mixa repositions very nicely. It's coming in. A lot of damage being thrown is split among multiple heroes, but the Timbersaw and Alk managed to disengage for now. Buyback from the Dark Willow. Now another call. This time is Timbersaw again. He has popped the BKB, and Timber Chain misses the tree. He's taking a ton of damage. Has another Timber Chain in 1 second. This time he's gonna get up the high ground. BKBs from the Viper and the Axe is running low. But it's still kind of controlling the Timbersaw.
Dire's mid-rags ain't doing so hot.
And the Dire mid-rax is getting under siege. The only casualties have been the Willow and the Enchantress.
Dire's mid-rags is getting swamped.
Timbersaw finally gets his Scepter delivered, Warwick takes some damage, and Timbersaw goes in, instantly pop cheese, turning around with a Viper Strike. The Lotus came a little bit late, and now the control is there with the Axe Call. But the damage, is it going to be enough? The answer is yes. Now Impetus shot, flying onto Mixa. It doesn't matter, Nestive continues to pursue the techies, and he will die. The Gamer Kid, they don't have the vision. Mixa running away from the Radiance. Can they kill this Abyssal down Luna? The answer is yes. Turns around with a Satanic Nesphere versus Dream and Follow. He needs some save. The save is there. Warwick shows up with another Viper Strike. And the perfect tombstone to buy the time that's needed. Niche cannot finish the Luna off, and the Alchemist does. He does not have the buyback. He purchased the Aghanim Scepter for the seconds, which means he cannot buy back. 90 seconds, no Alchemist. What a back and forth. Timbersaw bought back, Axe bought back, and so did the techies. The question is now, can Zero Tenacity get at least a Rax without the Alchemist and the Enchantress for over a minute?
Mine.
It's gonna be a big ask. Luna purchases the travel boots. She still has her buyback. They picked up some bounties, hoping to get the Alchemist closer to his gold, but still 700 needed. And they will have to defend without him for 40 seconds, without Enchantress for still over a minute. Niche and Dream almost found the Luna in that team fight, but the perfect fight saved from this Undying, man. Flight of Fist coming in, softening him out. Yes.
Bust down Radiant structures now. Radiant's mid
Ceaseless Dirge was the MVP there because MOUZ did die early in the team fight, but Ceaseless Dirge brought him back in to save his carry, and the Luna, even with the backdoor protection and the Viper Shard, it doesn't matter. They're gonna melt the melee racks, and it's taken away.
The Radiant's mid-range.
Codify comes online now. Alk is back alive. And they're slowly walking towards bottom. Link up high ground. Just throw the illusions there. Tekis throws the axe onto the ground. I don't know, man. I think giving the techies the axe there is a grief. I really don't think the Minefield sign is that valuable. Especially when compared to Little Friends. Buybacks, all that matters now. That's why we see it on our screen in the top left corner. Viper, Ember, and Luna. The only 3 heroes with buybacks currently. This Alchemist has gone to desperately try to farm his. We're watching Axe. By the way, we're not just watching any axe, we're watching an axe with a Krelas Crozier. Crozier. What an item. I don't think I've ever seen an axe with it, to be honest. Smoke from Zero Tenacity. They're jumping in for the fight. Luna, oh my god, the damage! Needs to BKB. MOUZ will save him. That means the BKB will actually expel. He needs the Satanic, hits the creeps, gets a bit more heal, but now Nesphere needs to get out of there quickly. He's very slow. The Force Staffs will push him further away. Refresher from the Ember Spirit, remnanting forward. Want to get a catch here. MOUZ is the one to get caught, and the Fish Bath Wash is there. Luna somehow did not disengage, and they managed to take her out. She does have a buyback, so does the Undying. And the Dark Willow. Oh my god, Nomar's on top of them. They want to get the chains. They get the axe. BKB, walk away. Buybacks coming in. Can they get the turnaround? Can they get the jumping? Nesphere is there. He doesn't have a BKB. Gets caught by the blast off. He's getting seer healed. The Satanic turns around with the Texas. He's on top of him. But the Alchemist comes in. Concoction. Onto a 2. They're running out of damage. The double cooldown is there with the cooling blade to finish things off. Luna still throwing a lot of damage left, right, and center. The Ember gets in, the Ember gets out, the Luna gets down, as the buybacks are more than enough to take her out. The Alchemist is showing up to the party soon, but it's all Timber, it's all Ember, they're killing it all.
Radiant's mid towers get
It's not enough. Warwick fights back, but he's surrounded by 4 hungry, raging, evil esports players, and it's gonna be an ultra for the Timber Squall to guarantee the victory in minute 56.
fine work, Cloud of Radiant.
What a match. Zero tenacity. Fall as Evirus East out to get just map 1 victory in this game. Unbelievable. I'm out of words. I don't even know what else to say. This Timbersaw carried so hard. It didn't matter how many great calls Mixa had. It didn't matter that Netsphere had all the farm in the world. It was all about the buybacks, and they ran out of them. They bought back. They wanted to fight. They jumped in to catch. There was no BKB for the Luna, and she did get punished by it. Yeah, Viper in the Ultra late game, ladies and gentlemen. This is not the talent to turn him into Universal anymore. I don't think he has it, or if he does, it clearly didn't work out because he fell off a cliff despite having that early lead. And now Ibris Esport